Good morning. Delighted to welcome you to the Baker Institute. I'm David Satterfield, director of the Institute, and it's my pleasure to open this conversation today on FEMA's new flood maps, what they mean for Harris County. We're very pleased to partner for this event with Kinder Institute for Urban Research, and I'd also like to recognize two of our Institute folks, Bill King and Judge Ed Emmett, for their leadership in organizing today's event. Today's program is going to examine FEMA's updated flood maps released just a few months ago and how they are redefining flood risk across the region. You'll hear from experts and practitioners on how to interpret the 100-year and 500-year floodplains. Now, those updates carry significant implications, not only for Harris County residents, but for homebuyers across the United States. They shape how people assess their exposure, how communities should plan, and how decisions are made about where and how to build. In Harris County alone, recent estimates say nearly 200,000 additional properties could be designated within high-risk flood zones. Now, as these maps are finalized over coming months, that designation would expand mandatory flood insurance requirements, particularly for properties with federally backed mortgages. Now, that raises increasing questions, important questions about affordability and access, especially in a state that has led the nation in population growth for a second consecutive year. These updates also come alongside years of more deliberate flood mitigation efforts. Harris County has made substantial investments in drainage, flood control, and data-driven planning, efforts that are reshaping how risk is measured and managed across the region. Land use decisions, together with engineering and public works, can mitigate risk, particularly when aligned and guided by reliable data, and these draft flood maps demonstrate that point. This is an area where research institutions, including our centers here at the Institute for Energy and Tax and Budget Policy, and our partners at the Kinder Institute, are deepening our understanding through surveys and modeling of how risk is evolving and how it can be managed more effectively. Flood maps are no longer viewed in isolation. They're being evaluated alongside socioeconomic conditions and population trends, providing a more complete, more accurate picture of both risk and the consequences of risk. Houston's development has often been described as paving over prairie, and it's not unique to the Houston area. This phenomenon exists in many, many areas across the United States. As investment continues in and around flood-prone areas, how should we think about the relationship between land use, real estate markets, and major infrastructure investment? These are complex questions that require bringing multiple disciplines into the same conversation, which is the purpose of today's discussion. Before I introduce today's partners for the event, I want to thank all of our Baker Roundtable members who are here today. The support of our Roundtable, and I would encourage those of you here today who are not members of our Roundtable to consider joining, make events like these possible. Jill Sear, our Director of Development here at the Institute, is in a booth in the lobby and will be delighted to sign you up. and she is offering a special Baker Institute gift, we're shameless, for anyone who joins the roundtable today. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce our partner in this work. Michelle Smirnova is an associate professor of sociology at Rice University and the founding director of the Center for Housing and Neighborhoods at the Kinder Institute for Urban Research. The Institute's work focuses on improving urban life through data and policy, and it's become a leading voice on the issues shaping Houston's growth and resilience. Michelle, thank you for your partnership, and I will turn it over to you. Thank you all.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. It's so great to see so many people here today, particularly on a rainy day. It feels particularly apt to be talking about flood maps on a day and a week and maybe a month that it will be raining. So Houston is standing at a demographic and environmental crossroads. Soon to be the nation's third largest city, it's a magnet for people who are seeking employment and relative affordable housing. And yet, Houston is also at the epicenter of the modern climate crisis. As anyone who has lived through one of the many hurricanes, tropical or ice storms, or other weather disasters in the city, they know Houston is significantly impacted by climate change and climate crises. Most notably, flooding. Something as innocuous as rain can prove to be disastrous or even deadly. Small increases in the amount of rainfall over time can have significant consequences, and that's what we're here to talk about today. You don't need to be a climate expert to know how much of an issue flooding is in Houston. Today we're talking about some of the practical implications of flooding, the FEMA flood maps themselves, and how they contribute to our understanding of risk, and the psychological, financial, and physical impacts of those maps themselves. These maps have not been updated in nearly 20 years. And the proposed revisions are stark and carry with them significant impacts, such as the influence on insurance coverage and local development rules, as well as how residents themselves are deciding where to live. Although climate risk and flood maps are not my specific area of expertise, as a researcher as well as a tenant living in Houston, these issues are of direct relevance to me, both professionally and personally. It's for these reasons that I'm also really excited to be here today to learn from the incredible slate of presenters, discussants, and researchers that we have on the schedule. These updated flood maps will impact everyone, and understanding them is the first step in understanding how to respond effectively. We hope that today will provide you with some of the knowledge to do just that. I also wanted to thank Judge Emmett and Bill King for helping bring together today's incredible panel, and everyone at the Baker Institute who also made today possible. So I'm very looking forward to today, and we can get started.
Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing this morning? Thank you all for coming so much. When I saw these maps come out, I realized immediately how consequential they are. The Houston Chronicle, who, by the way, has done some great reporting, we have one of their people here this morning in the second panel, has estimated there's about 450,000 properties in Harris County that had their risk increased by going into a higher zone. That's about a quarter of all the parcels in Harris County. So this is tremendously consequential. So the first thing we're going to do this morning is talk about what does it really mean to be in a 100 or 500 year map. I was talking to somebody the other day and they said, well, Bill, I don't plan on being here 100 years, so I don't really need to worry about this. Not really exactly the right way to think about it. So we got a couple of experts here this morning to talk about it. We had Phil Obedient lined up to come. Phil had a grandchild who was graduating today, and for those of you that are lucky enough to have grandchildren, you know that they take priority over everything else in your life, right, Ed? and so he's off doing that, but he gave us a great substitute. True Fur is one of his PhD candidates, and True is his research is on coastal prairie hydrology, nature-based solutions, and 2D hydrologic and hydraulic modeling. I didn't know those were different until I read his slide, so he's going to tell you about that. in just a second. And then we have one of my colleagues over at Kinder, Dominic Boyer, who's the co-director of the Center for Coastal Futures and Adaptive Resilience. He's also an anthropology professor here at Rice. He's going to talk about some of the limitations of these models. So, Drew, I'm going to turn it over to you, let you run through your slides and share with them your insights on what these models really are, how they work, and what we should really take away from them.
Sure. That's great. All right. So I'll be talking today just briefly about inside modeling, how FEMA maps are built, how the actual models are built, what data is necessary, what inputs are necessary, and what the end product looks like. So in terms of some basic engineering terminology to get out of the way, like Bill mentioned, whenever we talk about H&H, if you ever heard that conceptually, it means hydrologic and hydraulic modeling. They're separate models, but they're coupled together. So a hydrologic model is typically HEC-HMS, and it partitions rainfall into runoff. It also routes water from individual subbasins to a channel. RAS is the hydraulic model, and that's responsible for routing the runoff through streams and interacting with complex structures like bridges for backwater effects, and actually building out the floodplain. And what is the 100-year floodplain? That's built from RAS, but the inputs are from HMS. So when we talk about hydrologic model inputs, we're typically talking about land use and impervious cover. That's a common theme also present in hydraulic models. But generally speaking, your impervious cover is responsible for partitioning the rainfall into runoff. So on the graph, you can see on the right, the red bar you see are the losses of incoming rainfall. The blue is the actual incoming rainfall. And then the bottom chart you see is the flow hydrograph coming off of a subbasin entering a stream. The rainfall is transformed into runoff via transform parameters. I won't get into the technical details there, but transform parameters are typically derived from characteristics of the individual subbasins. Next, for hydraulic model inputs, a common theme you'll see is land use. So on the left, that's a land use map. Each of those different colors you see represent a different category of land use, and those are used for parameterizing something called roughness, which we'll get into in a couple slides. Next on the right, you can see it's just an example of what a grid looks like in a 1D, 2D model, which we'll talk about again after this. So when we talk about bridges and hydraulic structures, this is just an example of what the output looks like in an actual model. You have to take into account structural considerations. When flow hits a bridge, it tends to back up slightly. It can elevate the floodplain just behind that bridge. Just downstream of the bridge might have slightly lower stage. So it obstructs flow, it can back water up. Next, going back to roughness, all of these models operate off of trying to solve an approximation of the shallow water equations. Don't worry, I don't have any equations on the slides, just know that that's the phrase that's used. And again, land use and impervious cover controls how quickly water flows over that land. So if you have a lot of concrete, that lowers the roughness. It means there's less resistance to flow. Water moves much faster over concrete than it does grass or other vegetation. Next, in terms of improvements in the modeling from previous iterations to the current, we talk about 1D versus 1D, 2D. So on the map on the left, you can see this is an example of a 1D model. Water always has to move from upstream to downstream. It's propagated through those bright green cross sections you can see. The other limitation of a 1D model is that water cannot flow outside the edge of those cross sections. So if you see, the model does not cover the entire watershed domain. So by definition, if you have a neighborhood that's outside of the model, it cannot be in a floodplain. When you look at the newer 1D, 2D models, they model the entire watershed through a series of 2D cells that connect to those cross sections. And that just expands the coverage area for the map. So you have new neighborhoods that previously just weren't captured by the model. Now they are captured, so by definition, they can be in a floodplain. There's also differences in the computations. In terms of a 1D model, they do something called steady state, which is where you take the maximum flow through each cross-section. You generate one maximum flood map. For a 1D, 2D framework, you're modeling an entire time series. So you're modeling 24 hours of a design storm, and you take the maximum depth from the output from that. So you're modeling an entire time series versus just the maxima. Finally, the big change is the change in rainfall inputs. So the top map you can see is called a rainfall hyetograph. That's the rainfall rate over time. The orange bars you can see are the new rainfall. Blue is the previous rainfall. The bottom you can see is the cumulative hyetograph. So whenever we look at these differences from the previous iterations to current, there's about a 28% increase in just the input rainfall. Obviously, that increases flood risk because you have more rain entering the system. But I want to highlight that the shape and timing of these events remains consistent. So the only difference between these two graphs is the actual magnitude of the rainfall. The shaping looks the exact same, the timing looks the exact same. And typically this is based on a statistical analysis by federal scientists from NOAA using extreme value theory. They define what is a 1 in 100 storm. Again, that just means that there's a 1 in 100% chance of it happening on any given year. But I want to emphasize, FEMA only uses these 24-hour design storms. They don't use 6-hour. Generally, 24-hour produces the maximum floodplain, but considering which rainfall data sets to use and how to use them is a big open question in the field on how we actually determine what is a floodplain. So the rainfall inputs are really one of the most variable inputs to the model. The new models use updated land cover, they use updated data inputs, data from the Houston-Galveston Area Council, et cetera, but the rainfall remains a big open question. Sorry. And last takeaways, these advanced modeling techniques represent more complex, realistic physics. They also increase our understanding of how floodplains interact with individual channels. They allow for overflow, which previously just was not possible in a 1D framework. It's very difficult to model overflow from one subbasin to another, or even one watershed to another when we look at Cypress inflows into the Addicks Reservoir. Again, Atlas 14 increases rainfall amounts substantially, 28% for a 100-year event. That expands the risk zones, but rainfall statistics are complex, and it's really quite difficult to try explaining some of the advanced statistics, especially to non-engineering and non-statistics audiences. So again, rainfall remains a big open question.
All right, before you start, Don, let me ask you a couple of questions about this.
Sure.
So, just to make sure, my mic on. Can y'all hear me now?
Okay.
I think they just turned it on back there, yeah. Okay, so the difference between the old maps and the new maps, rainfall increased by 28%. Now, I've talked to some of the people at Speed that think it wasn't increased enough. I know certainly Blackburn thinks that. You got thoughts on whether or not you think, I guess this data is from 2018, is that right?
Yes, Atlas 14 was derived immediately after Hurricane Harvey. If I'm not mistaken, it was completed the year before Harvey, and then after Harvey occurred, just including that in the time series drastically increased the rainfall so much they had to redo the analysis. That bumped up the rainfall amount substantially. I think they're a good estimate for maximum rainfall. It's not perfect, which Dominic will talk about after me, but they're a good attempt at trying to characterize the risk. I will say we typically use the average for Atlas 14. If you look at the uncertainty bands, so what is the maximum, what is the minimum, those are quite a lot different. The maximum can be as high as 21 to 22 inches. The minimum could be as low as 12. So you can use the full envelope of values from the advanced statistics, but it's very difficult to try to implement, 3 different rainfall inputs into one set of maps that are used for regulatory purposes.
So you think the 18 inches for average purposes is probably a pretty good number?
I think it's a pretty reasonable number.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question. To what extent in these models, what's the relative weight or the relative impact of rainfall versus how we're changing the basin? In other words, we certainly have paved over a lot of land that would have absorbed, but we've also done some work. We've built detention ponds and stuff. So if you were trying to say, what's more important, the rainfall increasing or what we actually do to the basin, how would you weight those two things?
So with that, it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem because you have the rainfall inputs controls what the minimum detention storage would be required to offset it. So I think rainfall is always going to be your primary driver, but using that rainfall input, we can determine how much storage is necessary and if current infrastructure is adequate.
But we went for a long time around here building stuff without really doing much detention, right? And so in terms of, had we been better at that, how much difference, to what extent would it have offset some of this larger rainfall that we're seeing?
We could offset it to an extent, but a 28% increase is so substantial, you'd probably still see some expansion in floodplain, even in a perfect world where you had enough detention set aside. So
you and I were talking a second before this started. A couple people asked me whether or not the new maps incorporate all the recent work that's been done by Harris County, which is substantial. We've had quite a few. We had the big 2018 bond issue, and a lot of that work's been done already. And what are your thoughts about whether or not those new projects have been included or not?
Sure. So I think it just depends on the timeline of when they were completed versus when the MapNext work started. When we look at when a lot of these models were first being created and engineered, this was 4 to 5 years ago, even more than that in some cases. So I think anything that was completed while the project was still in active development and not the review process, some of those probably got included. Ones in the past, maybe 1 to 2 years, likely weren't, just because the validation process and getting approval by FEMA takes so long. Some of the newer infrastructure developments probably just aren't in place. That being said, they could be implemented fairly quickly in the MapNext framework. That's one of the advantages of the model setup, is that you can include those changes fairly quickly.
So let's just walk through that process here, so make sure people understand. So an improvement is done, and then I guess the county has to go ask FEMA to take that new improvement into account in the model. Is that how it works?
If I'm not mistaken, the county or whoever they hire has to actually model that themselves and then submit that to FEMA for review purposes.
And how long does that typically take for FEMA to review that and get back? Do you have any idea?
Fairly lengthy. I think the current process has been over a year at least.
Okay. So some of the most recent work probably is not in these maps yet.
I would assume so.
Yeah. Okay, so Dominic, let's turn to your research for a second.
Sure.
And what Dominic's going to be talking to us about is some of the outlier events and some of these extreme events that True was talking about are not really included in the model. And they came up with a really interesting way to go about looking at what if some of these extreme events occurred in different places around the county. So, Dominic,
Great, thanks so much. Yeah, I take from True's presentation and the conversation we just heard a couple of really encouraging points. One, the science is getting better, the modeling is getting better for how we think about managing stormwater risk. And I think since Hurricane Harvey, Harris County has become much more serious, I think, and focused, and in terms of creating the kind of infrastructures that could help give us some relief from those risks long term. So that's good news, I think, and we should be proud of that achievement as Houstonians. But what I want to talk still about now is about some factors that I think still are outside the parameters of risk measurement. And together with my colleague Jim Elliott, who you'll hear from later today at the Center for Coastal Futures and Adaptive Resilience, CFAR, we have been looking at how to take what we might call black swan events more seriously. And there's a reason to do that, because since 2020, the United States has seen 18,000-year flood events. Okay, so that's in less than a decade. And those events seem to be coming more frequently with more intensity, and they're not always captured by the kinds of probabilistic risk modeling that are in the FEMA floodplain map. So what we've done is to take an event that I think probably folks in this room are going to remember fairly well, which is Tax Day. Tax Day's 10th anniversary was just last month. And the idea for this study actually came in a somewhat unusual way. It was more informal conversations we were having with some folks from Harris County Flood Control, who I won't name here because the conversations were kind of on background rather than on the record. But the gist of the conversation was, I was very surprised to learn that at least for some folks at Flood Control, the Tax Day flood event was something that concerned them more than Hurricane Harvey. And that perked my ears up. I said, really? Hurricane Harvey seems pretty catastrophic, right? Wouldn't that be the thing that keeps us up at night? But he said, no, the thing about Harvey, a massive amount of rainfall, very difficult to manage, far exceeding our current capacities in all sorts of ways. But we saw it coming. We had time to prepare. We had several days of watching that cyclone inch across the southern Gulf of Mexico before it hit us. And that gave folks time to make the kinds of preparations they needed to be as safe as they could be under those situations. Tax Day was a pretty normal storm system by meteorological standards, the kind of storm systems, we're seeing this week and next. But if you were out in Waldo County, for that storm, you caught maybe close to 20 inches of rain in 12 hours, which is an extraordinary intensity of rainfall. And the flooding, there's flooding inside the city too, but out in Waller County, you had cows drowning in pastures. I mean, and again, without a whole lot of advance warning of the severity of this storm. So what this fellow from flood control said to me is like, what if that had happened in Meyerland? What if we got 20 inches of rain overnight in an area that wasn't really expecting that kind of rainfall, but that was very flood prone? What would we do? So essentially what we've done is a study of taking that worst part of that storm and moving it around the city to see what the impacts would have been. And again, you can, when you're doing scenario planning like this, you can sort of invent imaginary storms. But our strategy was, let's take an actual storm that's happened in this area, checked with meteorologists to make sure that this wasn't a very, very unusual kind of event, which it wasn't from a sort of weather perspective, and then just what happens when the storm centers, those sort of supercells, focus on different parts of town. And what we've done is, in this initial kind of prototype proof of concept research, is we've looked at two neighborhoods. We've looked at Hunting Bayou there on the right and Clear Creek. So Hunting Bayou, including areas like Cashmere Gardens, Clear Creek, areas like Friendswood, League City, and so forth. Two very different kinds of neighborhoods on the east side of town. Different demographics, different economic levels of economic resilience and ability to sort of recover, but also two places where we know flooding has occurred and where flooding did occur during the actual tax day event. And what we found through a process called stochastic storm transposition is the technical name of it, and this is courtesy of True and his colleagues over at Rice's Speed Center, which is a true, I think, resource and jewel in the crown of Rice University in all sorts of ways for what they're able to do to help us all better understand our flood risk, is go through a sort of scientifically valid process of moving that storm center around. And so I'm going to show you on the last slide a QR code where you can actually take a look at these maps, and they're interactive and play around with them in a second. But you can see, especially when we're looking at what happened in Hunting Bayou, we saw an extraordinarily higher level of inundation, and we were looking at 6 inches above, 6 inches typically being the level of flooding where things begin to go seriously wrong. You're getting water in your homes, in your drywall, streets become less passable, and so on and so forth. So, but a really striking uptick in the impact in this neighborhood, which really doesn't have the kind of resources to manage the recovery process, is effectively very low rates of insurance coverage and so forth. So that basically, when you look at the bigger map and you look at the comparison to the flooding patterns during Harvey, they don't look that different. So again, the thought experiment I'm asking you to take with me here is, what if you have something approximating the magnitude of the rainfall in Harvey over a shorter period of time, but coming without warning, coming without an ability to maybe make the kinds of preparations that many of us did when we knew that larger storm was coming. So there's a lot of social, demographic, socioeconomic issues that are involved in this too. I won't go into those in great detail other than to say, when we find catastrophic flooding happening, it tends to magnify existing disparities. It doesn't solve anything, obviously, but recovery periods can be much longer when people don't have the resources in order to do that. And finally, here's the slide with the QR code as promised. And what I'll just say here is what we're asking us all, Houstonians, to take seriously is the idea that alongside thinking about probabilistic flood risk, in other words, 1 in 100 years, 1 in 500 years, let's also take possibilistic risk into account. Possible meaning worst credible storms, storms that actually have happened here or that could happen here, and thinking about what those black swan events might mean for Houston when we think about planning. We know, especially from Harvey, there was a point where I think 75% of Harris County was under some level of water. At that point, the floodplain maps don't really have the same kind of impact, right, in terms of thinking about lots and hundreds of thousands of structures outside the floodplains flooded. So we need to take these events more seriously again, because everything everything we can learn from climate modeling suggests a warmer, wetter Gulf, picking up more moisture, whether that's in cyclone systems or regular kinds of storm fronts, that will be dumping more water in this area. Again, we don't know when it's going to come. We might again escape this, for more years to come. But I think we have to be ready for these possibilistic scenarios as well too. Thanks.
Thank you. So, I don't think I've shared this with you before, but I was living in Friendswood. I guess it was in 1978. I think was it Claudette was the storm? And we had 50 inches of rainfall in 24 hours in Manville, Texas. And we went to bed we lived right beside a tributary off Clear Creek, and went to bed with, just a little trickle of water in the bottom of that tributary, and woke up with a foot of water in our house, and it went to 5 feet of water before we could really even get out of the neighborhood. So these things do happen more frequently than we think. And it's one of the things that bothers me about the 100-year and 500-year terminology, because I think that makes people minimize how frequently these things occur. And I was trying to think of an analogy to this. And, when I get in my car every day and drive over here to Rice, it's a very low probability that I'm going to be in a car wreck. But there are still thousands of car wrecks in Houston every single day. And so if you're looking at enough different watersheds, enough different basins, these events are going to occur. And having lived through one, I certainly appreciate that. But I guess, Dominic, here's my question. What's the appropriate response to these sort of outlier events? How do we prepare, or how do we try to avoid those? What's the policy implication of this?
Well, I think one thing we have to think about is, in this process of creating and improving infrastructure, that we want to do more of what we're doing. Conventional infrastructure, I think, has served us well. We were talking before about the Addicks and Barker, two real godsends in a lot of ways for at least the Buffalo Bayou watershed, which even under some really adverse circumstances stayed relatively dry, at least parts of it. So doing more of what we're doing is important. We've also been advocating more investigation and engagement around green infrastructure issues, so nature-based solutions that oftentimes don't take as much time and as much capital to accomplish. So, think of Project Braze, which is probably the largest, most ambitious flood mitigation process since Addicks and Barker, right? That was $500 million project, more or less, took over 25 years to complete. And still, in part because those kinds of projects have to plan for the last storm rather than the next one, we still saw quite a lot of flooding along Braze during Harvey, even though most of that work had been done. It's not to say it wasn't impactful, but maybe we need to sort of begin to think outside the box a little bit more. So projects that can engage communities, that can allow communities to have a real role in terms of taking ownership over their own flood risk. And again, green infrastructure projects tend to be ones that are more open and accessible to communities of all different sorts of socioeconomic strata to get involved. We were doing a lot of work in the northeast part of Houston on sort of spreading the word about green infrastructure, building prototypes, trying to sort of put more tools in the hands of communities to manage that risk. But the other thing, to kind of get back to, I'm sure, what will be a big theme today, insurance. I believe it is still the official policy of the Harris County Flood Control District that every structure in Harris County ought to have flood insurance. And we're far from that. And because the flood risks are coming sometimes outside these mapped floodplains, which I think you're right. When you hear 100 year, 500 years, you say, well, okay, that doesn't sound so bad, right?
Odds are pretty good.
It sounds, yeah, odds are pretty good, right? I'll roll those dice, and flood insurance is expensive. But we have to think of ways to make flood insurance more affordable, I think, to guarantee the long-term sustainability of the city, and also to make sure that new residents also have an opportunity to sort of enjoy everything we have here too, without necessarily bearing the brunt of those risks. As we found that a lot of folks who move to Houston don't really understand their flood risk effectively. So part of the message, I think, is that part of moving to Houston is coming to understand water in ways that you might not have to in other places.
True, so he said something about nature-based solution, which I know is part of your core research. Can you describe what nature-based solutions are, give us some examples, and why those should be included in our toolbox here?
Sure. So generally speaking, nature-based solutions just means that you're trying to mimic the natural soil water capacity of essentially the ground and just the soil and vegetation. So a couple different examples include bioswales, where you intentionally plant vegetation that can expand the porosity of the ground. That increases the infiltration capacity. The red chart that I showed in my presentation, it increases those losses, which reduces the amount of rainfall that's converted into runoff. So the goal is to have less runoff reaching the stream by storing that in soil or soil-like media. So another example is green roofs. You can put in turf and some amount of soil on top of rooftops. That can store some amount of water. Also, classical detention ponds they can be a form of nature-based solution if you intentionally plant vegetation that can expand the soil capacity. But you're really just trying to mimic the previous hydrologic regime and cycle before impervious cover was put on top, essentially. It has some limitations in the Houston area because if you have a really high percentage of clay content in the soil, it inherently stores less water. You can break up some of that by planting vegetation like coastal prairie, which is a lot of the focus of my research, is trying to quantify the exact infiltration capacity of native prairie over some of those clay areas. But you're generally just trying to mimic the existing processes that soil uses to store water.
We had a mayoral candidate here a few years ago, not me, but somebody else that was in my campaign, that advocated planting hemp all along the bayous. And he had some research that said it was really good for absorbable water. I don't know if he had an alternative motive there or not, but it was one of the things. I want to ask you both about, when I look around the city, I see a lot of places we built that frankly we just shouldn't have built. And we got some folks here from Westbury, and I've been out, there's some places specifically out there along Willow Waterhole. What role do buyouts have? And when I talk about buyouts, I'm about buyouts and then dedicated green space. I've seen buyouts where we buy out and they let somebody else build something there, which is really a stupid idea. But how should we think about buyouts as part of our toolkit here to try to do something about getting this problem under control?
I can start with that one. I think they're an important tool. I don't think they're a perfect tool. In fact, again, I'll defer to my colleague Jim Elliott coming up later on, who'll probably have something to say about buyouts' efficacy. They're certainly an important part of this, and if there were more organization around it, more funding behind it, they probably would have an even bigger impact than they do. But of course, people have strong emotional attachments to their properties. It's difficult to proceed always through voluntary programs, and involuntary programs become things that become politically unappetizing pretty quickly. So there's some issues there that I think are really important to think through. If I could just tag on one thing to True's answer to the previous question, though. This is possibly an apocryphal story, but I love this story. It came to me from Keiji Asakura from Asakura Robinson, noted landscape architecture firm, does a lot of work in Houston, who was telling me a story he had heard from Art Story, who was sort of the public infrastructure czar for Harris County once upon a time, who, although not himself a big nature-based solutions fan, said, actually, if every building in Houston were to have a small kind of detention area specific to it, something like a rain garden or a bioswale, he's like, I think we could probably put Harris County flood control out of business, right? A very different model of thinking about it, radically decentralized model. But it just shows you that I think that these nature-based solutions have a lot to offer in addition to other mechanisms like buyouts.
I saw in some other city they had a rain barrel program where they were trying to talk everybody into putting a rain barrel in their gutter system, for example. I'm on the board for Trees for Houston, so I'm always interested in trees. What extent are planting trees? Does that help us a lot? Is that a significant impact?
Definitely can be. Trees or any form of vegetation generally enhances the infiltration capacity. I didn't talk about it explicitly, but there's also an additional parameter for canopy interception. Trees have large leaves. The leaves store some amount of water. It increases the losses that you see coming off of rainfall, inflow hydrographs. So it can reduce some runoff, yes.
Well, we grow trees really well here in Houston. I'm going to go back to the equity issue for just a second. And I remember when I was traveling around the city, there were two instances that I saw that really made an impact on me. First of all, when you go around the city and look at it, behind every major freeway system and a bridge, there's a ponding effect. I mean, you see it dramatically along Brays Bayou, behind the 610 bridges, for example. But you were talking about Hunting Bayou and Cashmere Gardens and Senegus and that area up there. And I remember going up there and looking at that and looking at the ponding effect. And first of all, you had the railroad that was built through there. Very high structure, basically was a dam that was downstream of those communities without any sort of major culverts or any way for the water to get through. And then they came on top of that and built Loop 610 around that same area. And it just created these two impenetrable dams, which, in my estimation, were principally the cause of it. Now, you can say, why did they do this there? And was there some kind of bias in where they built and all that? But I don't think there's any denying the fact that some of the things we've done have affected that. And I'll tell you another one, over in Pleasantville, which is on the east side of town, just inside Loop 610. That area, historically African-American community, all the water drained to the south and to the east off to Buffalo Bayou. And the first thing they did was they came in and built Loop 610 on the east side of it. And so you dammed it up going to the east. And then the port came in and built a big spoil dump to the south of it. And so they basically just dammed in that subdivision, and it historically has been one of the worst flooded areas in the city. And they've been trying for decades to get some money for the flood work out there, and haven't been able to get it. And that subdivision is really hollowing out at this point. I mean, it's really kind of going away over a period of time. So those are a couple concrete examples that you can see about what we did historically have affected these different areas. Let me ask you this question. I'm sure both of y'all looked at the bond work that the voters agreed to do in 2018. And we're well on the way to getting it done, but I guess we're maybe a third of the way through it or something like that. If we're able to complete all that work, I'd like both of your opinions on what will the impact be on Houston if we can actually complete that work?
Sure. So I think anytime that you're adding detention storage or adding new drainage features to lessen the effect of impounded water from structures, you're always going to reduce the flood risk to an extent. I would expect it to reduce risk profile quite substantially. I don't know if it's enough to completely offset the increase that we see from Atlas 14. And one problem that you see is there's different groups doing different forms of construction. So highways are generally done by TxDOT or federal, not Harris County. So I would expect it to alleviate a lot of the problems, but probably not everything.
The last time I looked at at TxDOT's design, Russ, you may know the answer. I think they were only building their bridges to like a 50-year flood or something like that. It was not, they weren't building to 100 or 500-year flood. So when you look and you see that ponding behind all the bridges, it kind of helps explain all that. Dominic, what's your opinion after we finished all that 2018 work?
I think it'll help, and I would agree with True that it may not be enough, but that it's obviously better than not doing it, right? But again, to speak to the equity issues, we know that in terms of the funding that has been dedicated to different bayous and different communities, it's been differential. I'll just speak to Hunting Bayou. There's a homestead detention basin that's gone in the past few years. I think it could really help some of the communities like Trinity, Houston, and Cashmere Gardens super neighborhoods. Maybe not entirely because of where it's placed, but it really is the first significant detention capacity that's been added to that bayou. And I want to let you know when that project was first proposed, 1948. It was completed in 2023. I'm not saying they worked on it consistently for 75 years. It was put out there in the 40s, brought back again in the 90s, considered, and it wasn't until Harvey, with the devastating flooding of that area, that people said, okay, it's time to try this. But I think we really need to be attentive to equity issues. I know that the investments, the Army Corps does have to, sort of by law, follow the cost of property, and they have to look at those importantly in their calculations, but that means that, in a sense, always communities with lower land values are going to be left behind. And I think we can do more in a wealthy city like this one to make sure that flood protection is distributed more equitably than it is.
So let me follow up on that point for a second, because I'm gonna brag on my partner in this for just a second. So what he's talking about is, especially like you look at the FEMA grants, that grant money is based on how much future insurance losses will be reduced, okay? Like a regular insurer would look at it, underwriter would look at it. And so if that's your formula, what does that mean where you're going to spend the money? You're going to spend the money where you can save the most money, which is going to be the most expensive houses. So the way FEMA grants are made, by the very nature of them, favor wealthy neighborhoods. That's just the reality of it. And in 2018, when Ed constructed the bond proposal that we're living under today, he made this point, and he specifically said, we're going to set aside some money to spend on projects that we know we're not going to get matching funds for. And and Ed, I think that you really deserve a lot of credit for laying that out as an issue, and us having some money today to do things like, I suspect the homestead probably did not get any federal funding on, I don't know for sure, but that is one of the things that we're going to have to come to deal with in this city, is to understand that a lot of places we're not going to be able to get matching federal money for. I think I'm going to stop and take some audience questions, unless either one of y'all have anything else you want to say right now. So we got some microphones, and we're going to pass around. Raise your hand, I'll call on you, and ask your question, and we'll see if one of these two smart guys can answer it. See, Randy's got a question back there. Stand up and give us your name and who you're affiliated with, just so we'll have somebody. Is that Beth back there?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Beth, how you doing?
Beth Wolf Realtors. I was wondering, I know years ago I asked one of our senators if they couldn't pass a law requiring people to build further back from the bios. We build our homes, and even some of the high rises, in my opinion, far too close. Any comment?
So let's stop and talk. Let's talk about floodways for a second. One of y'all want to take that one and talk about the difference between a floodplain and a floodway, and what the restrictions are in building in those? You want to take that, True? Or?
Sure. So whenever we talk about like a 100-year versus 500-year floodplain, that's very expansive. The floodway is defined as where the majority of the water is carried through, without getting into the official full technical standards for it. But a floodway represents where you have the most water moving very rapidly. That's generally just within the bounds of the actual banks for a floodplain, before it spills out. And I believe you're not permitted to build anything in a regulatory floodway. With floodplains, you can have some building if you increase basically the elevation of the first floor. But I believe you can't develop in the actual full floodway. And the floodway has changed with some of these new modeling updates.
You think to add to that, Dominic?
No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. I think, Beth, I think also what happened over time, I'm not sure when we prohibited building in floodways. Maybe Ed or somebody can talk to that point, but there were certainly, like there's a great example over here at Willow Waterhole Bayou, where there are houses built about 50 feet from the center line of the bayou, which is just crazy. And so I think we're doing a better job of that today than we were previously. But it's important to understand the difference between the floodway and the floodplains. You can build in floodplains all day long. It's just that you have to elevate your structure up to a certain level. And some people argue about whether that's a good or bad idea, but that's what the current regulatory scheme is. Who else we got a question? I think Randy had one. Yeah, Randy.
Thank you very much. I'm really
say who you are and
Randy Jones.
Not everybody knows
I live in
you.
Houston in the Memorial area. Buffalo Bayou got my neighborhood. Fortunately, not my house, but half of my neighborhood was flooded. Those are extreme conditions. My subject is low impact development. We pushed for it, Harris County, through Russ Poppy, who's here, Michael Bloom, who's here, others, Steve Albert pushed it, and John Blunt. John, in fact, was a very big proponent to it, or for it. And in 2012, 2012, 2013, 2014, there was a big push for that. Okay, and I developed a project up in Spring Cypress area on Spring Cypress Road called Stonebrook Estates. That was in fact a low impact project. And it actually was awarded through ULI over the impact, et cetera. We're not seeing or hearing any more of the idea of lid programs. John pushed it, there's just nobody at the county level, and I'm not even sure about Fort Bend County, but it's been proven to be effective. And we're not reading about it, we're not hearing about it. It wasn't just a promotional idea. It actually worked and very effective, but we're not implementing any of that anymore. And I'm afraid that we don't have the officials at certain county levels who either understand it or are willing to step up and continue these ideas. Thank you.
I don't know if either one of you have anything to say about that. That might be a better question for Russ in the next panel. Sure. Unless y'all have got something to add to it. Let's get back to you, Randy, with the next panel and see what they have to say about that. Who else has got a question? Oh, we got a bunch of questions. Okay.
Hi,
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Cindy Carley. I'm with Gary and Fields. I am a hydraulics engineer, so hopefully this doesn't get too over the top. Could you please discuss the difference for everyone, high intensity, low duration, and how that affects our flooding within the area due to infrastructure, local infrastructure? Many times we have flooding when the rivers or the bayous are still in their banks, but we also have flooding, which I think the MapNext models do capture that better now. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, so I think that's really for Dominic. I think because you're talking about the high. One thing I think that for people that may not be quite as familiar with this, you need to remember that we sort of have dual responsibilities here. The county's really responsible for getting the water down the bayou. The city's really responsible for getting the water to the bayou. That's a little bit of an oversimplification, but that's kind of what the differences are. And so you've got both issues with the city pipes getting it down the bayou, and then you've got these issues about trying to get it down the bayou. So with that brief explanation of the way you want to talk about
I'll
these
just I'll just comment because it really is not mine. That might be more of an engineering question, actually. But I will say that I think, one of the things you see in Houston is, both kind of fluvial and pluvial flooding, flooding that's coming out of the riverbanks, and then flooding that's being created by pooling of water upon impervious surface. And at some point in Hurricane Harvey, it doesn't matter because it's all one huge flood. But for high intensity events, I think you can sometimes, see that there's, still room in the flood channel for more water, but because the water is coming down so fast, it's pooling, it's ponding in ways that kind of have their own hydrological dynamics. I assume that's right, Drew, but tell me if I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, okay. Generally true, and I think that's one of the big advantages of the MapNext models that's even, it kind of falls outside the bounds of FEMA regulatory mapping, but it's very useful to have that knowledge and information. One of the good things about the MapNext models being the full 2D models is that you can drop rain on grid on the actual model domain, and you can see which individual neighborhoods pool up and have flooding before it hits the actual bayou or streams. So I think that it's a benefit of the advanced modeling framework is that you can capture that risk. That doesn't necessarily transfer into FEMA for regulatory purposes, but the county can absolutely do some modeling like that. And I've even worked on projects related to that. Specifically looking at high intensity rainfall that falls in between the 10 to 25 year event, which is still enough to flood out a lot of cars that are parked on streets, which is a huge problem. Also even just restricting movement between neighborhoods, it becomes a real problem with nuisance flooding. Even if it's not tons of houses and structures being inundated, even just streets being flooded out for a few hours can have a big impact if you have parking there or any other, yeah.
But the streets are really kind of designed to flood, right? I mean, and that's part of our detention system to keep things out of the house. Is you have the streets are actually part of the conveyance and retention, right?
Yeah, they feed into the drainage system.
Yeah. So one thing that we haven't talked about is sort of the real-time dynamic aspects of this, and I'll give you a couple of examples. Let's say that we have a big city, storm sewer that gets us down, but nobody knows the fact that storm sewer is full of debris in it. And so we're modeling it as if it's, a 40-inch pipe, but really the capacity is only 24-inch. And the other thing that I've seen a number of times is debris going down the bayou and catching under a bridge. Mm-hmm. And I remember one time I was in a big flood down in Clear Creek, and literally the difference in the water level from one side of the bridge to the other was like 3 or 4 feet, you know. Is there any way to take any of that into consideration? Is that just one of the variables we have to live with?
It's a pretty significant variable, and anywhere you have open ditch drainage, which in some parts of the city, like Northeast, is quite the norm. You're going to have issues with maintenance, and that is, you know, flip side to even other nature-based solutions too. Is there often are maintenance requirements, and you have to figure out who's going to do that: the city, the county, homeowners, neighborhood associations, and I think that, you know, modeling that in real time would probably be really helpful, but it, you know, probably is a little bit beyond our capacities at the moment. I'm not sure, but it's a real issue. And also to your issue about legacy infrastructure, I know that with Project Braze, for example, a big part of that was to redo bridges to sort of reduce the risks of that kind of blockage happening,
Right.
sort of damming effects. And I think probably it was successful, but then, you know, we have a lot of old bridges in town, and replacing all of those is something that takes time and resources.
One thing, do not let your yard guy blow the clippings into the storm sewers, whatever you do. What other questions have we got here? Got some over here on this. Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay.
Mary Lawler, I'm with Avenue. We're an affordable housing developer, and we completed a subdivision last year. We were required to put in a detention pond, and our low-income homeowners are going to be required to maintain that pond forever. And it kind of gets to this maintenance question. First of all, I'm concerned about their ability to pay for that, but I'm also wondering if it would be more efficient for government to take on the responsibility of creating the drainage and detention needed for our city, as opposed to imposing it on each individual homeowner and subdivision.
Either one of you have a comment on that? So I can tell you a little bit of the history about that. This was like when you see big commercial developments, I'm sure you've seen some of these subdivisions, you see gigantic retention ponds right by. Those are required to put in, and that business is required to maintain it. So there's been this sort of attempt by government to shift the ongoing burden away from government and onto whoever's doing the development that requires the detention. I'm kind of skeptical that's going to change, but we're going to have a session late this afternoon talking about government policy and finances, and maybe John Diamond will have some thoughts on that. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you for your presentation this morning. Jim Tucker, 5-time Houston resident, so I guess I don't know any better. On the set-asides or the buyouts, a few years ago after a session at one of the Houston-Galveston Council public meetings, I was talking to one of their planners, and he said there were areas in Northeast Houston that were flooded during Allison, that's 2000, that were still unbuildable. That sounds like a pattern. So could there be a framework for at least progressive buyouts or whatever under any sort of funding that you're aware of, that one of these days we could revert that area, which obviously is low and things run to, into a place that's much more amenable for the whole city, given the habitation needs we have. Thank you.
So I think one great organization that's doing some work related to that is Houston Wilderness, who's partnered to an extent with Harris County. They have a program called Targeted Buyout, or TUBS. There's a couple of research papers on it through Texas A&M, some colleagues there. Not as familiar with the Northeast, but I know in the Southeast, toward the Pasadena area, it's a targeted buyout program where they target homes that have been repeatedly flooded that are directly adjacent to bayous, and specifically directly adjacent to green spaces. So it's an opportunity to basically expand some park space and then retrofit that with vegetation. They handle the vegetation planting and some of the maintenance costs associated with it. So there are programs like that that are being run in cooperation with the county and with local nonprofits. And that's a lot of work from Houston Wilderness.
Anything to add to that?
Well, I mean, I would just say that I think, thinking of my colleague in the School of Architecture here, Albert Pope, who we're working with on a project in Westbury right now, his feeling is that, for Houston to really thrive across the rest of this century, we need to be more serious about managed retreat, about whatever strategy, whether it's buyouts or involuntary or voluntary, urban redesign. We have to give the bayous more room to breathe, essentially. We need to move our habitations out. We probably need to build a little denser than we have in Houston, and we definitely have to think about all the different ecosystem services that the bayous offer to us and how to maximize those, whether that's natural amenities, which I think, our park system is glorious. It's one of the great things about Houston is having that much sort of riverfront space that's public space we can all enjoy. We could have even more of that in this model, right? We could think about it as a way to we would be getting something in return for sort of moving our homes out of these danger areas. Jim Blackburn, I'll just stop here. Jim Blackburn has fond of saying, if your house floods once, that's a warning. But if your house floods twice, you shouldn't be living there. So and probably nobody should be living there.
Jim also frequently uses a phrase I think he got from the Dutch, which was, give the river room to roam.
Yeah, give the river
and I think it's a really important part of what we ought to be doing. When I was traveling around looking at the city, it was just fundamentally, obviously, we built in some places we shouldn't have never built. Now, the problem is that some of those people don't want to give up their houses, and if you're going to take it involuntarily, that's going to create a lot of political pushback. But I found a lot of those people would be quite anxious for you to buy their home and them to be able to move someplace else. But when you do that, you've also got to permanently restrict that property never to be built on again, which is a real critical, because we've done some things where we've gone in and taken stuff and then turned around and built something on it, which is really stupid. But I think I think you can make an argument that building a gigantic city on a big flat coastal plain where hurricanes come down was probably not a great idea to begin with. But, we're here, so we got to figure out how to deal with it. Yes, ma'am, you've had your hand up right behind you. You think you got your mic? Yes. I think it's on.
Hi, Aljanita Davis. I've done some affordable housing.
Hey, Aljanita, how you doing?
For the past, I don't know how many years. Is there an effort whatsoever to correct the dams that are created by the railroad rights of way? The rights of way are the lines for where you can build and where you cannot build, and because of the sheet flow, especially in Northeast Houston and Inglewood, and how it disrupts the sheet flow in Northeast. And in addition to that, there would have to be because the rights of way were given to them in the 1880s or 1850s or whatever. And the problem is that if they are there and then they create this dam, it's hard to engineer around something that you would normally think would be the sheet flow for that watershed. And I've seen that happen. I've also seen where there is construction that happened in a neighborhood that we built with Habitat for Humanity. And here we had this neighborhood, we had the detention, Brown and Gay had engineered all of that, and then it floods because of the sheet flow, the development that occurred in the natural sheet flow, and it comes down into what would normally not be a place where the water would run. But because of the development that's there, then that occurs. So is there a way to go back and kind of readdress those things that create those dams and disturb the natural sheet flow?
Aljanita, we can't even get them to stop parking across the trains across the streets. The railroads have a lot of superpowers. Ed could probably tell us more about the history of that. But it's very difficult. And frankly, the railroads are one issue, but the freeways are another. I mean, if you look at the ponding, I was just looking through the maps earlier, getting ready for Ed's session, and in Spring Branch, just to the north side of I-10, there's an area that ponds because obviously the natural drainage was cut off when we did that. Now, I will say, TxDOT's doing a lot of work in the NEPA to try to address some of these historic issues. How well they'll do, I guess we'll see, but at least they are paying more attention to it this time around. See, Hush, you had a question right here. Yes, ma'am. Last question? Okay.
Elizabeth Stevenson. I've lived in Houston since '77, and we have the issue that all of Houston really is in a flood zone, and we're below sea level. But as you go further west, I used to live in Frostwood, 1 block and 2 houses west of Gessner. Now in areas that are not by the bayou, even certain streets are beginning to flood. And as you go way out west, years ago, those were farms. Rice farms, it was unpaved land, small roads, not very much concrete, and now further and further and further. I used to say that Brookshire was the next Katy. Well, now Sealy's going to be the next. So somehow people need to address the concrete issue that happens even in Spring Branch and other areas where you've got concrete, the water can't flow, as you said earlier. That's a huge issue. I don't have the answer for it, but are they
well,
looking
actually,
at
the
that?
concrete, it flows too fast is the problem. Frostwood, by the way, is sort of a unique situation. Memorial Mall and all that ended up throwing some water over there, and then they built right along the creek there and covered it. So sometime we'll talk about Frostwood. But, one thing that I want to say that may give us some relief, and this is kind of sort of counterintuitive, but it's been one of my themes here lately. We're going to do a conference in September on what we're calling depopulation. This idea that Houston's going to keep growing forever is not correct. The whole world, the population is going to top out here probably in 20 or 30 years, and then the population will start declining. The number of people that moved to Texas last year was down 80% from what it was 3 years ago. The CBO came out the other day and said that they think that 2028 will be the last year in the United States where we have more births than deaths. So this one thing I think we need to understand is that going forward, we're going to be in a much, much different demographic reality than we've been for the last 50 years. And I find that most people, even researchers working in this area, have not really caught up with what that curve is going to look like. It doesn't solve all our problems and stuff, but we're maybe not going to be making them quite so bad going into the future. So I think I'm getting the hook, Shannon. Is that what you said? All right, we got to stop here, and we're going to turn it over to Ed and his next panel. So thank you all so much. Please thank our guys that came up here and gave their time on this. Please.
I don't think you'll need this, but I'll...
No.
Okay.
No, I get to sit there. Okay, are we ready? I'm adjusting my chair here because I need to be able to see Bill King. I wanted to get a curtain, and so Bill could kind of be like the Wizard of Oz, because he's going to be running the slides back here. Thank everybody for coming out today. This is clearly an important topic and a topic that's near and dear to my heart, whether I wanted it to be or not. So let me set the stage a little bit. This will be a lengthy session because we're going to try and go through the map, the new map. You've heard how these maps were created and why, but what do they really mean? And so with us today, we have two people who I think are going to be absolutely fabulous commenting on it. Elun Chung is an investigative reporter for the Houston Chronicle, and she's done a lot of work on this. And in fact, I believe this is your map that we've got up right now, and we'll say more about that in just a little while. Russ Poppy has already been mentioned. Russ is currently the first assistant engineer in Fort Bend County, not Harris County, but he was director of Harris County Flood Control District back during Harvey and for a few years after that. So if you start talking about how things and why they are the way they are in Harris County, there's nobody better qualified to talk about that than Russ. Now, let me add something real quickly because it came up in one of the questions. Here at the Baker Institute, we like to talk about data analysis and music. Technology. We like to talk about data analysis and facts. And there was a question about what do current office holders think. We're not getting into that today at all. That's for another panel at another time. We're here today to talk about the new maps and what do they mean. And what the policymakers do with them, that's up to them. And you'll have to talk to them about that. So I just want to set that out. Now, as you might imagine, I have a few initial remarks that I would like to make. First, as has already been mentioned, we live on a coastal plain. Whether the city should have been here or not, in the county, we are. And it's not going away. So building here is a challenge. We've talked about the 100-year floodplain and the 500-year floodplain. We've talked about Tax Day flood. We also had Memorial Day flood the year before that. And we had Harvey in 2017. And it's a little pet peeve of mine. Everybody keeps talking about Hurricane Harvey. We did not get hit by Hurricane Harvey. We got hit by the rains after Harvey. Tax Day was not a hurricane. Memorial Day was not a hurricane. Tropical Storm Allison was not a hurricane. I never thought I'd find myself saying this, but hurricanes are really pretty easy because compared to these big floods, because a hurricane moves and it keeps going. These floods all came about because the weather pattern stopped over us, and that's an important thing to keep in mind. As for the 100-year and the 500-year floodplain, I remember being interviewed on ABC, and it became a line that sounds simple, but as has been pointed out, people don't know what is a 100-year floodplain? What is a 500-year floodplain? Well, if we took Tax Day and Memorial Day and Harvey, I used to say we had 3 500-year floods in a 3-year period. So you can come to a conclusion. Either the definition of a 500-year flood is wrong, or we're safe for 1,500 years. Nobody believed that we were going to be safe for 1,500 years. But now we do have new maps, and I think I can say this, and I think the two panelists will agree with me. These maps are probably already obsolete because it took so long to make them. So again, we're making no policy recommendations today or judgments. I will point out that when I was after Harvey, the county commissioners and I, at Russ Poppy's urging, admitted we were wrong. And that's not an easy thing to do, but what were the building codes prior to Harvey? It was 1 foot above the 100-year floodplain. Well, that clearly wasn't right. Number one, the floodplains probably weren't defined properly, but that wasn't enough. So we immediately changed it to 2 feet above the 500-year floodplain. And that may not be enough either. The bond issue was mentioned. Harris County voters, 86% approved the largest local bond in Texas history, $2.5 billion. So we'll have to see. So new maps, what do they mean? By the way, I may have one other thing here to add. No, I'll get to that in a minute. The map before you is from the Chronicle. Elun probably knows this map better than anybody in this room, so we'll get to her in just a moment. But first, let me share some observations about this map. You can't see it real well, but basically, the red areas are areas that have been moved to a higher risk zone. The green areas are areas that have been moved to a lower risk zone. And the gray, and I suppose the white, are no change at all. But having said that, and I hope I don't steal your thunder when you start talking about the map, just a few observations that Bill King and I have come up with. If you look at Settegast, the neighborhood just outside Loop 610 to the northeast, it went from nothing, not in a floodplain at all, to now everything is in the 100-year floodplain at least. And part of that is the comment that was made over here. However, Sims Bayou, that watershed, even during Harvey, was minimally affected. And I can give a shout out. I miss him a lot, but El Franco Lee, who was the county commissioner, took care of Sims Bayou with projects years ago. And the good news about that is it shows that projects can mitigate flooding. And Sims Bayou is an economically depressed area. So it does work. Buffalo Bayou has been mentioned a lot, and I have to talk about that. On the map here, it shows little change. What that means, of course, is Addicks and Barker Reservoir work. But you got to keep something in mind about Addicks and Barker Reservoir. They were built in the 1940s. They were 20 miles out of town. And since then, we have built all the way up to them. And along the way, if you look at old maps of the Buffalo Bayou area and the old San Felipe Trail, if you really want to get a long way back, there were all these tributaries going into Buffalo Bayou. Nobody really kept track of where they are. And Mother Nature has a very long memory. And so one of the problems that came up during Harvey, the rains of Harvey, when the Corps decided to open the floodgates, they were afraid that it was not that the reservoir was going to be breached, but that the floodwaters were going to go out around the north end. And if that had happened, nobody knew where the water was going to flow because we hadn't modeled that. And so Addicks and Barker, we can say there's no change, but there are still some issues there. And of course, Braze, where a lot of you may live, it's a really mixed bag. There have been some improvements, and then there have been some areas that haven't been so improved. And Meyerland was mentioned earlier. Even without tax day, the heaviest part of it hitting Meyerland got flooded a lot. And it's important to keep that in mind. And I graduated from Bel Air High School in 1967, long time ago. There wasn't flooding. So for people who say there haven't been changes, yeah, there have. So those are kind of my beginning comments. Elun, this is your map.
Okay, well, thank you for having me.
Walk through us. And by the way, what we're going to do, see how I started this and then cut her off immediately? Once we switch to the map that Bill's going to put up, then we're going to go through kind of neighborhood by neighborhood and see what changed and why. And we'll have the ability to show the previous map and then the new proposed map. And so when we get to questions, I have a feeling we'll have a lot, because people will say, well, what about this neighborhood or that neighborhood? And we'll try and find it on the map and deal with it at that time. My hope for today, and I have to say this, particularly Kinder Institute's our partner in this. You know, Kinder does this survey every year. What do people in this area think? In 2018, the number one issue was flooding. In 2025, that wasn't one of the top issues at all. And that's unfortunate, because guess what? It's going to happen again, and people are going to say, well, why didn't we care about it? You care about it, and that's why you're here. And that's why Ambassador Satterfield wanted us to put this on. And so we're glad you're here. And so now, Elu?
Okay, very glad to be here. Also very glad that I'm joined by Russ, who has deep expertise in engineering and flood control and how these complex systems actually work. My role here is probably a little different. Our team at the Houston Chronicle has been looking at not only where the changes are happening, but also who live there and what the changes mean for those families. And as you can see on the map, you know, we're seeing basically sweeping expansions in almost every watershed systems across the county. Our analysis of the draft maps show the 100-year floodplain is going to expand by around 43%. That's 130 square miles. And the 500-year floodplain is going to expand also by around a third. So you're going to see entire blocks and big portions of entire neighborhoods being wrapped into a higher risk zone once the maps are finalized. And as Ed mentioned, you know, we're seeing a lot of expansions in both relatively affluent suburban communities, you know, around Katy, Cypress, but also working class and lower income communities in parts of the city. And one thing that I want to highlight is, you know, as you all know, even when the physical hazards are similar, the human impacts can be very different depending on the pre-existing socioeconomic conditions in a particular neighborhood. And I know you're going to guide us through some of those discussions as well, because as you all know, these are not just technical lines drawn on the maps. There can be real-world consequences, especially if you get rezoned into a regulatory floodplain for the first time. You will likely be required to carry flood insurance if you have a federally backed mortgage. You can be subject to additional building and permitting rules depending on where you live. And it's also going to fundamentally change how people perceive their properties and the risk of their property. It's going to change the kind of questions that a buyer might ask you if you were to sell your property further down the line. So hopefully we're gonna get to touch on some of that as well.
Okay. So are there any particular neighborhoods that
of course
you'd like to talk about right now?
Do you want to start with where the maps are getting better or where they're getting worse?
Well, hey, Judge, maybe before we, a little bit more background about the maps and how
Sure.
they
Russ?
So, great conversation. I was intrigued by some of the discussions earlier today, but I want to respond to a couple of things that were brought up about things were built where they shouldn't have been built. And so a little bit more history about how the maps came to be. You know, there were not comprehensive floodplain maps in Harris County until the mid-1980s. So there was, put that in perspective, how much development happened up into that point. And to Mr. King's point, there are things that got built without that knowledge. And so one would argue, well, should they have been there or not? You could also ask the question, well, if they did build there, maybe they should have been elevated by several feet. So one of the things that the maps did back in the early mid-1980s was to help better identify that risk. And since then, you know, there was a significant upgrade to the maps after Tropical Storm Allison. That was in 2001. The maps were completed in 2007. And I think, you know, True and Dominic did a good job kind of explaining all that. And then, you know, building on that to what happened after Harvey, you know, truth be told, I mean, we were thinking about updating the maps already even before Harvey happened. I think Harvey then accelerated that. But leading up to Harvey, there were still a lot of questions coming in from the community about, well, you know, Tax Day flood happened, Memorial Day flood happened. They weren't in a mapped floodplain, but yet they were flooding, and there was a lot of questions about, well, why was that? And there's a lot of reasonings behind that, but we took a lot of this information leading up to Harvey and the decision to remap, saying that, when we do remap, we want to use the latest and greatest technology, the latest and greatest information, so that we have the best ability to project and portray our updated flood risk in the county. And so that was sort of the background leading up to the decision to remap. And I think, Judge, in your opening comments, you kind of mentioned that these maps might be outdated already. I would say they might very well be, and I'm sure we'll get to that throughout the discussion of why that is. But I will say that these are approximations of flood risk. So we look at, from a FEMA perspective, they've got a very large job. They're looking at flood risk across the entire United States. They had to come up with a way to sort of standardize a flood risk. So you couldn't have the East Coast modeling it one way and the West Coast doing it another way. So they had to come up with this hypothetical 1% 24-hour storm. And so that's what you see here in these maps. But as True and Dominic articulated, that's just one scenario. And I've been doing this close to 30 years now, and I can say with all honesty that I have yet to see Mother Nature produce a rainfall event that matches what's exactly in the models that these maps represent. So all that said, a big talking point, and I'm going to reiterate here again, is it's so important to have flood insurance. Regardless of where you are on this map, I can't stress the importance enough of having flood insurance. So with that, we'll get into more of the details. Thank you for that.
Okay, well, you mentioned Satterfield, so would you like to start with
Sure.
Northeast Houston?
Okay. Okay. So what are we looking at here?
So you're actually seeing, I believe, large parts of Kashmir Gardens. In those areas, you're seeing significant improvements. A lot of properties are going to get lifted out of the floodplain. But if you go, just a little east to the Satterfield area, or a little north of that to the East Little York Homestead area, you're seeing that those are some of the neighborhoods that are going to see some of the biggest floodplain expansions under the draft maps.
Okay, let me interrupt. So the color code now is what?
So the blue is before. So you can see here, this is the settings. There's no flood map there at all. And now you see here's what it is with the zone. This is Settigus right in here, this area here.
So green is the new flood.
Yes, I believe so.
There was nothing here before, and this is what there is now.
Okay.
I think the dark green is the 100-year floodplain, and the lighter one is the 500-year.
Correct.
Okay. Dark green is 100, and light green is 500.
500,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. So.
And then the really dark one along the river, the bayou, is the floodway.
Right. So, Russ?
Well, there's probably a couple things going on here. True had mentioned that these models represent a 2D scenario, meaning that they're looking at how the water flows interacts, and what you could be seeing here is that there looks like there is now a connection between the floodplain from the bayou to the north to Hunting Bayou, and that could well represent an overflow. And that's one of the benefits of the 2D modeling approach, is that is a much more sophisticated way of looking at, okay, when the water gets out of that channel banks, where does it go? And it could very well be that that new floodplain that goes from the north to the south into Hunting Bayou represents what happens to that water when it leaves the bayou to the north. I think that's either Greens or that's Halls Bayou, overflowing down into that. So what you're seeing is an overflow that happens there. And as a result, when that water starts overflowing, there's not a lot of infrastructure there to pick that up. And as a result, you're seeing that increase in flood risk.
Yeah, this afternoon we will have a panel that'll talk about, again, Professor Elliott's going to be discussing some of the socioeconomic impacts of this. But one thing, I've got numerous points I want to make throughout the day. One thing is how the demographics of regions have changed over the years. As was mentioned, there were no flood maps prior to the 1980s. But in a previous study we did about highways, Kashmir Gardens, for example, if you look at the census, the 1950 census, Kashmir Gardens was 81% white Anglo. And by 1960, it had changed dramatically. And of course now it is seen as a largely minority community. But it hadn't always been that way. And so all of these communities we need to talk about. And the other thing, I'm getting ahead of you a little bit, Jim, but this afternoon, when we start talking about the far northwest parts of Harris County, there are lower socioeconomic areas even in the far northwest that people don't think about. And so that's something to keep in mind. So this is Settegast, and I tell you what I want to do is, as we kind of go around parts of the map, if somebody wants to ask a question about any of it, do, because we're going to make our way all the way through this map, and hopefully not a very tedious process. Yes, a microphone's coming to you. Hang on just a second. I caught Shannon off guard.
Well, while the microphone's getting that, an important thing to note out, you see the blue floodplain, which was the old floodplain. It's just a big blob. If you slide the slider back to see the new proposed floodplains, you see a lot more, sorry, the other direction. So that same area, you see a lot more, you can actually see the streets there. And that is one of the benefits of the new technology, the better data sets that actually has a much better ability to look at that area in more detail to give you that better definition. So you go from this big blob that we think there's a flood risk here versus you can almost see street by street there where that elevated flood risk is.
I have a question for you. So how come you're seeing a lot of homes being lifted out of the floodplains, but the streets are in a higher flood risk area?
Well, I think it was mentioned in the previous panel that when the storm sewers, if it's a storm sewer cert area, I mean the storm, when it starts raining, the rain goes into inlets, they go into pipes underground. The streets are naturally made lower because they want the water to drain to the streets then drain to those storm sewer inlets and gets carried off by the storm sewer. So as a result, when the area starts getting inundated either by highly intense rainfall for local floods or when the bayous start backing up, the streets are the low-lying areas, and so they're going to naturally fill up with water first.
So it's capturing that elevation difference?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I guess a question about, we'll get to your question in just a minute.
Yep.
How much of this area actually has storm drains versus drainage ditches?
Yep. My name is Allison Hay. I'm with Houston Habitat for Humanity. We build in Settegast, and we've been there for a really long time. I think it's interesting, too, to note what it was before, like you said, Judge. It was farmland. So everybody had 6 acres. There were farmers, 6 acres. So not a lot of there's not a lot of infrastructure in the way of streets and things. It's traditionally the same streets. But when you looked at it, it was farmland. When maybe the 70s or 80s, when they started, this is where a lot of the land bank is banked. There's a lot of lots there, and there's been a lot more infrastructure as the city has moved out. So there's a lot of opportunity there when you're talking about it, the flood opportunities. I am going to quote back to the infrastructure component. When older neighborhoods like this, traditionally underserved neighborhoods, because it used to be farmland, so you didn't need a lot of streets that drop down the traditional drop. The new way that we built streets, they're built old way, so they don't have, they're using streets to do drainage. They have the way that you would use a street if you had 6 acres of farmland. So that development developed, but the infrastructure and the way that the care that we built a true infrastructure for a community, that has not been updated. And so true map, and I also say you've got some opportunities there to look when we talked about why some of them are raised up and some are not. With the building codes changed, and there's a lot of new development in there, but they're all developed to the new 2 foot over the floodplain. So that was just an insight I thought you would know because we live in those streets, so yeah.
Well, thank you. And keep in mind, you just mentioned new developments built to 2 feet over the 500 year. That was the previous 500 year. So if the 500 year is now expanded, we're still going to have a lot of structures that they're in compliance with what they needed to be in compliance with, but not necessarily what they need to be now. And having said that, before I get another question, we move to another area. There was a lawsuit by some homeowners. I won't go into all the details, but basically they sued the developer, saying the developer should have known to do more. But the fact is, the developer did everything the county asked. And if you go down that road, then if you can't do, I mean, government regulation has to be responsible sooner or later. And so in that case, the lawsuit got thrown out. The judge said, well, no, they complied with everything that was required. It's just we didn't require what was enough, so you can't blame them. We have one more question. Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned the requirement for flood insurance for those who have federally backed mortgages, but thinking about the sort of social impact in these areas, a lot of these homes are owned outright. They're generational properties. Are there community outreach efforts underway, or how are people going to know that they are now in these 100-year and 500-year floodplains?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And just taking a step back, I talk to a lot of residents and community advocates in those areas, and they're saying that, this is not new information for them. They know the neighborhood floods and it's flooded repeatedly, so they almost find the new maps, they're vindicating, what they've been saying for a very long time. It's just putting an official label on a problem that they've experienced for years and years. But you're right, in some of these lower income neighborhoods, there are a lot of seniors, there are a lot of longtime residents, people who don't have a mortgage, people who live on a fixed income. And for those people, because they're not required to purchase flood insurance, they're almost less protected, right? Because there isn't that safety net when the next severe storm hits. And I talked to a lot of people in those areas and also a little up north in East Little York, Homestead. And it's not as nuanced, it's more nuanced than that they don't understand the flood risk or want to purchase flood insurance. There are people, who live way below the poverty line. They still have major repairs in their homes that are unfixed from previous flooding, and their homes are uninsurable. There are people, who dropped flood insurance years ago because they had to support multiple children through school at a time, and it's kind of like dropping Peter to pay Rob. So, there are some good groups in those areas advocating on their behalf. I think there's the Northeast Action Collective who are trying to pay for flood insurance policies for some of those members, but that's very limited efforts. And some of the residents I talked to raised the question of, is there something that our local government can do on a larger scale to support those people?
Good. Okay.
Hey, Ed, one thing I want to point out before we leave this Setting area, when you see the streets are white out of the flood zone, but the adjoining property that is almost certainly a street that has ditches on the side of it, and the street's built up. Right. When we go over to Meyerland, say for example, where it's curb and gutter, you will see the opposite, where the street is in the flood zone, but the lot is not.
That's right. Yes.
I just wanted Bill to show the map again so you can see how the railroads become the boundaries for the areas. If you will look at it, you can see the straight line of the railroad. If you just back it away a little bit, and how the railroad comes through and it becomes the boundary totally for the area where it's in a flood zone or not in a flood zone.
Yeah, the railroads, even the one that goes out FM 1960 toward Beaumont, out in rural areas, you could see where it flooded one side, but not necessarily the other side. Let's go up to Kingwood.
And while he's scrolling up there, you mentioned the late Commissioner L. Franco Lee. He was a very big proponent of the Hunting Bayou Federal Project with the Army Corps of Engineers. That project is now being pushed towards completion. But I think it was touched on in the previous panel, that project was not progressed to the point where we could capture those improvements with these maps. So talking about whether these maps are still effective or current,
Right.
that is one project benefit that may not be entirely captured with this mapping exercise for that reason.
Okay. So, many years ago, I lived in Kingwood. It never flooded, ever. Forest Cove did, not to be confused with Kingwood. Forest Cove is closer to the San Jacinto River. And if there's somebody here from Kingwood, they can correct me, but I'm not sure that much happened during either Tax Day or Memorial Day. But Harvey, it went underwater. Hang on.
So yeah, Kingwood resident. I'm Nick Panzarella, Joe Panzarella's older brother.
And Louise Panzarella's son.
You knew Louise?
She was on the school board when I was in the legislature. Go ahead.
No way, yeah, that's my grandma.
It's fun being old. Oh, grandma. Oh, now you did it to me. Not even his mother.
But yeah, my father's from Humble, but yeah, we grew up in Kings Forest. And Kings Forest 1 saw some flooding in '94. And so we had family friends, but we were in Kings Forest 2, and there was no flooding until Harvey. I'm in South Woodland Hills now, and we're not in the 100 or 500 year, but we did flood during Imelda. Got about 4 inches. So, but yeah, would love to hear some more because this is important.
So now Kingwood, as you can see, scroll back and forth here. You have any comments about this area?
Actually, interestingly, Kingwood is not an area where we saw the most floodplain boundary changes under the new maps. So fortunately, we're not seeing risk increasing as significantly as some other areas, although you do see the 100-year floodplain kind of widening a little bit along the waterway.
Go back just a little, yeah. Because this is one of those areas, if nobody has any other questions, I'll just comment that, not to get ahead of our luncheon speaker, but one of the issues that we're hearing about with the Kingwood area is what's going on across the county line in Montgomery County, that developments are going in there that are creating flooding patterns in Kingwood, and those may not be captured in this mapping either because those developments weren't there. And then if we go just south of Kingwood, you get into the Atascocita area, and then you're down into the Little York.
Yeah, and also Greater Greens Point. That's an area that's going to see some major floodplain expansions. And you probably all remember that Greens Point had a lot of large apartment complexes that flooded really severely during Harvey. Some of those buildings had already deteriorated over the years, and some of them were even located inside a floodway where you really are not supposed to build anything, let alone live there. I think that area since then has seen some significant buyout efforts, but buyouts are slow, they're expensive and limited. And some people, it also creates a problem with displacement, right? Some people, their families lived there for a long time. It's a convenient location for them to go to work, go to school, to seek transit options, and they had to leave, their longtime home. That also raises the question, because we talked about flood insurance, of what are we going to do with renters? If you're a renter, then you're not going to be required to purchase flood insurance, but you also have less control over the building, like what kind of repairs and renovations they're going to do. And if you're low income, then you might not choose or know to purchase additional flood insurance policies to protect your belongings. So again, when a storm hits, you really suffer the same consequences without the same level of control as homeowners.
Do you have any comment about the Greens Point area?
This is another good example of the railroad's effect here. That's the Hardy Toll Road going up and down there, and that railroad, and you can see what a dramatic effect there is in the ponding behind it upstream.
Right. The other thing to comment about Greens Point, it has undergone tremendous demographic changes too since it was built. And again, the renters, I'm going to tee this up for Professor Elliott this afternoon. You ready for this? You know, renters don't have any place to go necessarily. And when you get to the whole question of affordable housing, if you take housing stock off the market, where are they going to go? And that's one reason I think that we're seeing as many changes out in the far northwest as we are, because people are having to move farther and farther out to find affordable housing, which is interesting. Yes, sir. Oh, we got one over here first? Okay.
Hi, my name is Tushar Ranatunga from Houston Galveston Area Council. GIS manager. I'm happy to hear that a lot of our data is being used for flood modeling and all those things. So my question / comment on this one is, I'm pretty sure these maps were developed based on 2018 elevation profiles LiDAR data. So since 2018, now the landscape has changed a lot. Right? So we recently acquired 2024 LiDAR. So what are the plans on updating those things? And also it's going to affect the general public, like, you know, for their insurance. Some people pay insurance that they don't, their houses are elevated already and they don't get flooded. So it's kind of like open question and comment on what would be the recent plan, I mean the near future plan for that.
Well, I think unless there's an appeal that's made during the appeal process as these maps go through the official adoption process, I don't think there's a strong, compelling way to get FEMA to adapt, because if you adopt the new 2024 LiDAR data, that's going to have a significant impact, as you mentioned, across the way, which will further delay, I think, the rollout of the official maps. So I don't think the district's going to be able to be in a position, or FEMA's going to be in a position to adopt the newest data. But there are also mechanisms, once the maps become effective, to recognize the fill that's been placed, the elevation, the new development, through things like elevation certificates, and having someone come through and verify that, yes, the base flood elevation is here, but because maybe the individual homeowner made some improvements, or homes were elevated, that information can be captured, and then there's a process with FEMA to go through to take that in consideration for flood insurance purposes. The other thing that this does impact is if you are now in a mapped 100-year floodplain and you flood in a future flood, you now have additional requirements to consider as part of the rebuilding process. So if you flood in a future flood and you're now in one of these mapped floodplain areas, if you get declared substantially damaged, which means more than 51 or 50% of your home has been damaged, you are then required to bring that structure up to compliance, and that's a FEMA requirement. So there are some impacts with the elevations that are shown and the mapping that's associated with those elevations for multiple reasons. But again, I think absent of an appeal, what you see today is going to be most likely what's moved forward as part of the adoption process.
So Russ, that leads me to two questions. Number one, who can appeal? What is the appeal process?
There are no limitations on who can appeal.
So an individual could
appeal?
appeal?
A homeowner association?
The county can
a
appeal?
whole community can also appeal. Like the city of Houston can lead an appeal if they want to.
So,
I mean, that's also why it's important to start paying attention right now, because FEMA's appeal process really rewards people who are informed very early. You know, we are doing some reporting and some analysis into the kind of FEMA appeals that people have done in the past decade, and we're seeing that they tend to be clustered around more wealthier neighborhoods, because it takes resources, information, knowledge, access to technical assistance to go through that process, and there's quite a bit of inequity, which we're also likely to see going forward in the map update process.
Okay. And I promise I'm going to get to you. My second question, since you said FEMA would require on a rebuilding to meet new standards, what if a homeowner can't or won't do that? I mean, I'm thinking of neighborhoods that I've driven through and where a lot of the houses have been raised dramatically and others are still at the same level they were. How can those still be there and inhabited? Either one of you.
I mean, yeah, those are tough situations where if the homeowner doesn't have the financial resources to make the necessary repairs to bring that structure into compliance. That's a really tough situation. I'm not sure there's an easy answer there. I would say in some instances, if there's a buyout option, that could be something that could be looked at as well. Because some of these homes are, multiple feet inside of a floodplain in some instances. And, from a project perspective, I mean, it's very difficult to reduce floodplains by feet. If you look at Project Brace, for example, I mean, that was a federal project with Army Corps, 2.5 to 3 feet overall flood, water surface reduction, but that was almost a $550 million project that took, close to 25 years to complete. So these are not easy projects to implement. So when you start looking at if someone needs immediate flood relief and they can't bring their structure into compliance, then maybe a buyout option would be the most approachable.
Okay, we'll get back to that when we get to Meyerland because that's my exact example. This poor man's been waiting for a long time. Yes.
Hey, thanks so much. My name is Michael Bloom. I'm a civil engineer and former member of the Harris County Community Flood Resilience Task Force. And I just had a couple of just general points and then a quick question. One is that it feels like the maps are being perceived as sort of bad news, that, oh my gosh, we have this problem. And I wanted to just say that the maps were developed under Russ and your guidance using really incredible, much more accurate data and modeling. And so, the reason why they're bigger and the reason why they're more detailed is because of that, looking at the bayou flow and also looking at the neighborhood flow, which wasn't done in the prior map. So that slider is not really a one-to-one comparison. The older maps were just looking at the bayou flow. They weren't looking at the neighborhood flow. And so what I was going to just say is the take home for me is even though it looks bigger and kind of scarier, it's better information to make policy and to make decisions and for everyone. Like it's just better information. We extended the rainfall record. The rainfall record for the old map started in like 1920 and went to like 1960. So it was like 40 years of data. In order to do Atlas 14, they typed in rainfall observations from the 1880s. They extended the record that we were looking at by like tripling the duration of that record period. So this is so much more important and informative. So this is really important for us to use to make good decisions. Anyway, and then the last question I had was related to the kind of my neighborhood. So could you look at, it's kind of like Briar Forest between Beltway 8 and Highway 6. Thank you.
Okay, we'll respond to that request. What I remember about Beltway 8 during Harvey was I thought it would have been a great place to have the rowing regattas during Olympics. It was amazing, and I'm not making light of it, but it was something. So, Bill, can we go to that?
I think I'm in Briar Forest right now. If you can give me a little more direction. There's Westheimer, Briar Forest, Hunter Creek Village.
I just want to say I absolutely agree with what you said about the maps providing better information, and it's going to be so useful to future buyers too, for home buyers, because even though there are better flood risk tools out there, or there are just more information out there, unfortunately the flood maps are still what a lot of people rely on solely. So, and we're seeing, people are frustrated that they cannot get more information about a specific property's flood risk beyond what's on a disclosure form. on real estate websites too, HAR.com was on the verge of incorporating climate risk information, I think around mid last year. But then because of complaints from a lot of realtors who worry about a stigma attached to a high risk score, that they unfortunately backed out. So this is going to be really, really useful for future buyers too. And that's something that our readers care a lot about.
And I would say this is the next evolution of our understanding of our flood risks. I mean, Michael, you mentioned, the data sets, and that's obviously that data set's going to get bigger the more we go into the future, and we'll be looking back about, okay, now maybe even a larger data set, so we have a better data field to pull from a statistical standpoint to help further redefine the risk. So as the future progresses, we will get better understanding even more of our flood risks. The one comment I will make about this is this floodplain map that you're seeing for Buffalo Bayou represents local flow only. So there's a lot of questions about what happened during Harvey, and I think that may be a completely separate panel discussion, but what this map represents is this map assumes that the gates are closed at Addicks and Barker. So what you're seeing is the floodplain resulting from the flows that excluded from the Barker and Addicks reservoirs make their way into Buffalo Bayou, and that's the resulting floodplain.
Right. If the gates are open, then it's a whole different ball game. And I will say that, and one of the reasons we're doing this, I can't stress it enough, is to get people interested in this, to get people talking about it. I still have people come up and say, somebody should have lowered the level in Addicks and Barker reservoirs before Harvey. Well, there wasn't any water.
They were empty.
When you use the term reservoir, they think it had water in it. It didn't. And I'm going to say again what I said earlier, that the whole area, mainly north of Buffalo Bayou, has all these tributaries that come into it. And if water comes around the north end of the reservoirs, nobody knows exactly where they're going to go. And in fact, to use the example for here, Tropical Storm Allison, the medical center flooded, this whole area went underwater. People said, why? Well, if you go back a long, long time ago, before Rice was here, there was a creek that ran right through here. And back to my saying that Mother Nature has a long memory, it came back. Now since then, and Russ may correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the city of Houston and whoever else put in huge culverts under Kirby that mitigated that. And other projects were done to protect the medical center. So you're right, these maps aren't all bad news. These maps kind of say, okay, this is where you need to go to improve things if you're going to continue to live on the coastal plain. So this is the Briar Forest, and again, so many people remember the flooding that resulted after the floodgates were open. And that's a whole different situation. Any other comments about this part of town?
Mike, was there a particular place you wanted to look at in Briar Forest?
Okay. Well, let's go up. Oh, is this about this area?
No.
Okay.
Kingwood.
Okay, back to Kingwood.
Back to Kingwood. So my name's Dave Smith. I'm a mud director in the Woodlands. So I'm Montgomery County. And so this is the second meeting I've been at where they reference Montgomery County is causing some of the flood issues, but I know Commissioner Gray in Precinct 4 probably has the most aggressive flood mitigation effort going on. And I get puzzled by those comments because of you got area north of 99. Maybe you can qualify that a little bit.
Yeah, I think if you talk to people who live in Kingwood, the developments that are going in just north of it don't seem to be taken into consideration here. And I don't know if Russ wants to talk about it. Even if you go even farther north up to Plum Grove and places like that, they don't seem to be following the same standards. And that has caused concern. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know, but that's caused concern with Kingwood residents.
We both have development handbooks in the counties, so I wondered what the differences are, to be honest with you.
You may want to ask our luncheon speaker that.
Well, and I will say, you've got around over 3,000 square miles of drainage area coming into Lake Houston. And that's a big part of that's coming from Montgomery County, but even the surrounding counties help contribute to that. And as part of all that, obviously there were assumptions that had to get made when you said, okay, how much water's coming in here to create that map? So I think maybe the main takeaway that I've got is if those assumptions that generate the flows that equate to this map are wrong or they change in the future, well, that could impact the results of this map.
I had a question, a follow-up question. You said that, if I understood you correctly, that you thought these maps were going to be adopted sort of as is, but I thought I had read in the Houston Chronicle that it was going to be years before these were permanent. So now I'm confused about what the process is and where we are on it.
It could be years. I think the last time we had a comprehensive update was after Tropical Storm Allison.
Correct.
And that time it took about 3 years, I believe.
Well, Tropical Storm Allison was 01 and the maps became effective in 07 timeframe. So
Yeah, multiple years. But I think maybe what you meant was these are the main sweeping changes we're seeing. There are going to be minor adjustments.
Right, so I'm going back to the question about land use and the 2018 LIDAR data set. I'm not sure that's going to change, but the appeals process can certainly open the door for other changes, probably more on the minor scale, maybe more localized. But until the appeals process really starts, we're speculating at this point. I'm not sure what that's going to look like.
Okay. So, okay, yes.
My name is Don Hanna.
Wait till the mic gets to you.
My name is Don Hanna. I'm an investor and own substantial amount of wastewater capacity service units. Since we have approximately 40 wastewater treatment plants, are their pipes open during the flood so that it will be used as sort of a drainage into those plants and processed or gathered there that eliminates the water from the different homes that are flooded or to be flooded?
So I'm up to speed on this.
Okay, I don't know the
They're
answer to
not
that.
supposed to be. That's the whole EPA suit against the city of Houston, the consent decree, is you're not supposed to run stormwater through your wastewater systems because they cause overflows. Right. And so that's a violation of the Clean Water Act. So they're supposed to be completely separate systems. Now, they're not always that. That's why we're in trouble with the EPA, but that's design-wise, that's what the situation is.
Okay. So, okay, we got another, and then, Bill, we're going to go over to the Northwest next.
Hi,
Yes.
Karina Bless, Fonda Civic Club, Friends of Fonda Park, and Friends of Columbia Tap. Can we please go to 3rd Ward?
Okay.
Embrace Bayou. Do you have any kind of accountability of the amount that is going to be poured in from NHHIP 59 to Brace Bayou drainage, and also Spur 5, the 8 to 10 lane expansion that's being done over Brace Bayou? Can we look? So this would be near downtown. Yep. Especially for 3rd Ward,
Yeah.
along Columbia Tap Trail, and Fondy right after McGregor Park. Thank you. Yep.
Am I in the right area for you here?
Yeah, go a little bit farther up. I think you're good, you're good. Yeah, and then zoom in. There's like a triangle there where you can certainly see Spur 5. That's it. Yep, all that area, that's 3rd Ward. Looks like a big triangle. And you got Mason Park there.
You see the University of Houston there?
Yes, I'm right adjacent to it.
Okay, so you're east of U of H?
East of U of H, First Community, there's a park called Fondy Park.
Yeah. Well, that area, when you said the North Houston Highway Improvement Project, that's a long way away from there.
Spur 5, right over.
But Spur 5 is a different matter, yeah. So this doesn't have to do with the NHHIP, it has to do with Spur 5.
I'm talking about the cumulative effect, because you have two projects going to Brace Bayou less than 2 miles from each other.
Well, I would leave it to somebody else to talk about that. We're going to have some engineers on later, and I'm looking over at the table where some of them are sitting. All of that has been taken into consideration, certainly for the North Houston Highway Improvement Project. And in fact, there could be a question as to whether the flow will be improved, not and be in better shape. If you look at the triangle you're talking about, I hate to keep talking about the railroads, but you've also got the railroad in there.
Right.
In Spur 5, you've got a huge rail line, multiple rail lines going to the east of Spur 5. So that's already not an ideal situation, shall we say.
Yeah, the city of Houston just got $40 million from the state fund to do the grade separation at Macau. I think that's what we're talking about. I think the greater issue would be LBJ and Sattergas if the UP merger goes forward, which would be absolutely horrible for the East End.
Wait. Okay, now we're getting off topic a little bit, but the UP merger with Norfolk Southern wouldn't have anything to do with anything. Well, no, there's no I mean, that's just an end-to-end railroad merger with an East Coast Railroad and a West Coast and a Western Railroad. So that's one of those. That's why we have these type conferences, because people tend to conflate issues, and UP merging with Norfolk Southern. I have my own opinions about it that aren't necessarily positive, but it has nothing to do with the number of trains that are going to be in Houston. Those are still going to be the same. And in fact, a lot of that is a BNSF line through there anyway, which is not, you're shaking your head, but trust me on this one.
Judge, so after Harvey, you mentioned the increase of the finished floor elevation requirements for structures. We also implemented additional, more stringent requirements for detention. I think overall it was a 0.1 acre feet per acre development requirement increase because of the new rainfall rates. And because we didn't know what the new 100-year floodplain maps would look like, we adopted the current 500-year floodplain maps as a surrogate to require mitigation for any fill placed. So any projects done after 2019 had to meet much more stringent requirements with respect to new development.
But that also kind of connects to the problem we're talking about with upstream impact from Montgomery County, right? Because Harris County has more stringent development rules after Harvey than some other areas surrounding the county, and that could create a problem too.
Sure. Bill, let's go northwest.
Okay.
More out to the Cy-Fair area. And the comment I would make about this is, when I was living in Kingwood, driving to Austin to legislature, I would drive across that area. And at that time, the Cy-Fair Independent School District had one high school, and it was a 3A high school. And now they have how many? 10, 12, something like that. The change out there has been dramatic. And I remember after a flood event, somebody saying, well, it never flooded out here before. And I would say, well, there wasn't anything but cows there, and they didn't tell you whether it flooded or not. And so that's kind of the case in a lot of these areas, as was mentioned about it used to be farmland and stuff. Well, the Northwest, Russ, this is an area you know pretty well. What have we got here? Cypress and Spring Creeks?
Yeah, it looked like Cypress and Little Cypress Creek coming together.
See, there's the previous map. Almost nothing. And there's the current map. This is probably the area of the most dramatic change. Why do you think that change occurred? Either one.
I think it really comes back to we have 30% increase in rainfall. I know there's ongoing projects, but they may not have been completed in time to be reflected in this map product. But there's, I mean, it's really flat out there, and there's a lot of water that comes into this area. And if you go even further to the west, you'll see that because Cypress Creek has limited capacity, a lot of the flows actually leave Cypress Creek and go into the Addicks Reservoir watershed. Ultimately, that goes into Buffalo Bayou. So kind of going back to that whole using 2D technology, I think this map product better captures what that overflow looks like. So once Cypress Creek gets up to a high enough level, it actually starts spilling over. And that's really that big green blob that you see there coming from Cypress Creek, coming into the tributaries of Addicks Reservoir. And I've seen aerial photographs of that area during the tax day flooding events, the Memorial Day flooding events, and you're seeing water to the tops of the fence posts out there. And there's water trailing behind it. So it's not only is it deep, but it's moving.
And if I'm not mistaken, the creek actually goes south and then turns.
Correct.
And so it just kind of, it's like driving too fast through a curve. It just goes straight over and into Addicks. And we have people living there now.
And it's been like that for a while. In fact, the Army Corps of Engineers knew that back in the 1940s when they built Addicks and Barker reservoirs. That's one of the reasons why they made Addicks Reservoir, I think it was like 20% larger than Barker Reservoir, was to capture that additional overflow that came to the reservoir.
And Elon?
So last year, we spent quite a bit of time looking at how much developers have built on floodplain land. And we're talking about the existing old floodplains, not even the new ones. And we're seeing that, you know, in the greater Houston region, we've seen at least 65,000 properties on a floodplain that's been developed since Hurricane Harvey. And actually, the pocket of land between, you know, Cypress and Katy, just west of the Grand Parkway, is the area that we were seeing like the most developments since Harvey inside the floodplain. And as you mentioned, you know, we're replacing natural land and some of the prairie land too with concrete, with rooftops and parking lots. And every time you put a new house that replaces the natural soil, you're changing the floodplain dynamics. And when you have a lot of that happening, that can increase the flood risk in that entire area quite significantly.
Now, I should also point out, and I don't know if there are any questions about this area or comments, and I think there's still a lawsuit pending, so I'm going to try and stay out of that. Homes were actually built behind Addicks. Okay, I'll go ahead and say inexplicably, where the water backs up, you know, into your subdivision, if the reservoir is doing what it's supposed to do, and that's without opening the floodgates. And yeah, you can see, you know, some here, and I think that little area right up, I think those are where some homes are, which is a strange thing. Now, there are some, and again, we're not here to talk about policy solutions, but there are two things being discussed. I mean, number one, there was originally planned a third reservoir north of Addicks somewhere, but now it's all developed. So that's no longer an option. And then more recently, there's conversation about how to get water from this area, and that's why I wanted to go to the far northwest, this area all the way to the bay somehow, and they've talked about a tunnel and how far north that tunnel would go. So those are all things that could ultimately change this dramatically. Anything about the northwest somebody want to talk? I hate to keep putting mine. Yes.
Judge, I'm Ford Frost. My question is this: y'all have pointed out, y'all have pointed out that this is really a regional problem. Counties to the north dumping on Harris County probably dumping on Fort Bend, and Brazoria County before it gets down the Brazos River. What can be done, since you were in the legislature, to create some kind of regional problem-solving group that will take a larger area. Harris County has tried real hard to do things. Fort Bend County is trying its best. But then we have Waller County dumping into, on top of Fort Bend County along the Brazos River, Montgomery County, Liberty County dumping into the eastern side.
Okay, I'm going to punt that. Stick around for lunch.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Paul, soon to be Senator Paul, he's going to be talking about that exact topic. So, yeah, that's an important thing. Yes.
Judge.
Hi, Joe B.
Joe B. Allen. The Cypress overflow, Russ. So in that area, we have a tremendous amount of new development. The Bridgelands is going in. They have built massive detention ponds, as have all the other developers in that area. So how much of that Cypress Creek overflow is being absorbed in the new detention ponds, in the new developments, instead of making its way rapidly down into the reservoirs?
You know, it's a good question, and I'm not sure I've got a satisfactory answer without doing a lot of speculation. But I will say that the models looking at the area recognize that there is a significant amount of ponding because of the way the old rice fields are out there. There's a lot of depressional storage, and so those models captured that natural storage. And as that development happens and those ponds now become, you know, new development, they've got to put that extra water somewhere. And what that's doing, Mr. Allen, to your point, is it's driving up the required detention and mitigation that's required. They are required to have a no adverse impact. I mean, all of Harris County and the surrounding counties are no adverse impact communities. So as development occurs, whatever the runoff is today, they have to make sure they match that once their development goes forward. Otherwise, they're not going to get a permit to do that development. So they do have to do the right thing. They do have to make sure that they're not transferring flood risk from upstream to downstream as part of that development. But how much that overflow is being captured in their detention ponds, I can't say. All I know is they have to plan for it and have to address it.
Okay.
And when we talk about the problem of no adverse impact, then again, you know, I heard some people talk about how we're assuming a level of control over nature that we just don't have. Water patterns change, climate patterns change. We cannot model the soil type and everything as well as we want to. And if you look at that region, Bridgeland is a big one, but there are also a lot of popular subdivisions, like Ellison is another one, and they brought in so much fill to lift their houses. Some of the properties are very high. If you drive around there, you can see that. And that still adds to the impervious cover in the whole region. And again, when you have a lot of subdivisions popping up in the same region, that just changes the floodplain dynamics, and the floodplains are growing into those subdivisions.
Bill, let's slide down to the southwest and Meyerland, but go ahead with your comment while we're doing that.
Thank you. Charles Irvin, I'm one of the lawyers for the upstream plaintiffs. My comment was about what some people have said about appealing these flood maps, and it's very important to realize there is a very short timeline once these become final for filing an appeal. It's like 90 days, and the appeal has to be based on scientific and technical reasons only. So I was part of the appeal on the Bridgelands floodplain maps where there was a mapping glitch of 18 inches that just dropped. And it's very complicated, but you have to have your experts lined up. It's also a good thing to comment when the drafts are made available for public comment. These are the preliminary, and then there'll be a final kind of round of comments. So you have to get your comments in to establish a record, and then it's a short timeline, but you need a lawyer because the appeal is in federal court. So it's just a couple of things that you have to do.
Okay. So, you know, Meyerland has gotten a lot of attention. What didn't get as much attention are places like A-Leaf. And, you know, why? Who knows? The whole nearby Fondren Southwest, for example. All of that along the Braze watershed. What has changed in that area?
I would say Meyerland is probably the clearest example of where the new maps have seen improvements when it comes to reducing the flood risk. Entire portions of that whole neighborhood have been lifted out of the 100-year floodplain. And it's really interesting when we're talking about demographics, those are areas that are wealthier. And there's actually a very interesting study done by, faculty here at Rice after Harvey that compared flooding in Meyerland to flooding in Greens Point, which we also talked about. And basically that study showed, Meyerland, because people tend to have more flood insurance coverage, they tend to be wealthier, they could pay out of pocket to elevate and renovate their homes and rebuild them after the storm. People were more civically empowered. There were strong groups advocating on their behalf, and the outcome after Hurricane Harvey was much more positive. A lot of houses were rebuilt. Some people were able to sell their houses in a recovering real estate market. But in Greens Point, because of the poor drainage system locally, they were literally isolated from the rest of the city. It was hard even for emergency services and supplies to get to them during the storm. And then after that, a lot of people relied more heavily on buyouts and other public relocation programs. So here we just have a clear example of, even when the flood risk is similar, the human impacts really can be very different depending on, which neighborhoods we're looking at and kind of who lived there, what kind of resources they have access to.
Russ, hang on just a second. I'm gonna lead in because the Braze project was already underway when Harvey came.
Yes.
And that certainly accelerated the improvement in this area. And one example I'll give, West University Place has been taken completely out.
Mm-hmm.
And what a lot of people, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Russ, but Poor Farm Ditch used to run into Braze Bayou below the top. And so when Braze got up to a certain height, Poor Farm Ditch would back up into West U. Well, that's all been corrected, and that was planned even before Harvey. So it's another example of, no, this isn't all bad news. Like I mentioned Sims earlier, you can improve your way out of these situations. But anyway, that shows the whole Braze project. And there is a concern, back to the third ward, you want to be sure that you do it in the right sequence, because if you improve the flow upstream, but you just put that much more water downstream into third ward, that's not good. And so I think that's something that people are considering as we go through it. Who had a question? Yes?
And Judge, for that very reason, that's why if you look at Project Braze, the detention basins were built first, and then that was followed by the channel improvements.
Right.
Thank you. I'm Becky Edmondson. I'm the president of the Westbury Super Neighborhood. Lived out in this neighborhood since 1961, and you're right, it did not flood, but that's because the Fondren Ranch was there, and when the Fondren sold that off, to which is now the Braze neighborhood, those developers built subdivisions and left beautiful green spaces, which would have absorbed some of that water, but then they sold them to developers to build apartments. And so in the 7,000 acres of Braze Oaks management, I think there's 50 acres of park space, which is why we flood. Westbury is 5 feet lower than Fondren. We're the neighborhood directly south of Meyerland, and the area along the Willow Water Hole Bayou is where our homes flood and have flooded. Mr. Moda in Ludington flooded 12 times. He missed Harvey. He said he would. He said he'd be living at Veterans Memorial by then, and he did die before Harvey, and I am glad of that. He first flooded in the 70s. So anyway, we have long-standing flooding issues, but we didn't get grants because the homes along the Willow Water Hole Bayou are smaller homes, maybe worth $200,000 or less. And I want to make a comment about buyouts too. The buyouts don't come fast enough. People want to sell their homes, flippers come, They renovate them just enough. They put unsuspecting renters who don't have renter insurance. And the cost, the human cost of flooding in every neighborhood is just huge, especially when you flood multiple times. Both in Westbury and Meyerland, older people that planned to live in their homes till they died were displaced by the storm. And renters were suddenly, they had nowhere to live and they didn't own anything anymore. So, so this is great information. Speaking of ALEAF, we went to a TCEQ hearing. The Doty landfill is 136 acres surrounded by flooding areas, but nobody is looking at that development other than just somebody is going to develop an, I think, International Trade Center or something. But all the detention they'll have.
I have to ask you if you have a question to get
I
to
do.
it.
My question is, what can be done to make sure that something more than just offsetting your detention? So exactly the Doty landfill spot, that the whole area around it in ALEAF floods, and there's 136 acres that is absorbing water now because it's a golf course, and it's going to be built, and all they're going to have to do is offset their new impervious. It'd be nice if we could ask for a little more, like, don't make it worse, but make it 10% better. Is that possible?
Boy, I'm not an attorney, but I wish I had one here with me. So I've had those kind of conversations before, and I think the shorter answer is they can only be required to make the condition no worse than it is today. If you want to increase the benefits by 10%, it's my understanding that you would have to have a local partner, whether that be the City of Houston, Harris County Flood Control, or another municipal entity to come in and help maybe pay for that delta to get you that extra 10% of benefit.
Okay. Let me, Russ went through how many hearings after Harvey?
A few.
A few. All over the county. This is not an easy subject. This is a very difficult subject. We didn't even get down to the southeast part of Harris County, where they have their own issues, and unfortunately we don't have time to touch on that. But I'm being given the hook here a little bit. But I have to conclude with, why is this important to me? Well, I, like so many of you, I had a daughter and her family taken out by boat from Brays Heights. I knew a lot of people in Kingwood who flooded and said they'd never flooded before and what happened. But it was really all put in perspective for me, after 5 or 6 days out at Transtar. I'd gone home and showered, and my daughter, who was back in Brays Heights, they had set up some folding tables, and a church had given a bunch of new shoes to give people who had been mucking out. And I never heard that term mucking before, but people needed shoes to wear after they'd ruined their shoes mucking out their houses. And so she wanted to know if I'd come over and just talk to the volunteers that were there. And I said, well, sure. And there was a special session of the legislature going on at the time, and I thought that was so important. And I was talking to the lobbyist in Austin and driving over to my daughter's house. And when I turned on Aberdeen Way, I suddenly looked, and hopefully nobody will ever forget that image. Piles of debris on both sides of the street. And I said, okay, talking to the lobby, I'm going to have to pull over for just a minute and kind of gather myself. And so I did, and that made it worse, because while I'm sitting in my car, an elderly couple, I say elderly, probably about the age I am now, walked out of their home, and they walked out to the debris pile, and my initial thought was, oh, they're carrying something, and then I looked and they didn't have anything with them. And they started going through that debris pile. And it's at that point I realized these aren't debris piles. These are people's lives. And we have to make sure this doesn't happen again. And it doesn't matter, frankly, where it is. A house is a house. And that's something that still bothers me, and Bill referenced it. You know, somebody's house in Satterfield or Third Ward or Cashmere Gardens or Acres Homes or Memorial, or it's their house. And it shouldn't matter, the socioeconomic status of the neighborhood. But unfortunately it does. And that's a reality we have to face. So in looking at these new maps, the Chronicle has done, I think, a tremendous job of working their way through, trying to put out information. People like Russ and people who are working now at Harris County are doing their best to try and make sure this doesn't happen again. But your being here today is so important because it's a tiny fraction of the public that even knows these maps are out there. And we've got to start spreading the word. We're not all going to agree. We're going to, you can have discussions about it, but let's start raising the profile of this. And hopefully the Chronicle will keep pushing it. Other media will keep pushing it, because we just touched on a few neighborhoods. But everybody who lives somewhere in Harris County, since that's what we're talking about, they need to know what's on these maps in order to plan their life. So it is now time to break for lunch. And then what time do we start back up?
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock. So lunch will be out in the foyer. Thank you all for coming, and I'll see you again this afternoon. And thank the panelists. Thank you. Hello, Dennis.
How are you doing, sir? Good to see you. Good seeing you.
Thank you for staying in your game.
Okay, we need to get everybody out to the lobby and grab your lunch, and then come back and sit down at a table with your lunch so we can stay on schedule here, please. Becky, go get your lunch.
Well, you tried. Nice job.
Okay, folks, last call for lunch. If you haven't gotten your lunch, please go out there and get it. We're going to be starting here in just a few minutes. Last call for lunch. If you don't have your lunch, please go get it now.
You want me to stand?
I'm gonna sit down since I talked to them. All right, can y'all hear me now? Everybody hear me okay? All right, got to get back to work here. I want to introduce a good friend of mine for a long time, actually. This is State Representative Dennis Paul. He represents a district down in the Clear Lake area, which is, of course, where I hail from. So I think you were actually a state rep while I was the mayor of Kemah, as I recall.
Close to it.
And, of course, he was over in Harris County. I was in Galveston County, in God's country. But we worked together on a lot of different things. And Dennis is also the Republican nominee for the state Senate seat down there, and it's a heavily Republican district, so he's quite likely to win. And he is also a civil engineer, in addition to being a state representative, getting ready to be probably a state senator. And Dennis, you have been following this flooding issue for a long time, both in your role as being a representative and an engineer. And for the last two sessions, you've introduced a bill to create a regional flood authority. So first of all, can you share with us why you think a regional authority is needed?
Well, first of all, thanks for having us, Bill. It is good to be here with y'all over at the Baker Institute, and thanks for all the work that y'all do, and thanks for you for putting this program on. And it's really great to see great attendance here, interested in what you're discussing. So I think this is a critical topic of what we need to discuss in our region. And
by the way, just so y'all know, we've got a couple hundred people watching this live stream in addition to all of you here, so we got a good group of people today.
Great. All right, now make me feel even more nervous. But, you know, like I said, I'm an engineer. I'm still the only professional engineer in the entire legislature.
Wow.
You know, so hopefully if any engineers out there think about running for politics, just don't run against me. But we're good to have more engineers as legislators. I like to say that we're trained to identify problems, solve problems, and do it in a cheap manner. So what more out do you want out of a legislator, right?
And the lawyer is to create problems, right?
The lawyers create problems. Yeah, when I ran the first time, I had a lawyer running against me. I said, well, I'll be the second engineer. There was another one at that time. He's going to be the 134th lawyer. So you know, we're good in my district. But thanks, yeah, I am running for Senate District 11, so I'll have all of Galveston County and Southeast Harris County and Northern Brazoria County. So it's really the kind of the bedrock of our state. And really due to that, you know, we know that we got to address this drainage issue or where we're going to be, you know, and well, sticking to your question, the reason we need to have a regional floodplain is, a flood district is because water's from all over the place. You know, we got people coming from Montgomery County area, Waller County area, Liberty County. We got water coming from Fort Bend County running all through Harris County and all through Galveston County. It's all got to come from the central part of the state out to the bay and to the Gulf. And so we need to have a regional approach on it. You know, when they created this in 1937, there was about 500,000 people in Harris County at that time. And Harris County is a very large county. And so it was like, here, there's something that's county-wide. We could look at all this, and all the land west and north of the city was farmland and ranch land. And so it was ability big enough to be able to take care of where we want. You know, now Harris County has got 5 million people, and the region's 7, 8 million people. And it's just not to the size of what we need to have anymore. We got to have a regional approach. You know, people in my district are going, well, I'm getting flooded by Fort Bend County or Brazoria County, and they let the water come through and flood all of us and Galveston and Harris. And none of it's true. Everybody's trying to detain it and make it work. But if we had the regional thing, we would be able to have one approach. It's no longer Montgomery County's water, or Fort Bend County's water, or Waller County's water hitting us. It's Southeast Houston, you know, Southeast Texas regional water. And, you know, water knows no boundaries, and we just need to look at it as a whole. And when we go ask money for federal government money, it's not Brazoria County Drainage District number 3, it's, you know, the Southeast Texas Regional Water District asking with 8 million people behind it. and we're going to have a lot more ways to get the funds that we need to accomplish what we need to get done.
Water doesn't run up the county line and stop, does it?
Water doesn't change at county lines, and unfortunately, due to the ease of drawing those counties, creeks and all that are boundaries all over the place. And so like Clear Creek, which I live off of, there's 4 different counties associated with it, and they do a job of trying to work through together and make it work. And at the state level, we've created inside the Water Development Board to look at water districts as a whole, which we were part of that legislation, and making sure that we could look at all this as a whole. But I think we need to have a local partner with our federal, our state government working in this regional approach, and I think we can make it work a lot better that way.
Can you describe what was in the bills that you had filed? What was your vision for how this ought to work?
All right, so the reason we got the bill as it is, and it starts out by taking Harris County Flood Control, which I think is a great entity doing great work. It's, I mean, the work that we've had and the ability that they've done has been fantastic. So it starts out by taking that and changing it where it would be a board of directors that was appointed by the governor, and some members would be appointed by the county. So the county's got representation, as well as the state would have representation, as well as all the citizens would have representation through those appointees. And the reason that we got to change the board of directors, first of all, it's a state-created entity, and the state created the board. The state determined who the board of directors are, right? And so we could change that. If we didn't change that, the other counties are not going to join and be a part of something that other elected officials are part of. They're going to want to be able to join something that they will have equal representation on. So that's how it's got to work out with the governance. So governance would be set up by a governor appointment as well as county appointment, and then each county, as they would join, they would be able to join if they so wish by the vote of the people, that they would get, the county get to put a member on the board, and the governor would put somebody on the board from that county. So each county, people would be on the governance that would be part of those counties. They live in those counties, have a part in it. And the goal is hopefully that we can get people, engineers, people that work in drainage, people that work, it could be the county engineer from those counties on it, that we have technical people that are going to be concerned about solving water's problems for water's needs, and the needs, who needs it the most is going to get the money the most, right? And take politics out of it.
So we have some other models for this. I mean, we have river authorities that go across multiple. The subsidence district is a multi-county area. So we have other models where we've done this before.
Yeah, we just
correct?
created, and it was my legislation, we created the Gulf Coast Protection District. And so I really kind of followed that, and that's a similar deal. The counties put somebody on, the governor put somebody on, and it's working fine. And these people are usually technical people that want to work on it. So I think it's working a fabulous model, and that's where you should go. And that's the way they all are across the state. I mean, this one with having local elected officials doing it this is the only one in the whole state.
Yeah. So the last 2 sessions that you've introduced this, I think it'd be fair to characterize if you run in some local opposition, mostly local leaders not wanting to sort of give up their control over this. Do you see that changing in the upcoming legislature? Are we any more likely to get some action, you think?
I think you could see it picking up, and the goal is always following this thing to start those conversations on. Without having those conversations with people like this or with our local officials, we're never going to get anywhere. And so I do think we're starting to see it. I mean, there's a lot of local officials that are saying that they're interested in being a part of it. And it's not anything to do with party politics. After the next election cycle, we would have Republicans across the whole county court. I'm still following the bill, and it's the same bill. Because I think this is where we got to go. So it's nothing to do with that. But hopefully people can see. And I like to think about it. When I drive to Austin, I take I-10 and go up 71. And when I cross the Brazos River there, you're getting close to the city. It's there. And so I envision that all around that river is going to look like the Woodlands Waterway. It's going to be buildings. It's going to be people. The city is coming. And if we don't take the initiative and be bold and plan for where we want to be 50, 100 years from now, we're not going to do it. I guarantee you in 40 years, they're going to have to do this. It's 100%. There's no way they're going to be able to work if we don't. So we need to step up and do it. And you can't just think, hey, I want to protect my little fiefdom, or hey, I just want to protect my little guy, my county guy. Or if you're an engineer saying, hey, I'm getting jobs from those people the way it is, I want to keep it. Or if you're Great Eastern Partnership and you're worried about upsetting people, we can't do any of that. We got to, let's look forward and go forward and push where we got to go to solve our region's needs.
So the big problem with flood control is always how do you pay for it? And in Harris County, we have a flood control district that assesses a property tax. And I think most counties just do it out of their general fund. But how would you envision this larger entity being financed? How would the money work?
Well, you know, it's got taxing authority already, so if we expanded it, you know, and they joined, that's why you have to have a vote of the people, so each county would join. They would then have a taxing authority to do it. You know, I think the flood control's like at 7 cents or so. I could be wrong on what it is. But all these other counties, some of them got districts that are taxing. You could then hopefully lower the whole region's tax rate and have something at a lower rate for everybody and still get the resources that we want. And plus, don't forget that by having this larger group that's actually going to be able to represent more and more people, I think it'll be easier for us to get those federal grants or state grants and get something done. So help with the big projects would be getting a lot of grants as well.
And it would seem like to me, you know, Harris County has the ability to raise a lot of money, but these smaller counties really sort of struggle to come up with flood money. Isn't that right? That
is right. You know, and they don't. And I could see that a lot of their elected officials or the citizens themselves, or maybe developers in that area, goes, well, I don't want to pay a tax. I don't want to be a part of something. But again, we're going to have to look at that bigger picture and say, yes, I'm tired of getting flooded. I want something to get done. And know that if you're in Montgomery County or Liberty County, the cost for you to do that flood project for you personally is going to be even much more than it is if the regional does it, because you know there's 8 county region that's going to be raising this money and getting it. So we'll be able to do those projects a lot smaller than that to do it. So yeah, they might have to have a tax, but hopefully it'll be low and even.
And sort of speaking as an engineer, would it be easier to plan and implement projects if we didn't have to worry about these county lines?
I think so too. You know, we get complaints all the time from people say up in Kingwood they're getting flooded. They say they're getting flooded from Liberty County. You know, we could work with the river authorities and make it a lot better. So I think that planning could come, and then it would be a regional view of how we develop our land. So you wouldn't, if you're a developer, you wouldn't be everywhere I go, I got to find out what laws are in place or what levels I got to do. We'll have one, that's our whole region. So everybody knows automatically what you're developing and what it is. So that coordination would be instantaneous. I know talking to the county commissioners that they struggle trying to coordinate with other counties and say, look, we got this requirement, y'all need to have a requirement similar so that we could have an estimated outcome. And then maybe they do and maybe they don't. But this, we could have that. And it would be not decided by the Corps, but decided by the region. The region could determine what those requirements would be.
You know, these new maps sort of highlight this because the new maps are just for Harris County. We don't have new maps for Montgomery County and Liberty and all that, so we've got really different modeling that we're looking at for the surrounding counties. It'd be nice if we were all sort of on the same page.
Yeah, you know, as an engineer, you know, you have to have data to be able to solve problems, right? And so we're always trying to look for how do I get that data and make it work. And by having really this mapping, and that's the reason that in Harris County we're able to do so much, because we've been able to analyze it and map it and know what every ditch and cranny is. The whole state don't have nothing like that. And we've been trying to work with the Water Development Board, what would it take to do something like that? And obviously it's a lot of funds to see if the state would do that. But again, that's why I think we need to have a large, robust local partner that could help us do that, because all that water is coming from these other counties coming in through our region, and we need to all be a part of it. All that could get mapped and determined what to be done, and I think it'd be easier for the developers to work once they have all that data.
And those grants are really important because, as I recall, Russ, you probably know better, but I think over half of our money comes from federal and state sources on these projects. Isn't that about right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult to do these projects without a lot of robust federal and state funding.
Yeah, in fact, right now the Harris County Flood Control has got projects that they're in a chance of losing their funding or have to pay it back because they're not meeting the deadlines to get it done because they debated too long about how to, use those resources or what to do with it because they're doing it all for political reasons. If we had this thing here and you take the politics out of it because you got an appointed board and hopefully again by technical people, all that stuff goes away and we could solve these problems a lot faster. You don't have a chance of losing billions of dollars of federal funding.
It seems to make so much sense, just thinking of it. So I know there were a number of people that had questions about this. Let's open up a conversation here about this. Anybody want to have any questions for Dennis about how this might work or any suggestions? Or Mike, I see you back in there in the back. Is there a microphone someplace? Here we go.
Well, thank you, Representative Paul, for being here. Fellow engineer, ASC member, Michael Bloom. So question about this larger flood control district. I guess a couple of questions. One would be, how would the tax rate for each county be established under your legislation? And then also, how would competing interest for like a Liberty County project or a Galveston County project or a Harris County project, how would that be figured out under the new legislation? Thank you.
Well, we didn't decide, we didn't determine what that tax rate would be or nothing. We would leave it up to the regional group once they created something, and hopefully these other counties would join. So that group then would determine what that rate is. Like I said, hopefully they will be able to say, hey, cut the rate in half, because all the extra property in there, that they would be able to get more money at a lower tax rate. In the local counties, they would be able to get rid of the organizations they have. I think we left it that they could vote, the county commissioners court could vote if they want to keep them in there and finish off projects or they want to get rid of them, it's up to them. But all that money you're paying in those taxes would go away. So hopefully a lot of places you'll have a lower tax rate than you got now, but that entity could then set that rate of what it would need to be. And what was the second half of that?
How would you allocate?
Oh, the allocation. Well, again, the allocation would be determined on a needs basis by the board, right? So what we have now is a board of directors. They determine how that money gets spent. It's the exact same thing would be in the future. The board of directors would determine how that money gets spent, and we would have to say. So all those counties, those regional counties would have 2 members on that board, and they'll be able to push and work for their projects. And I think you're going to find there's a lot of projects in those counties that need to get done because they've probably been ignored, or we don't even identify them because they haven't had all the mapping done that Bill was just talking about. So I think we'll be able to identify a lot more of those and get those done.
And I think also, like the downstream people will be in favor of doing projects upstream from them. But we have another pretty good model for this, and that's how the highway money is divided at the Regional Council of Governments, HGAC in our case. You have all the entities in the region represented, and they get in there and they fight over highway money and what projects ought to be done and everything. And not everybody's always happy, but it gets done and we get projects done. So we actually have a model for this.
Yeah, we work that way a lot in a lot of different names. And like I just said, Gulf Coast Protection District's got 4 counties in it, and they're working fine and getting the projects done as they have it right now, the projects they're working on.
Greg, go ahead.
Greg Surgisketter. Thank you. Actually bringing up HGAC, perhaps I'm a little skeptical because I believe that a lot of the other entities outside the city of Houston have an outsized representation for those monies that go around HGAC. And what I'm hearing is each county is going to have 2 members. So talk about 14th Amendment issues. I would have concern about that. Secondly, we're already part of the Region 6 San Jacinto Regional Flood Plan because the legislature divided us all up into what, 15 throughout the state?
Yes.
So how would this interact with that? Isn't that perhaps the model that we look at and use because everything is draining through the San Jacinto in this region?
Yeah, that's why I said, we got these river authorities already up and working, and we've created these inside the Water Development Board. So the state is looking at trying to do it in a regional approach based on that watershed, so that, you really need to look at a watershed as a whole, right? I'm thinking that we need to have a local partner that would be a similar deal, that have a regional approach of how we're going to do that for them to be able to work with on a local level, instead of working with 40 or 50 different drainage districts. They're going to work with one, and that one will have the resources in to be able to do it. And somebody's got to be a local partner, a local sponsor when we get these federal dollars to make it work. And luckily, a lot of these we can use. Harris County Flood Control is the local sponsor for, say, Clear Creek. And they're able to do it because they got the resources and the ability and the experience to do it. But some of these other ones, if you try to get, one of these other counties, they don't have the experience to make it work. They don't have the staff, they don't have the money to make it work. So the federal government would be loath to team up with them, and the state, they don't do it with the state. So this would give us a better chance to get those dollars, those federal dollars, by having it. And currently, flood control districts work with San Jacinto River Authority now, and so that coordination is going to be stuff that they're already doing.
Yes, sir. Hang on a second. Hey, hang on a second. Let me get your microphone. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. So I'm Dave Smith. I'm a mud director in the Woodlands, and I spend a lot of time working with SJRA. It's an unelected body, unaccountable, and I have a lot of problems with that. And so for you to suggest another unelected body really takes a lot of heartburn. You know what I mean? A lot of heartburn, and so I have concerns. I don't think the governor, pays enough attention to all these unelected bodies, personally.
Yeah, well, I think those are good comments, and like I've told everybody that we're talking about with this, like I said, we got to have this conversation, and if you got a better way to take care of the needs that I see that I've identified that we have to solve, that works better than my plan, I'm more than willing to talk about what that is. And I just think that this, in the long run, is where we got to go to make those things happen.
Yes, sir.
Howdy, Matthew Berg, hydrologist. Southeast Texas actually did something very similar to what you're talking about, and literally started the Southeast Texas Flood Control District, which is a local government corporation that really formed right after Imelda, so in 2020, and actually just a few months ago voted to disband because they said that it was directly duplicated by other existing efforts, some through university research project, and honestly through the regional flood planning process that the state set up. What do you think is different about this part of Southeast Texas from that one that would make it fit here when they affirmatively decided to not do what they had already been doing?
Yeah, well, I'm not familiar with that organization. If you send us that, we'll look at it. So I don't know what part of the state that was. Was that like Beaumont area you're saying? Yeah. So I don't know what their situation is or what their local flooding is. Maybe that coming in with the state is good enough. I know that Orange and Jefferson are part of the Gulf Coast Protection District. So, and they're still part of it. They haven't decided to leave.
Hey, I'm Tushar from HGAC, Houston Galveston Area Council. Since some people mentioned about our involvement in regional flood planning and effort, so I just want to share the information that we have a regional flood management committee meetings, I think every quarter, that get together. So maybe some of county engineers, and they are part of it. So if you are interested in getting into that region-wide conversation on flood planning and mitigation efforts, so that's a place for everybody to get together in region-wide efforts. Just thank you.
Mayor Parker back there has a question.
Hi, Anise Parker. Actually, running for Harris County Judge, and I want to point out one of my Republican counterparts is here too, Orlando Sanchez. We're both very interested in this issue. And sir, I would never publicly say that I'm going to take politics out of something where a politician is appointing the body. But I have a similar concern to the issue that was raised about Houston-Galveston Area Council. I have two concerns, actually. One, that the surrounding counties that don't have the expertise and they haven't been making some of the infrastructure improvements that we've been committed to for a long time might siphon off some of the dollars and the impetus that we have. And the other is that how do we get around the issue that FEMA imposes, which is we put projects where we can mitigate the greatest insurance risk. And the only thing, in my view, that is keeping money flowing into low-income areas in Houston is the commitment of the county commissioners.
Well, I don't think that whoever these people would be would have a less of a commitment to anybody else than that's there now. So I don't see that being an advantage by county commissioners court. I think the others would be able to do all that just as the same. Yes, I think the surrounding areas would be probably starving for more projects. They might say, hey, we need to get that. So that's why Harris County itself would have to vote on this also. Because Harris County might say, hey, we're going to be the big dog in this room. We're going to be paying for all this. But you got to realize that when you're paying for water and where it's coming from, all that water is going to flow through Harris County if it's coming from Waller or Montgomery County. So those are flooding us. It's not Montgomery County that's flooding, they're flooding us out of it. And we got to stand up and do those projects so that it can get done. So I think that's an advantage. As far as the HGAC current concern is an example, I can tell you all the surrounding counties feel that they are being, not having a say on it and that the Corps is controlling everything. So people in the Corps are saying, hey, the outside surrounding counties are controlling everything. Probably neither one of them is true, right? But we'll be able to have that. The way this board would set up also is there's like Harris County would have 5 members on the board and the other counties have 2. So there's going to be a built-in advantage for Harris County over it because they are the biggest partner in there. So you're going to have some, say about where that is. The other counties are worried about, hey, you're going to let Harris County control all that and we're never going to get anything done. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. We'll just have to see how that works out. And again, I'm open to all suggestions.
I was on the Transportation Policy Council at HGAC for about a decade, I guess. And I know Ed was on it as well for a long time. And there's certainly fighting that goes on that all the time about how the highway money is going to be allocated. But it gets worked out in some way. And it's, I think, one of the models that actually shows it works fairly well. There's always going to be that conflict about who gets who. But the problem I see here is that, for example, if you live in Kingwood, there's no question that what Montgomery County's flood policy is affects you. And so I think somehow we've got to coordinate that. Dennis's plan makes sense to me, but maybe there's another way to do that. But we have a number of these regional authorities that seem to work pretty well. The Subsidence District works okay. We've got the river authorities that cover multiple. So, these original county boundaries were drawn pretty arbitrarily. They certainly weren't drawn with the idea that somehow that it took in any account where the watersheds were and what was going to happen. And so I think we've got to do something other than this piecemeal approach that we're doing right now. Question here.
Dr. Pamela Hernandez with the Harris County Community Flood Resiliency Task Force, and these are my opinions and statements, of course. How would, within your model, be an element of community engagement or community being heard? Because the task force is an advisory board, but also brings in a lot of expertise, not only technical, but also community experts, right? People that have lived through flooding and things like that. Is there something similar to that within this potential plan? Thank you.
Well, we didn't put anything like that in the bill. I mean, again, obviously we could be open to that, but groups like yours would still be around, still be able to advise, still be able to talk all you want about projects for community input. And of course, especially when you get a lot of these federal state grants, there's community input that has to be done before all of it done. I mean, you still have to have all those environmental impact. All that community input would be able to be able to put on there.
Yes, sir.
Jim Tucker, resident and actually registered geologist in Texas and California. So I can appreciate the challenges you have trying to get colleagues to listen to thoughtful suggestions you might have. Since you have experience in our one and only legislature, do you think, should you be elected to the Senate, that it will be easier to get 3 or 4 area senators to put some sort of authority together than it would be for the, some fraction of the 150 House legislators? I appreciate you talking about the how. We know about the what, but there's going to need to be some careful knob twisting to make this happen. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So since we have filed this bill numerous times in the House, we have had a lot of support from the members there. In fact, I'll say Republican members have all signed on as supporting of the bill in this whole region. So they've been getting the support. Last time we were just about to get a vote out of committee and it ended up not getting that vote. But I think that we have a chance to get something done. Nobody's really championed it hard on the Senate side, so now you would have that championing it over there so we could see where it might go. So I think there's a good chance. There's other members in the House that have already spoken to me that they probably want to carry the bill in the House. So I think you got support there. And again, it's kind of what Bill said in his opening comment there was, if the regions all get together and we say we want to do this, we're working on maybe getting some of the counties to maybe pass a resolution saying that they like this idea. If we could say the region likes it, then the legislature will pass it. So it's really up to us to decide as a region on what we do, right? If we decide how we want to do it, then we can make it do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Karina Bless with Fonda Civic Club and Friends of Fonda Park. So I was part of the Proposition B, Fair for Houston. And, it took us a lot of time and a lot of effort as citizens to organize and get that passed. As you may know, at HGAC, we're still not being fairly represented, and we have a huge need of street repairs in Houston. So again, I'm just going to bring up what other people have said about HGAC and the model, because we have 5 votes, but we have 10 more against us. We're not going to get things done. So I would love to hear what you have to say about the acuity and how that would be in the same kind of voting system that we have at HGAC.
Yeah. So again, you are getting stuff done. You can't say, hey, the Corps is going to always get its will. If you say if they're not getting their will, everything is not getting done, that's not true. What's getting done is the will of the group. So the will of the region is going to have to be what's done, and that's how it works in the legislature. That's how our founders had created who we work. Because you can go there and see us in the legislature, as the man just said, there's 150 of us in the House, and we argue all over that. You can see that each region is being discussed. Hey, this is important to me, and I will tell you, some of the nastiest fights we got is over water. East Texas has it, West don't, right? And they want to protect it, and they need it. So these are very regional things of how it works. So you can see it works out, and it's all a compromise, right? So it's all going to be a need of how we want to work. I mentioned the Gulf Coast Protection District. It took us a while to get that done and how we wanted it, but the state has stepped up. The state has stepped up and said, we're putting millions of dollars in to build these barriers that were already under construction. They might not be protecting Amarillo, but they know they're protecting vital interests of the state. And if we get the coastal barrier project that we need to get done, this Ike Dike is really what we're trying to do. We know that that's going to be so vital important to our region and our state that the state is willing to step up and do it. So I think by having this, we'll be able to have more chance to be able to have the state come up and say, hey, we want to help with flooding. In fact, the reason that the state changed and put these regional things in the Water Development Board is because the state stepped up and said, look, we as a state got to start doing something about drainage, and what can we do to help out in those drainage areas? We're getting a lot more drainage issues than they do up in El Paso, say. But again, even just the 4th of July floods, look what happened through that in Central Texas. So, it's a state problem. So it's a compromise, it's a group, but you got to have a regional stuff to do it. I've been on TPC as an ex officio member. I don't get a vote, for 8 years. I haven't participated as much the last few years as I was, but I've seen those meetings work, and it's a similar deal that's going on in the legislature. People arguing and fighting for their projects. So I think it's going to work fine.
Anybody else got another question anywhere? All right, then. I think maybe we'll go ahead and start our break a little bit early then. Our next panel is going to convene at 1 o'clock. Is that right? So we'll give you about a half hour here to visit. The restrooms, by the way, if y'all don't know, the men's is over here and the women's was over here. I had some people asking me that question on either side of the stage. Get you a drink and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Would y'all think, I start to say senator.
Well, good afternoon. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the lunch. I think this morning's sessions have been enlightening and invigorating. And now it's time to start talking about what does it mean? We've seen the maps. Well, we've seen how the maps have come about. We've talked about the maps themselves. But now the question becomes, what do we do about it? And so that's where designing for the new risk map comes in. And I'm going to introduce each speaker as they present some opening comments rather than all at once, because we only have an hour. We got 4 panelists. It's going to be tight. But we're going to start with Jim Elliott, who's professor of sociology here at Rice University, and he's the co-director of CFAR. And I'm going to let him tell you what all that is. It says Coastal Futures and Adaptive Resilience. Is that?
Yeah, it's perfect. The same one Dominic's on.
And Jim, I'm going to go ahead and tee it up a little bit. He's going to talk about people. Because if you remember my last comment, that's what this is really about. We can talk about structures and all that, but at the end, it really is about people. So, Jim, you're on. Jim
Sure.
Elliott.
Thank you. Glad to be here. And I first want to thank Ed and Bill for hosting this forum. Incredibly important and vital, I think, to this conversation, which we've heard is going to go on for a while, right? So we have some real opportunity to engage here. As Ed mentioned, I work here at Rice as a professor of sociology, but also as co-director with Dominic Boyer. Earlier, if you were here, you heard Dominic talk about sort of what I would say is sort of thinking beyond the lines. He pushed us to think beyond the probabilistic sort of modeling that goes into the new FEMA maps. And I think Russ later pointed out he's never seen an average storm or a probable storm. It's always been some other case. So what I want to do is pick up on that theme as an academic, and I have some notes here because I wanted to think about how to tie this in to some of the things that came up earlier as well. But really what I want to do is have us think a little bit about the new social reality that these maps are fitting into, right? And that reality is one in which, of course, we're all here and we're not leaving immediately. So we're facing these ongoing challenges of more rain, right? And more development on land that doesn't really drain well, right? So that's a big part of the challenge. And what the maps also implicitly, I think, have us realize is that hard infrastructure is never enough. If it was, we wouldn't need the maps. We would have fixed the flooding problem, right? So a big part of what I want to sort of focus on is what do we do in addition to the hard infrastructure, to the engineering. And when I thought about some of the comments that came up earlier and that sort of that reality, I thought back to prior academics that had sort of worked on this. And I don't know how many of you have heard of Gilbert White. Anybody heard of Gilbert White? He's widely known as the father of floodplain management in the United States. In the 1940s, he was working on his dissertation at the University of Chicago in geography. And he discovered something sort of novel. He realized that the more places spend on hard flood mitigation infrastructure, levees, dams, etc., the more property losses they then had thereafter. Think about that. It's never been the fix. So fast forward, Gilbert was a smart guy. He becomes, under President LBJ, basically the flood czar for LBJ. He becomes the chairperson for a newly created task force on flood control policy for the US. Among other things, this task force was charged with thinking about what a national flood insurance program would look like and act like. And so that's sort of what kicked off this whole conversation that's led up for today, right? And in that conversation, you know, in that thinking, Gilbert White had a long career, did many things thereafter, but he always came back to the same fundamental point, which again is the hard infrastructure that we use to mitigate flooding is never enough. It also has to be paired with how we modify human behavior. So the father of the National Flood Insurance Program actually thought about those programs, and the maps we're now viewing is fundamentally not about just revealing the risks that the hard infrastructure didn't solve, but about sending signals. signals that would potentially modify human behavior, which is why these forums are so important. We're discussing how to do that, right? And so with that, flood mitigation has always been about that, humans and human behavior. So what is the reality that we find ourselves in where our human behavior is currently taking place? So we talked about the fact that we have more rain, it's warmer, et cetera. We have more development on land that drains poorly. Those are part of the new social reality that we're facing here in Houston, part of the challenge. But the other part of the challenge that hasn't been, I think, fully sort of discussed yet is the institutional changes to the reality. The reality is that no longer do the FEMA flood maps signal the price you're going to pay on your flood insurance program. That tended to be the case in the past, but it's not anymore. And why is that? In part, it's because the new technologies that allowed us to get better at modeling the risk and whatnot also allowed the flood insurance program technicians and private home insurance companies from Allstate, State Farm, et cetera, and their reinsurance companies like Swiss Re to basically begin to hyper-individualize risk assessments down to the address level. This means that even if your home did not change in or out of the floodplain, you're probably experiencing changes in your home insurance rates. That's because they're no longer based just on the zone. That's just one factor. So what's happening is we're having increasing risk, more development, et cetera. At the same time, institutionally, we're putting more and more of that responsibility for the risk onto individuals at a hyper-local level. Not just hyper-local, hyper-individualistic. Your exact property, or if it's your home, or your business. So, okay, for someone like me, middle or higher income folks, like many of you in your room, if that price signal that's being sent, and that was the intent through the flood mitigation maps, the maps are there to send the signal. They're an easy, publicly reliable way to do that. If the rates go up for me individually, okay, that's annoying, but it's not devastating. But you apply that same pressure to low and moderate income households, and the reality becomes very different. They become individualized in a way that the social safety net is not there as it was in the zone days to sort of subsidize some of that, and so they begin to pay more and more. So this can become a financial trap where you're paying more and more of your insurance as a low-income Houstonian, and you don't know when those prices are going to stop rising. That can, drain your wealth, and it can create real challenges, including whether or not you even buy insurance. So that's part of the new social reality that we're in, and what it means is that effectively, if we don't deal with that, if we don't think about the institutional infrastructure or the redesigns therein, we have the possibility to enter into a situation where we're courting what you might call an institutional disaster. There's the flooding that can create the disaster, but more immediately for folks who can't afford it, there is the disaster of that price signal supposedly sending information, but you not having the resources to actualize real choices. Middle and higher income folks and say, okay, I'll buy more insurance. I'll spend $100,000 to elevate my home. If the home gets damaged or the business gets damaged and it exceeds that 50% threshold, I'll decide if I fix in place or not. For a lot of Houstonians, that's just not an option. So what that means is, again, that the engineering component, the hard infrastructure component of this discussion is important, but only a piece of it. The maps and the zones are only a piece of it. What we also need to think about is sort of the institutional redesigns. So I know that we're not supposed to give policy recommendations, but in this space, what I thought I'd do is just share a few ideas that are out there on how to sort of do some of these redesigns without advocating for one or the other. And I'll go through these quickly. We can come through a little bit more maybe later in the Q&A. But some paths to sort of, institutional redesigns. One is to think about, creating buffers not just for the water or the spillway, but for the institutional storm that's brewing that might affect low and moderate Houstonians, income Houstonians. And so there you can think about, I think someone mentioned earlier, there are community groups not particularly well resourced, but committed to helping at least those that they can cover some of the rising insurance costs, not just on the flood insurance, but also the associated costs on their home insurance. So there's that. What if communities, cities, et cetera, sort of began to think about how could we grow that program and subsidize folks who might need that assistance most? In that, we could also think about, restorative infrastructure. Maybe we begin to prioritize projects where we could minimize those subsidies over time or begin to reduce them because we help them, but now we're going to provide the public infrastructure that hopefully reduces some of those costs. And we also have the idea of co-producing maps. I heard earlier maybe the prospects of people beginning to appeal this sort of map. It can be at the individual level, but it could also be at the community level, et cetera. So perhaps we begin to think, as a collective in Houston about how we get together and co-produce the maps and think about that. Not have it be individuals who have the time and the resources to do it, but how do we work to actually co-produce the maps and the appeals as a more collective process. And finally, mentioned before was managed retreat. I've done a good deal of work on this in Houston and also nationwide, so I'm happy to come back to this. The managed retreat, the fundamental reality is most of it's funded through FEMA, and FEMA requires that the buyouts be voluntary. And I know we've experimented a little bit with other scenarios here in Houston, but by and large, it's voluntary. And what we find is that people will not take a buyout unless they know where they're going to move to. It's not just about leaving somewhere, it's about going somewhere. And oftentimes it's about going somewhere nearby that's less risky, and that requires some discussion about affordable housing. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Jim. I'm sure there are going to be some questions for you a little bit later. In fact, I have a few already in mind. But next, and Harry Masterson may have the more difficult task today, simply because he's the managing director of Ember Real Estate and Development. I've asked him to talk about, under the new maps, what are the development patterns going to be? We drive down highways and we see a new subdivision going in here and a new commercial development there. How are these maps going to change that decision-making process? Are they going to do it at all? And I'm going to repeat one more time because we've said it over and over and over today. People who say, oh, we're building in floodplains. Well, that's okay if you build properly in floodplains. You can't just, we live on the Gulf Coast. We're going to have floodplains, but how do we do it? But when you see these new maps, Harry, what does it tell you? What do you think is going to change?
Well, first off, thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor. I am a little nervous being the developer up here, sort of made out to be a bad guy in this room. I do see change and I do see challenges on a couple of different levels. I think one of the questions out there is to which floodplain is the county going to regulate? We have historically had a county that regulated to the 100-year floodplain. We all knew the maps needed to be revised, and as sort of a proxy, we used the old 500-year floodplain and said, okay, when the new 100-year floodplain comes out, we'll go back to that and regulate it like we've always done. I think that's one of the biggest questions that the development industry has right now. I think regulation is good, consistency is good, overregulation is not good, and so I think that's a big question. The one area that you absolutely cannot skimp is in your hydrology, and you just can't afford. You can't afford to flood. Any flood is a plaintiff lawyer's dream, and you're kind of guilty before you're proven innocent, or you have to prove that you're innocent, and it's a very difficult thing to do. So there's a lot of effort that goes into making sure that your communities are better than just not impacting. We hear often that we have to design so that our impacts do not exceed our undeveloped flows. My project is in northwest Harris County. There's been a lot of discussion today. There's been a lot of discussion with my engineers about the new maps. I think by and large, it's not like this new map came out and everybody was surprised. The big engineering firms were all involved in a collaborative effort with the creation of these new maps. And by and large, I think they were, right on. There's some areas where, they missed a little bit. So it's not like one day we're building in one map and then it's a complete different way. We have to address those areas that when the cutoff date happened and development kept forward, that now the map's got to be revised to show that those areas were indeed out of the floodplain. But there is a lot of attention to it, and I think there's a lot of concern here, as there should be. But for me, I look at these challenges and I look at these this attention as an opportunity to work collaboratively. I remember distinctively when I was at a developers council at the Greater Houston Builders Association, that the county came to us and said, look, man, we got this money, we've got to do these projects, we're reaching out to you, please, can we work collaboratively? And I think I'm one of the few people that actually took them up on that. And so in our project, not only are we detaining for our watershed, which extends beyond just our project, but we're providing 250 acre feet of storage for the county. And it is inside my community. It's beautiful. It's part of a 70 acre lake. It's an incredible amenity. It defines my community much more than we thought it would. And that was because we were able to do a public-private partnership with the county and utilizing our utility districts. I know we have a mud board director here and maybe the greatest mud lawyer of all times in our presence. And it's a perfect tool. When you look at Houston, the city didn't build Houston. The private sector has always been involved. And so I think that this is an opportunity. I think the solutions here really are the public sector working with the private sector, and we'll end up with a better solution all the way around. I don't think we can just look to the public sector and say, change the rules and make all these people abide, because we do have to make up for lost ground. And we all have limits on really what we can do, whether it's in our mud district, our WCID district, or what the flood control district can do. But working together, I think we end up with a better solution that addresses the entire region, not just our individual developments.
Good. Well, that's a perfect lead into Fletcher Dunson. If you looked at the agenda, you might have asked yourself, why is the vice president of Sprint Sand and Clay here? Well, the answer is they're a critical part of the process. Whether you're talking about site preparation or detention, retention, whatever, you do a lot of that, I believe. And so what's your take on the new maps? What's it going to do to your line of work and how you prepare things for developers and homeowners?
Well, first I wanted to thank Judge Emmett for inviting me to participate today. I have a great deal of respect for you and all that you've done for this community. I wanted to get here early to listen in on some of the panels and some of the discussions to see how I could expand upon some of the topics as it relates to the improvements that are needed, and also try to speak on a lot of the positives that are actually happening. I know that a lot of times this topic can be difficult to discuss. We've heard some testimonies about many individuals in our community that have been affected by all the flooding. And so our company, along with Mr. Masterson and a lot of other developers who we work for, has really been a part of a lot of the solutions that are being implemented. One of the comments that Judge Emmett discussed earlier was how to properly build in the city of Houston. I think that's been one of the moving targets for everybody for a long time, is how do you properly build a structure when you consider the soil mechanics, when you consider the need for mitigation of flooding. And I think that that's been a real challenge for everybody in our industry. A little bit about our company is, at our core, we are an aggregate mining company, and we're a supplier of aggregates, meaning that we participate on the infrastructure improvement for residential homes being built, working with a lot of the master plan community production home builders. We participate on the industrial development side, commercial development side, and on a daily basis we will haul between 10 to 12,000 truckloads of aggregates around the city of Houston for construction materials to mitigate PVR for you engineers in the room and for bedding of utilities. So we're in at the design phase. And so we've seen the positive changes in how these projects are bid. And no doubt they're more expensive, as they should be. And these changes are necessary. But I think that there's a lot of value in the changes, but to Mr. Masterson's point, they have to be tempered to where they don't become cost prohibitive. And I think that one thing that we are seeing, as we also have a heavy civil division, is currently our company is in the process of building 5 large regional detention ponds for Harris County. That's $60 million worth of work. We are moving and hauling off-site for these detention ponds 2.5 million yards of spoils. So as you continue to see these drainage improvement projects, there's going to continue to be a need for legal disposal. So one of the challenges that we face in our industry is the public sector has a very stringent process for where you dispose of spoils. They want to make sure that it's disposed of legally. Like, our properties are almost considered like a landfill for dirt. You take your trash to a landfill, spoils that cannot be utilized on public developments, you dig a hole for detention, you improve a channel, you desilt a basin, you have to have places to take that material. You have to dispose of it legally. We provide those disposal services. And so you're running out of places to take material legally in the city of Houston. Landfills are an option, our locations are an option, but they have to be disposed of legally. The public sector is highly regulated on documentation and showing where those spoils are disposed of. The private sector, not so much. And developers can only do so much. They hire a general contractor who hires a subcontractor who typically hires a company like ours. But there's been a rampant problem in Harris County and the surrounding counties of illegal dumping. And so, you talk about a lot of the groups and organizations in this room that are doing good. One of the things that I would strongly suggest is work with your local municipalities, work with Harris County Flood Control, work with Fort Bend County, work with anyone that you can within your districts to make sure that spoils, or essentially dirt, from private projects and from public projects are being disposed of legally. You have to have proper permits to dispose of those spoils, and they have to be taken to locations that are not going to adversely affect flooding in your general area. And that's been happening for a long time in the city of Houston, and I think is one of the big problems that has caused some of the flooding, and especially rural areas where it's not highly regulated. So that's one of the talking points that I wanted to expand upon. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about the regulations. We've got funding that we are afforded as a community to improve this situation. And there's all different types of funding. A lot of the funding that we're seeing now is a community development block grant funding. And we've got $850 million worth of funding that should be released for Harris County flood control projects alone in the next 12 to 18 months. The challenges that we face when it comes to regulations is regulations can be a good thing. Regulations can also sometimes not be such a good thing. The time frame that you have to spend that money is typically around 2 years. Judge Emmett talked earlier on one of the panels about the challenges of the planning aspect and all of the time it takes to get these projects let for bidding and actually built. And so a lot of the regulations and red tape that us as a prime contractor face just to even bid the project, and the paperwork involved in building these projects has become extremely strenuous. And so I think that a lot of the regulations related to the funding of these projects can be improved upon. That's another suggestion that I have, and talking to your local agencies to make sure that the funding that is released is funding that we actually have the ability to use. And so that's continuing to be a challenge for contractors in the city of Houston working on Harris County flood control projects. I'll speak briefly about the gentleman who was on the panel for Fort Bend County. I would continue to suggest to the municipalities in your area to collaborate with contractors. I was recently on the board for HCA, which is Houston Contractors Association. There's a lot of work that's going to be done on the Brazos River, and the gentleman that was on the panel earlier, he reached out to contractors and wanted to talk about the challenges and struggles to make sure that the project could actually be built, that it would not be over budget, that the engineer's estimate would not be exceeded by the bids to where the project never got built. We have all these needs, and you have engineers' estimates and you have money that can be spent, but if the county or the municipality that's going to benefit you in your area can't afford to build the project, then the project's never going to get done. And getting that feedback from contractors on the challenges they're going to face regarding the cost of the project and the time in which the project needs to get done to where that funding can be triggered and not lost is a conversation that really should be had prior to the job being bid. Otherwise, it never gets done. So I think that regulations are needed. I think that there's a lot of improvement, and I think that it's necessary for those regulations to not go from one extreme, which has caused a lot of the problems in Houston, to the opposite extreme, to where it's very difficult for developers and projects to get built. But I think that we have to find an equitable, happy medium to where we can accomplish everybody's goal, which is to improve the drainage and flooding issues that we have in Houston and the surrounding counties.
Thank you, Fletcher. So we've gone from people to the developers, not that developers aren't people too, but they're their own breed, to the industry that a lot of people don't think about. We see these things develop, but we don't really think about all the details and all the moving parts. But then when all's said and done, they're going to come to an engineering architecture type firm and say, you got to build this so that people can live in our development that's been developed. And that's where Andy Palermo, the managing senior principal for EHRA Engineering, comes in. You're going to tell us how you're going to design and engineer with these new maps in mind.
That's a challenge. Thank you again. I too thank you for inviting me. I think there's been a lot of good discussion on these flood maps. Real quick, just to back up, I do want to touch on, just so that we all in the room understand, I mean, the FEMA flood maps is a flood insurance rate map. These maps are created for insurance purposes, and the lines on the map they're drawn based on great modeling methodologies, good analysis. The work that's gone into these maps is incredible, and I commend the efforts. But it's always important, it's just a line on a map, and that doesn't mean just because you're not in a floodplain, especially when you're in Houston or Harris County. Just because you're not in a floodplain doesn't mean you're not going to flood. There are other things going on in these subdivisions and places where maintenance could be an issue, or infrastructure is undersized, and ponding in certain areas could happen, and there's always the potential for flooding, especially when you're in a flat part of the country. We are generally flat, so it's important that, especially during Flood Awareness Week, if you don't have flood insurance, definitely consider it if you live in Houston and Harris County. As far as the maps themselves, right now, also just to clarify, these maps are in draft form right now. They're good information, great information to be aware of and start preparing for. But the Map Next project that Flood Control did, incredible effort, unbelievable undertaking. It started back in 2018, built on new rainfall data, new survey data, a full new topographic survey of the entire county, and new modeling methodologies. So we're moving forward utilizing new information that is coming out. And there's engineers like myself, I haven't even really dug into a lot of the new models yet because wasn't part of the MapNext team, but we've been working with 1D, 2D modeling for a while, and it's complicated, it's detailed. A lot of room for error, a lot of room for manipulation to some extent, but there's going to be a lot of training that's involved with these. But they're in draft form. They're right now in a time where floodplain administrators and electeds can meet with FEMA, go over them, review them. You know, if you have any comments or questions, you can go to some of your electeds and ask about these, but they're going to go into another review form where the maps and models do come out after that here in the next, anytime between now and the end of the year is what we're hearing from flood control. So that's when the preliminary maps will be released for review and start digging in and really start looking at a lot of the information that's in there. After that, appeals and protests, you heard that mentioned. Appeals and protests will happen, and that's a 90-day period. That appeals and protests is whenever there are engineering firms like ours and others that have properties that are shown in the floodplain where you just don't believe it's right, and you have the chance to appeal and protest. But after that, those appeals and protests need to be responded to. So there's a potential that these maps don't really become effective, therefore regulated to, until sometime down the line around 2028, 29, 30, somewhere in that range. So they're not regulatory now, but this just means you have time to prepare for them, get insurance, be ready for them. We're dealing with Atlas 14, which is the result of why these maps are produced. We're dealing with a rainfall that we're talking about. I've heard 28%, but when you look at the regions across Harris County, it's as much as 40% increase in rainfall. This has a tremendous effect to any development that's going in Harris County or the city of Houston. For a 500-year rainfall, for example, the effective map that's here today, 18 to 19 inches in a 24-hour period, goes to a 24 to 27-inch rainfall in a 24-hour period. It's a tremendous increase. For a 100-year, we're talking about a 13-inch rainfall, which the current maps are based off of, in a 24-hour period, to 16 to 18 inches for a 24-hour period. You think about 5 inches of rainfall increase across all of Harris County for a 100-year storm, we're talking about 150 billion gallons of water across the region. Now, I heard it mentioned earlier, I've yet to see a storm that acts exactly like the modeling. Again, flood insurance rate maps, they're not perfect, but they give us a good idea of the risk that we're in for. I also heard, with a 100-year rainfall, what does it mean? A 1% chance in any given year. Well, I've also heard it mentioned that in a 30-year mortgage, you have the potential, a 27% chance of flooding in a 30-year mortgage. Essentially, that's what that equates to. So it's important that we think about these things with the increased rainfall. And Harry did a great job of talking about, what is the criteria going to be? We still don't know some of the answers to what we're up against as we move forward when these maps are released or start being used for regulating purposes. There's a lot of unknowns there. I mean, the 100-year storm regulation that was in place prior to Harvey, now using a 500-year proxy. I mean, we talked about the rainfall differences. The proxy was put in place because a 16 to 18-inch rainfall for the new 100-year is basically what the effective 500-year is, which is around 19 inches. So, it's a great proxy, it's a great stand-in. We can use the maps that are there today, but we're gonna have to shift to the new maps, and we're gonna get to the point where we're analyzing two different scenarios, effective maps and future maps. And it just adds time, it adds money, it adds cost. I know Harry doesn't want to hear all this, but it's the truth, and it becomes more challenging, especially with the type of modeling that we're going into, because the impacts, you can run the analysis twice and get two different answers. You can run it 4 times, get 4 different answers, because there's so many delicacies to the modeling that's being done. You know, we, for Harry's purpose, I guess, diving into feasibilities, when a developer brings us a tract of land, we're supposed to look at it and tell them, is this feasible or not? Well, we're getting to the stage where possibly it could be a question mark, because the modeling has such an impact on the results of what we're going to need to design for that we can't make the estimates that we've been able to in the past. You know, it really leads to the models controlling those recommendations. It's going to impact the acquisition strategy in the developers. It's going to impact their confidence, entitlement planning, and whether the site's worth pursuing. So the front end is going to be impacted, and they're going to have to determine whether or not Harris County is the place for them to develop, or do they need to move outside the county where, you know, we're still using, you know, I won't say old technology, but we're using great proxies for the information that we have in place. Once an engineer sees, I speak for myself, once I see certain data, I cannot ignore it. So, you know, we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we're analyzing worst case scenarios. We're looking at everything across the board. We're even looking at, with these new maps, a bunch of offsite that's coming at these tracks. There's a lot of overflows from this 2D modeling that allows you to really kind of see where some of these floodplains are that aren't on the current maps, because they cut the current maps off at a line, and we know water has no boundaries. Diving into development, you know, we really kind of talk about what kind of impact is it going to have to the development, and part of this is there's still a lot up in the air, because how much detention am I really going to need, and how much floodplain is going to be? There's still chances for these floodplain maps to change. You know, there's a lot of time here left before we get through the appeals and protest period and then addressing those comments. But because of the larger rainfalls, because of the larger floodplains, the detention basins are going to have to get bigger. And every one of our analyses that we do, we have to make sure that we show no adverse impact. No adverse impact basically means the water that runs off a site today cannot be increased with the development. So we have to put the proper detention, and we have to look at the floodplain conditions with regards to, they're getting larger, floodways are getting larger, so developable acreage might get smaller for these developers. And that could easily make a tract infeasible. You know, the LiDAR on these maps, I don't know if I mentioned or not, but the LiDAR that was used, the latest LiDAR was 2020. We're in 2026 now, and a lot has happened between 2020 and 2026. So there are areas of these maps where there's definitely areas that have not accounted for a lot of the improvements, the developments. Once a developer is putting in their site, they got to take care of all of their water. So they drain to those big basins, those big lakes. All those are used for those purposes, and they restrict that flow into the bayous, into the channels, to make sure that we're not increasing those flows to the channels. So, you know, we do have to show no adverse impact, and trust me, flood control does a great job of holding us responsible and making sure that we do not with our analyses. Moving forward into the criteria, you know, the things that we're talking about, and I'm part of a task force. I chair a task force for ACEC, American Council of Engineering Companies, and we're talking about criteria a lot as we move forward, because we've not set it. Questions of transition. How do we transition from the current criteria to whatever the criteria is going to be in the future? There's got to be a process. And there are projects that are going on right now that become legacy projects that may have to switch over to new criteria at some point. You have all analyses that are done at the front end that at the back end, if you're switching over to new criteria, well, it could really impact a planning strategy or a financial type model for that development, because they may have to shift and lose lots, and infrastructure gets larger because of storm sewers in the streets. It's a period that really needs to consider, and I welcome the conversation with Flood Control, City of Houston, Harris County, because, you know, quite frankly, we all need to kind of see each other's perspective and make sure that we're all working together to put the best criteria forward. You know, going into some of these things, I won't get too detailed, but no rise is another thing for roadway projects that cross bayous. bridges that are in place. I mean, we cannot show any increase in water surface. Any increase results in mitigating those rises. So it's important that we show those in analysis. We don't put anything in the ground without an analysis. I mean, that's the truth. So I know the time's up here. I'll just end my part with just saying, this is not going to stop development. I think there's still opportunity there to develop. We're just going to have to watch it a little bit closer. We're going to have to do a little bit more in-depth analysis because I know there's a lot of eyes on it, and it's going to be more technically demanding, more expensive, timely, but it's the information that we need to make sure we do our job right. So
Good. Well, I'll thank all four of you for that. I have a number of questions, but I'm going to start with Jim because once I ask Harry my next question, then that may take the rest of the time because these other two are going to have to weigh in. But Jim, we're in a demographically changing city and county, and those of us who have, whether you're talking about highway development or anything else, you see neighborhoods that once they're seen as at risk, whether it's by environmental risk or flooding, the property values go down and people move in. And so you've then got people who are vulnerable economically, and now they're living in a neighborhood that's could be problematic under these new maps. How do we deal with those changing dynamics of neighborhoods and help people like that who are moving into and they may not even know they're moving into a neighborhood that others have left because they think it might not be an appropriate place to live?
I'm not going to be able to solve that, but I will provide a couple points. One, I think the fundamental point is it's important to get these regulations right for the new building, right? But we have a city where a good deal of it was built before, right? And so we're dealing with the consequences of what that means. And I don't think removing the information of the maps is going to help neighborhoods, right, first and foremost. But what we can begin to do is think about what can we do alongside some of these regulations, right? So, for instance, one observation, I've worked on manage retreat and how it unfolds. Manage retreat is a policy that's sort of broad. It has different programs. Again, most of it's through FEMA, which is a voluntary buyout. It's happened in every state in the country, about 500 cities and towns, right? And one of the things we found is this reality, I think was pointed out earlier, the federal government just can't afford to buy out everybody who lives in flood-prone housing, right? It would be in trillions of dollars. So in large part, you've got to select where that's going to happen and how much money you have to invest in individual homes. And when we look at just the half-mile buffer around where that's happened nationally, what we find is that for every person in one of these federally funded buyout areas that moves and demolishes their home and removes the risk forever, there are 13 other folks who move through the market. So it is not a one-way exit in these places. It's more like a revolving door of risk that you mentioned. So people are coming in, it becomes an opportunity if you're a first-time home buyer, perhaps to finally get into some place. Bad that it floods, but maybe it won't flood for me, but immediately it's providing me an opportunity to get into affordable housing, or at least the community that I've been wanting to get into. So we just have to think more creatively. There are places across the country that are beginning to think about the buyout money and working with HUD's buyout programs more in a sort of creatively, where it's like, okay, what if we took some of that money and for first-time home buyers, we provide incentives for them to buy property, their first home, a starter home, in a place that's not at risk, so that we can break the chain of people moving back into these places. So that's one option. Rethink, have buy-in opportunities that sort of parallel the buyout properties, right? New Zealand has policies where they extend the time frame. So maybe part of the solution is extending the time frame on the budgeting and the federal matches and whatnot that would help some of the development that might need to happen. But another way is to extend the time frame on when people have the opportunity to sort of take these buyouts. maybe it's not a decision. Do you take it this year or next year? But maybe it's at some point when you do take it, you do not hand over your property. Maybe you're not ready to go now, but maybe, you know, in 10 years or 15 years, you don't hand it down to someone else. And we begin to work proactively and think for the long term.
Give you one more chance before I go to these others. Have you done any research in terms of, as properties are put into riskier areas, what percentage become rental properties?
It's a great question. I don't know. I'm not going to put the Kinder folks on the spot. They might have some data that at least begins to speak to that. I have not done research on that, but we know that the buyout programs are highly variable across the country. Some are intended to buy out whole communities and have them move. Some is just to buy out certain parcels to be able to introduce infrastructure that makes the other safer. So there are a lot of different ways in which this can happen. So I think part of it gets into the local details.
Okay, so for the Kinder folks who may be up for the next panel, that's a question that's always interested me is, what about renters? Not just on buyouts, but in terms of if people realize their home's at risk, they move out and they say, well, rather than tear it down, I'm just going to keep renting it to people, and those won't have an option. But that's a separate question. Now, back to Harry. Earlier today, I talked about a developer, not you, who was sued after Harvey, but on the basis of they should have known, even though they met all the county guidelines, building codes. As you're developing and a new map comes out like this, do you automatically start thinking about building to the new map or not? And then the follow-up's going to come to Fletcher and Andy.
You know, I would say that we were already building to what we thought the new map was going to be. And that was sort of we talk about this 500-year proxy. I mean, there was a little bit of spitballing from the engineers, but a lot of knowledge about where they thought this was going to come out. And so we did not just sit back and say, well, we're going to wait for the maps to change and then we'll be compliant with the maps. So you try to get ahead of it. And you know, I would say that it is a really weird thing. So you can follow all the rules, all the regulations, build exactly how you're supposed to build, have 5 million stamps and signatures from the county and everybody else to say you're doing it right. And if it floods, you're still hosed, you know. And so it's the riskiest part of development, I think. And so that is where you really don't skimp. You know, you want to skimp, put smaller trees in the ground, you know, and spend your money on your engineers and making sure that you're designing to the best that you can, and probably a little bit more. So it really, like I said, we pretty much knew the maps were coming. People talk. It takes it's taken years to get to this map coming out, and so you know, I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, no, I think of a scenario if you're building a large development and you know half of it is built to one code and then the other half's built to
now that is a difficult that is a difficult thing, and that is where you start getting into, okay, are we grandfathered, you know? And so we've designed 1,000 acres, and then the last 200 acres, the maps do change along there, and now you've kind of painted yourself into a corner, and it's problematic. And I think that I don't think there's an easy answer for how do you handle when you're halfway through a project and the rules change on you. And I think you do what you can to compensate for it in the remainder of your project. But it has happened, and you know, and it isn't just flood regulation. It could be just development code in general, where you say, I underwrote this project based on 3.5 units per acre, and So that's a tricky situation. I've been lucky to avoid it.
So, Fletcher, I've been about as intimately involved as you can be in this sort of stuff. But frankly, I never really thought about if you dig a detention pond that the dirt was somehow considered waste that you then had to dispose of. What do you see in these new maps that's going to make your life more difficult or easier?
Well, I think to Andy's point, and as Harry pointed out, when you sit down and you develop a property, if it's a commercial development, if it's an industrial development, if it's a large-scale master plan community, a lot of times, besides being the trickiest as far as your exposure for liability, it also typically becomes your most costly phase of the project. So you're having to adhere to all of these new detention requirements, which we've all identified are necessary to be more strenuous. So you're moving dirt around. And so an engineering firm will sit down and say, okay, we've got to dig this detention pond. What are the mechanics of the soil? And so we deal a lot in soil mechanics of different plasticities of soil. And can we take this soil, does it have a low enough plasticity where it's not so expansive that you're not going to adversely affect the PVR? And for this large-scale industrial development, can I take this dirt that's coming?
PVR.
Excuse me?
PVR.
PVR is potential vertical rise. So it's the expansion of the soil to where the slab will not heave and crack. So when you design a structural slab or a slab on grade, you have to have a certain soil to where it's not so expansive that it'll heave or swell to where the slab will crack, and you don't want settling to where the structure will sink. And those are the aggregate products that we sell, structural fill, select fill. But when you're sitting down and you're looking at a development and you've got these spoils or unusable dirt that is going to be displaced for the hole that you're having to dig for the detention requirement to mitigate the impervious cover, the first thing you try to do is use it on site, because the most expensive aspect of moving dirt is the trucking. It's where am I going to take it and legally dispose of it? And I talked earlier about the importance of legal disposal. If we are building a detention pond for Harris County Flood Control, just to bid the project before we are even awarded low bid, we have to show the county where we're going to take the dirt. That qualifies our bid, which I think is incredibly important. So we have to qualify where we are going to take the material, because the largest cost variable associated with building a detention pond is taking that dirt that you dig out of the ground and showing where you're going to take it legally and dispose of it to where it does not adversely affect flooding in the greater Houston area. So you may have a developer that's following the rules, and you may have a perfectly good design by Andy and his team. But if the dirt that comes out of the ground that cannot be reused on site is taken and dumped illegally in the floodplain, you're just going to continue to chase your tail. You're offsetting the good at this site, and you're doing bad in another area. And if that's not highly regulated, then we're never going to improve the situation. So the big challenge that engineering firms face with developers on the dirt side is we have this detention requirement. You've got a few options. You've got underground detention, which is extremely costly, but a lot of times you will see underground detention built into the design, because as Harry pointed out, every square inch of that property, they're trying to generate revenue, and it's valuable. And as Andy said, are we going to continue to pursue this if we shrink the square footage of that property that we could ultimately develop? And so you look at underground detention, which is very costly, but the dirt still has to go somewhere, because most of the time in underground detention, you don't have an area on the site to repurpose it, because the site is already so small that you're having to explore the option for underground detention. For these larger developments, if you cannot reuse the soil to where you dig it out of the ground, you may be putting in the paving, you may elevate the site to bring it out of the 100-year to the 500-year to maybe even higher than that. A lot of times, if there's nowhere to put that excess soil, you have to truck it off site and you have to dispose of it legally, which is one of the services that our company provides. But that's where it becomes very costly, to Harry's point, to make sure that you're being ultra careful and the engineering firms are trying to find the most cost-effective way to build the project. But that's where you're going to start to see cost of developments go up, is what do we do with the excess dirt? We know there's going to be more of it because the detention requirements are more strenuous. So what do we do with it? How do we get rid of it legally to where it doesn't affect the remaining areas? Because as a developer, if your development floods, that's one liability. If you're taking spoils off site and dumping it illegally, that's an even bigger issue. So those are some of the challenges you're going to face.
Okay, so Andy, I'm going to throw you a curveball.
Oh boy.
We've talked about new developments, but let's take Meyerland, just south of Brays Bayou. I'll drive down the street and half of them are elevated and half of them aren't. Why is that? Do you know? And how do you do the engineering to completely decide that this house has to be raised and that house doesn't?
Basically, that all comes with timing. Meyerland's an older subdivision where you're an older area, I guess, where you're talking about, you had Brays Bayou. There's a reason why Brays Bayou was done. We needed to get water out of the city. We needed to convey it through and out of the city. We needed to lower water surface elevations. But there are areas that are just older areas in the city that, best way to put it, some of them are built in a bowl or some of them are basically sitting below that 100-year water surface elevation. Well, that water surface elevation is tied hydraulically to any storm sewer, anything that sits below that water surface elevation. That water has room to spread out and fill those areas. Well, homes that are too low probably flooded more than once and needed to be either raised or demolished, one or the other. So as new buyers come in, buy up property in some of these subdivisions, they raise them because they need to meet new floodplain requirements.
Are they required to raise them?
Yes.
Okay.
New development is going to be required to be raised.
But what about an existing house? This not so subtle note telling me I had 5 minutes remaining.
We're going to need a 30.
It's pushing me forward. But if somebody wants to go buy a house that is in the floodplain and it has flooded, do they have to raise it?
If it's flooded, they're going to have to make the improvements and they're going to have to raise it. There's the point of being insurable and not insurable. So if you truly want to move into a house and be insured, then chances are you're going to have to demolish something that's below a floodplain or pay a hefty price for flood insurance that keeps you safe and they'll actually insure you. But most of them, like I said, for homes that have been flooded or have histories of flooding, they're going to go in, buy a house, and probably raise it to make sure that it's safe from flooding.
Okay, so we'll tag this over to either the next panel or someone later down the line. The question of the new maps. If you weren't in the old map but yet you flooded, and now you're in a new map, that's going to require you to.
Well, if you're there, that's a good question because I don't know how that's going to be handled yet, but you need to consider how deep are you, because rates could definitely be impacted depending on how deep of you. I'm concerned about whether or not there's homes in the floodway that are insurable or non-insurable. I mean.
Right.
So these maps could change, the affordability of a house because they've grown so much. And City of Houston has a big floodplain. Cypress Creek's going to have a pretty good floodplain. The problem to a lot of this, though, unfortunately, is some of the improvements that would be considered to go in some of these developments that flood. You may not get 100-year protection. You may not be able to find a way to get 100-year protection because they're just too low. I really advocate for flood control continuing to buy up right away and continue to provide conveyance for a lot of this water to get to the stream, lower water surface elevations, and make sure that it gets out of this county as fast as possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking this panel.
Got off easy.
Thank you.
Shame.
I can start. Hello. Hello. Can I start? Yes.
Just say, I'm going to get started.
Oh, okay. Hello. Hi. I'm going to get started here. Afternoon. I'm Debolina Banerjee. I work as a research analyst at the Kinder Institute of Urban Research at the Center of Housing and Neighborhood. So today we examine how the updated floodplain boundaries, the draft FEMA map that we have been seeing so many times from the morning, today reshapes the geography of housing risk in Harris County. By looking across single-family, multifamily, socio-demographic conditions, public facilities, and affordability-related measures, our analysis shows how newly mapped flood exposure can affect not only where risk is going to be located, but also who may be the least able to absorb its financial and social consequences. So the main question we focus on today is what kinds of homes, neighborhoods, public facilities are now newly included in this geography of risk. So I'll move through this story in 4 steps. So the first is where the map has actually changed. Second, the housing units that are going to be impacted by this change. Third, the social and affordability context of the places that will be impacted by this change. And fourth, impact on public facilities like schools, police stations, hospitals, etc. And before I start my presentation, I just wanted to clarify that this results are still at the preliminary stage. We are almost done, but we have not published this yet. We will publish it for public use, but so just emphasizing that it's still a preliminary study. All right. So, okay. So all of you have seen this map as well from the morning quite a bit. So this is the current or the old floodplain that we have, and this is what it's going to be once the draft map is accepted. So it's obviously, as you can visually see, it's going to cover a lot of area. To be specific, it's going to add about 199 square miles of area inside floodplain, which is going to be 31% increase in floodplain area overall for Harris County. Let me share some of the things. Right, so when floodplain boundaries change, it doesn't only reshape how risk is understood, but also how properties are regulated, insurance are priced, and how communities plan for their future long-term investments. Based on the new draft FEMA maps, overall there will be a 36% increase in single-family homes that will be included in the new floodplain, overall like 500 floodway together, and 17% increase in multifamily homes inside floodplains. But before I dive into a lot of those details and specific statistics, I just wanted to give you all an overview snapshot of changes caused by this proposed map categorized by different jurisdictions. So for Houston, there is going to be a 26% increase in single-family homes that will be included in the floodplain. For County Commissioner Pressing number 3, that's going to see the largest increase in both single family, 103% increase, and multifamily, 113% increase. So Commissioner Pressing 3, you can visualize it around like both northeast and northwest part of the county. It's close to Greens Bayou, Cypress Creek, which already has a history of flooding in the past decade, has been impacted already by Allison Harvey, and they're generally very flood prone. The next is Houston Council District H. This is going to have a 144% increase in single-family homes added to the new floodplain. This is also, you can visualize it right on the northern tip of the inner loop, northern part, like adjacent in thereabout area. And it is at the confluence sort of chunks of different watersheds, White Oaks Bayou, Greens Bayou, Huntington Bayou. But obviously, since the maps are changing and not only increasing, some areas would also move out of floodplain. For example, in Commissioner County Pressing number 4, there'll be a 4% decrease in single-family homes that will move out of floodplains. And Houston Council District F, that will be a 36% decrease in single-family homes, like that will come out. All right. Okay, no, too far. Okay. So in this section, we will see exactly where the map is going to change, and basically where the floodplain is getting expanded or reduced. And we have differentiated these changes into simple categories, like newly designated, which was not there in the old floodplain, which is going to be there in the new one, moved out, which is basically it's not going to be there in the new one, and so on and so forth. So overall, 90% of the total floodplain area is going to remain unchanged between the new and the old one, and 10% of the area will move out. So let me see. Let's click this button. All right, so I don't know how much is visible on the map itself, but the blue lines, so those are the existing floodplain boundaries, and it covers about 637 square miles of area in all of the county. The next thing, this is the newly the new draft new floodplain. It is going to cover 836 square miles of area, so obviously there is going to be an increase. This is the interesting one. So if you can see, the orange bits are going to be the newly designated areas. That's going to be around 265 square miles area that is going to be added. And so again, from here, like it's sort of similar finding as Commissioner Pressing number 3, where I already said that in the northeast and the northwest of the county, you see that there is going to be a lot of increase, and these are the areas where you see the cluster of oranges, the cluster of newly designated areas. Let's see, maybe I can zoom in a little bit. Okay, so the green blocks that you see, the clusters, these are the areas that's going to move out. So overall, about 66 square miles is going to move out of floodplains. Little bit of cluster you can see in the southeast and the southwest part of the county. And then let's see. So overall, this is like, yeah, categorized by all the colors, moved in, stayed in, moved out, and newly designated. So for the rest of this presentation, I'm mostly going to focus on the newly designated, which is basically the orange color on the map, those areas, because these are the places where residents, property owners, public agencies are going to experience the biggest change in how flood risk is officially going to be recognized in their houses or in their neighborhoods. This is also where the housing affordability question will begin, because a home or an apartment that is going to be newly designated into the floodplain can impact perceived risk, future insurance burden, development decisions, and long-term neighborhood stability. Okay. Let's go. Okay. So next, in the next section, we are moving from the floodplain boundary shifts and looking into the impact of housing at the neighborhood scale. So for this particular analysis, we took the geography of something called CTA that we defined at Kinder as CTA. It's Community Tabulation Area. You can visualize or interpret it as super neighborhoods. It's basically a collection of census tracts. So in all of Harris County, there are 143 CTAs. And obviously the impact on housing because of the change in floodplain is not going to be evenly distributed, as we already saw in the floodplain change map. We are going to focus here in this section where the largest concentration of these changes are going to be located, in which neighborhoods, in which CTAs. But before I start there, so we separate housing by single family and multifamily. I have been saying that quite a lot already, is because both of these things tell a slightly different story. For example, single family obviously is going to impact homeowners, property values, insurance cost, whereas for multifamily, I think the exposure is going to be at least a little bit more concentrated on renters, landlord operating cost, displacement risk, and in the morning session, we already talked a little bit about how renters will not really have a lot of control if their house, if the cost is going to be passed on to them. All right, so out of the 143 CTAs, 2/3 of CTA, which is like 96 CTAs, is going to see an increase, that's the 67%, going to see an increase in single-family homes included in the floodplain. 57% of the CTA is going to see increase in multifamily homes included in the floodplain. So that basically give you some rough numbers, like about 120,000 single-family homes will be newly included. 30,000, let's say, will move out, so that would be like an increase of 88,000 homes that will be single-family homes included in floodplains for the CTAs. Okay, so in this map, I'm going to expand this map in a bit, but this map basically shows, the color on the map shows areas which have added single-family or multifamily units. So the darker colors means it is going to add a lot more than the lighter color. And the bar plot shows the top 10 CTAs. So before I talk on the map, I just want to explain that when we were crunching these numbers, we saw that inside only this top 10 CTAs, so just 10 neighborhoods, there's the increase of single-family household overall in the county. 40% of that is going to be concentrated in this 10 CTAs. Similarly, 47% of multifamily increase is going to be concentrated in the 10 CTAs, in the top 10 CTAs. So basically, these CTAs are, going to have a large share of this newly exposed, flood-exposed housing units. Let me make this map bigger so that it's easier to interact with. Does it come up? All right. Right now, what you see on the map are the top 10 neighborhoods, the bar plot, for that's going to add single-family units. So obviously, Bear Creek, Cypress North, Cypress South, Pasadena, these are some of the top CTAs or neighborhoods that's going to add. You can see the numbers in thousands of single-family units that's going to be added. But let's see, like, for example, one of the CTA. So I click on this map and it zooms in that neighborhood. So I know the text size is really small, but once you actually see it on your screen later on when we publish it, you can see, so we have added this pop-up window. So for each neighborhood, there's a lot of detail about exact number of units that is going to be added that are in the current map, that is going to be in the draft new map, and most importantly, number of units in 100-year, 500-year floodway, and compared between old and new floodplain maps. So I'm just going to say, look at one number. I know you can't see it, so you have to trust that I'm saying the right number. So single-family homes currently in this particular neighborhood, that is Cypress North, is 67 single-family units are in floodway. That's going to increase to 108 single-family units in floodway for the new map. So similarly, you can check, in your neighborhood, and you can also type your address and see where you fall. Now let's see for the multifamily units. So these are the top 10 neighborhoods where we'll see an increase in multifamily unit. Astrodome, very close to Braes Bayou, very urbanized, very rental heavy, going to add a lot of multifamily homes. Then Katy is going to, Katy North, Midwest, Greens Point is going to add a lot of multifamily homes. Let's see Greens Point, again, similarly as an example. So in Greens Point, currently, in the 100-year floodplain, there are about 5,000 multifamily units. That's going to increase to 10,000 multifamily units in 100-year floodplain because of the new floodplain map. So that's basically doubling the number. So, yeah. All right. We'll move to the next section. All right. So in the next section, we are identifying the social and the economic, the social demographic and the affordability context of the areas which are going to see all of these changes, increase in multifamily units in floodplain, single family units in floodplain. And we are looking at census tracts. So we are looking basically at census data, like population, tenure, race, ethnicity, so on and so forth, to see what are the contextual variables or indicators of areas which are seeing this increase, which are going to see this increase. So basically we say that where does this newly recognized flood exposure overlap with already existing housing and socioeconomic conditions? The clearest pattern that we see is that single-family units newly designated into floodplains are more strongly associated with total population, higher owner-occupied areas, and lower renter share. Before, again, I have a map for that, but before I go into the map, so we wanted to look at the numbers even more closely. So we only wanted to see, okay, let's see, we already have the single-family units added for every census tract. Let's see the 75th percentile, like the top quartile of census tracts that are adding single-family units. Okay, so I have a set of census tracts that are going to add a lot of single-family units. And then let's see what are the nature of these census tracts, like what are the variables that define the census tracts that's seeing this really high increase in single-family homes in floodplains. And we see that 69%, almost 70% of the census tracts are already owner-occupied, so really highly owner-occupied owner households. That's the average median income of this census tracts, about 87,000. And then there are some other numbers. I'll not bore you with numbers. I'm going to show you nice, colorful maps. About Hispanic share, 48%, renter share, 31%, owner share already explained, and median home value about 290,000. So I've added all of this in a map, and I'm just going to show some of the interesting variables, but later on you can, look through other things. But so this is the old plan, old map, the pink color, if I don't know, purple color or pink color, and then this is the new one. All right, so let's see for race, how does the Hispanic percentage look like? All right, so I can actually close. Okay, so this is the census tract categorized by percent Hispanic. So you can see already the areas that have higher Hispanic, lower Hispanic population. And then I turn on, this is going, the new floodplain map. So you can see that a lot of high Hispanic areas are going to come inside the floodplain, the new proposed floodplain. So I can quickly show you. So this is what it used to be. This is what it's going to be. Used to be, going to be. All right. Let's see something else. Let's see home ownership. Okay, so this is new homes sold in the past 5 years. So these are only residential units, only new constructions. The darker color shows census tracts which have sold more homes in the last 5 years, according to HAR data. So obviously, as you can see, that the new floodplains are going to cover a lot of census tracts that have been selling a lot of new constructions in the past 5 years. Yeah, we have been building in areas which is going to be designated under floodplains. So, okay. The next one, median home price. Okay, so this is the median home price, the home value. So this one I think is interesting because you can see that like the really expensive homes, like in the Houston arrow, the new map doesn't really impact that area. Like it doesn't really change. So it was not there in the, and it's not there now. But some of the expensive high home value areas in Cypress, Katy in the northwest side, and Lake Houston in the northeast side, those are going to be under the new floodplain map. And what else? This one I already spoke about, but I can show you on a map. So this is the percentage of owner-occupied households. Let me close this for a bit. So darker color, higher owner-occupied households, and as you can see, it's going. The new flood map is going to cover a large chunk of that. And let's see, affordability. This is the last one I'll see before I move on to the next bit. Okay, insurance burden. Okay, so this is the insurance burden. So we have calculated insurance burden as a share of insurance cost by the average home value. So the darker color or the higher number in this ratio means that those are already areas with high insurance burden. And if I put the old map on, you can see that obviously it is covering a lot of areas which already have a high insurance burden. And this is the last, where is it? Okay, affordability. So we have defined affordability again as a ratio of home value divided by median household income. So obviously the darkest color in the map or in higher value in the ratio are the areas which are really less expensive. Really less affordable, very expensive areas, and the lighter color are extremely affordable areas. So this one also I found really interesting is that if I put on the new flood map, you'll notice that it doesn't really cover areas that are extremely expensive, neither does it cover areas that are extremely affordable. It does impact like the low to medium tier of affordability. Those tracts are going to fall under, like much of them are going to fall under the new floodplain map. All right, I can go on and on with the different layers, but you get the point. Okay. Next. All right. So we also ran some correlation tests, experiments ranked correlation tests with different socioeconomic variables and single family units added to census tracts. I have the scatter plots that you see here are only the ones that came out to have like significant relationship. It might be a little weak relationship based on the actual value, but they are all significant. So basically, for all census tracts, the areas that are adding more single family units are statistically significantly associated with higher population, higher owner-occupied households, higher owner cost burden households. So owner cost burden is basically owner households spending more than 30% of their income on housing cost. It is significantly negatively associated with lower Asian share and higher Hispanic share. And yeah, all right. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so we wanted to see a little bit more on the affordability angle of the conversation. What we are calling here as the burden context. So we basically reviewed some indicators that are often associated with affordability, some of which I have already spoken about, like insurance burden, affordability, cost burden, et cetera, et cetera. So here we looked at census areas that are only adding, so not moving out, but only adding single family units. And what we see is that 72% of these kind of tracts by single family units are getting added in the floodplain, also have an above median cost burden owner occupied households, so owner households which are cost burdened already. So that's these are those numbers. And like for example, 53% of these tracts have above median insurance burden, 54% have above median affordability pressure. So I know I didn't do a lot of statistical stuff, so I don't want to make this statement, but I'm still gonna. So I think it's not unfair to say that the tracts seeing a lot of positive increase in single family homes inside floodplains are at least somewhat concentrated in places already experiences ownership related cost and housing market pressure. All right. So I won't bore you anymore, just last 1 minute. So the last thing that we looked at, as I said, the impact on public facilities. Because the story is not only about homes. So yes, if I think, yeah, obviously it's going to impact homes, but floodplain changes also impacts public facilities that we depend on. Like these facilities serve as emergency response bases or provide critical infrastructure. So what kind of facilities? Like schools, like hospitals, fire stations, wastewater treatment plant helps us getting like clean water and whatnot, fancy stuff. But we have just wanted to see how many of this kind of public services are also getting impacted by the floodplain changes. So for example, 10% of all schools are going to be included in the new floodplain map. So they were not there in the old floodplain, but they will be based on the update. 6% of all fire and emergency services are going to be newly included. 3% of police stations are going to be newly included, and 13% of wastewater treatment plants. And so we have put this in a map. I'll show you the map very quickly. And again, you guys can later play around with the map. But so the dots on the map and the colors have been categorized at, like, they were already there in the floodplain, no change. They moved from 100-year to floodway, or they are newly included, for example. So the colors on the bar shows the number of facilities that are, they have changed all these different status. And then I can select, sorry, let me scroll up a little bit. My mouse is not scrolling. Okay, let's see schools, for example. And let's see the newly added ones. Okay, so for example, like 39 schools will be newly included in the 100-year floodplain. And you can, we can check the pop-up and see like what school, what level, what is the name, address, and all those stuff. Now let's see one more example. Then I leave. Okay, police stations. So 2 police stations are going to move from 100-year inside floodway. Okay, I'm going to show this on the map. Can anyone take a guess which are these police stations? Okay, I'll show you. I already know the answer, obviously. So both of these are Harris County Sheriff's Office, and they are going to move into floodway. So like this, I mean, yeah, we can check, whichever facilities we're interested in, and check what are the status, like from where they're moving and by how many numbers. So yeah, I mean, that brings me at least to the end of my talk. So thank you so much for bearing with me. Thanks. Do I disconnect my laptop?
Yes. Oh, I think you can leave it up there. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee. My name is Michelle Smirnova. I am here with Dr. Banerjee and Dr. Sherman from the Center for Housing and Neighborhoods, as well as Dr. Baumgartner and Dr. Parter. I do know your name. The directors of the Houston Education Research Consortium and the Houston Area Population Survey. Did I say those words in the right order? No.
You can keep going.
Close enough. Okay, great. Well, so we are representing a number of different areas in Kinder. You saw with Dr. Banerjee's presentation that these updated flood maps impact a lot of different things. And so I'm gonna ask some questions in terms of how these updated flood maps impact schools, how they impact how prepared residents feel, affordability issues, and then we're gonna open it to the audience for questions that you may have related to any of these areas. So I think there's been a lot of questions about where we are seeing a lot of the changes, and we do see a lot of homes added to the floodplains in suburban communities. So I wanted to start with some questions related to that in terms of how might this compound with other infrastructural maintenance issues that these communities are already facing. So anyone wants to take that?
Sure, I'll start.
Yeah.
First, thank you. Thank you, Bill King and Ed Emmett, for inviting us. One of the things you notice when you look at the areas where the most homes, single-family homes, are being added, they're in Precinct 3, they're northern tier of Houston, more or less. A lot of those are in unincorporated areas where the de facto general purpose government is the MUD, the local MUD. And there was a MUD representative board member spoke earlier. And that comes with all kinds of relatively unique financing challenges for infrastructural improvements. Because they're in the county, effectively the local municipal government by law is the county government, but they have a whole county to worry about. And then you have the relatively piecemeal MUDs throughout a lot of northwestern and northeastern Harris County, which provide a lot of the infrastructure, including the storm infrastructure. And a lot of these have kind of evolved over the years to be de facto general purpose governments, but still they don't necessarily have quite the same bonding and financing authority that a city government would have. And when you look at those areas in the northwest of Harris County, and broadly like the Cy-Fair community school district area, which are really being adding quite a bit of homes to these new floodplains, that's mud country, right? There's about 1.6 million people living in muds in Harris County. That's like the size of greater Memphis or Milwaukee, essentially. And there's this question about, well, with these new flood maps and with mitigations needed, who's going to pay for it, which government is, how are you going to coordinate across all these different jurisdictions, and what it'll look like. So I think that's the big, when I think about like how the suburbs are affected, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Great.
The other thing I would add from an education perspective is we see that's where families are going. Families have been moving out there. And so what it means for school districts is going to keep changing too. Some of those districts that are kind of up in that northwest area of the county, they've added 40% more students and families in their boundaries that they're having to serve. And so like a school district that maybe once had 1,000 students, what does it mean to add hundreds of more students? You need more buildings and classrooms and all of that. So what does it mean when flooding happens in these places? I think one of the other things to think about too, we're talking about these new maps, but it's not new risk for people who live in these places, right? Like those people were under flood risk before. They've experienced it before. That's partly why we're changing the maps, hopefully, so that people are prepared and aware. But a lot of these have always been risky areas for folks.
That's a really great point about the risk was always there. It's just now our knowledge about that. And I know we've asked a part of the Houston area survey before about people feeling prepared in advance of storms. And do you think what sort of role do you think these maps will play in terms of people's feeling of preparation, ability to prepare, in terms of the insurance they may take out? But what are the other sorts of things that we were asking about before that we may understand with these new maps?
Yeah, I mean, I think Aaron's point about the reality has not changed is a very real point for us to keep in mind. I would sort of piggyback on that though and say like the costs now start catching up with that reality. And that when we're thinking about that challenge of housing affordability, one of the things that we've got this study that we'll release here in July looking at this, part of the challenges that folks are facing right now are in affordability. It's not the rent per se, it's not the mortgage per se, it's all the other things that are going on around it. It's that tax rate that just keeps going up. It's the utility bill that comes in at $350 in the summer. It's these other insurances things, and that's when I'm thinking about the new reality that starts to set into motion in some of these suburban spaces. I could afford that house when maybe I took out flood insurance for $500, $600, if I'm not in the plane, right? Like, it's probably higher than that now, isn't it? What is it? Is it 1,000?
I actually, you know what? I'm not a homeowner. So
You're covered by the renter's insurance.
No, it's covered by the renter's
gift
insurance.
that shows up in the mail.
No.
So when I first moved to Houston in 2017, mine was $600. And I just cut a check a few months ago for $1,100. And I am not in a floodplain. And so when we're talking about how that reality starts to take shape, and especially this issue of affordability, I think that's the thing that these suburban spaces, again, it's going to be this massive challenge there. That's not the question you asked. What was the question you asked, Rochelle?
Well, I was going to.
Do people feel prepared? Yes.
But I
can answer that in 2 seconds.
Yes, in terms of how we asked about how people felt prepared before and how these maps might help people feel prepared going forward.
Awesome, yes. So in general, Houston area residents do think of themselves as prepared, and they are more prepared than national samples tend to show up as. Now, part of that is like, well, duh, we should definitely be more prepared. We have the gift of being a 12-month-a-year disaster space. And so, like, we should be more prepared for disasters and other things that are going on, flooding being a prime example of that. But there's so much we're not doing. So when we're saying we're more prepared, we can pat ourselves on the back, but that's ignoring the fact that less than half of people filled up their car gas tank prior to Hurricane Beryl. It's acknowledging that while there are things that we're doing, there's always that improvement that we can be taking. And so I think like these maps, one is how many people are going to pay attention to them? You know, Steve brings up a good point, which is if I'm not a homeowner, I'm not maybe getting that mail that's making it perfectly obvious to me something's changed. If I'm a renter, I might feel that vicariously through my rent going up a little bit. But what does that mean ultimately in terms of my understanding about the risk that's being assigned to my area? I do think it comes back, though, in some ways to Aaron's point, which is like the reality has been there. We understand what flooding is here in the Houston area. So there's more we can be doing to prepare. I don't know that these maps are going to move one family or individual one way or the other on that, so much as the lived experience we've all been going through.
That's a great response, and I think it shifts us to that conversation about affordability. And we have a nice representation here of homeowners and renters. I am a tenant, and I am a new tenant to Houston. And we talk about a lot of these concerns in terms of homeowners because we think of homeowner insurance, but I think each of you have identified already how that gets passed on to renters as well. And as someone who moved to Houston, these maps were very instructive about where I wanted to live and where I was at risk for. We talked about your car flooding, other things that, yes, it's not your home, but it's your other very expensive pieces, and how these costs get passed down to already people who have fewer means. So sort of reflecting on that broader question of housing affordability, and also recognizing people moving to the suburbs or places that we have lower rent, but as Dan pointed out, what are the other costs associated with that? Transportation, insurance, et cetera. So how do we see these maps as impacting housing affordability in any of those ways?
I think straight up, a lot of people, if you have a mortgage, I don't actually know the logistics about how this works, but you have to be insured for flood insurance if you're within the floodplain. So now with these new maps, I honestly don't know. Do you have to call your bank now and say, hey, I'm in the floodplain?
It's not escrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So regardless, for future people who are wanting to buy, you are going to have to purchase that. If, whereas your neighbor may not have, even on, an essentially identical property. So that's like when you think about, at least with home ownership, there's going to be a very direct effect on federally backed mortgages and people needing to buy insurance for them. And a lot more, about 100,000 more homes within, it's about 10% of all homes in Harris County, is about 1 million, are now going to have that additional cost burden. When we calculate cost burden, when we do our affordability gap calculations for our research at Kinder, we make an assumption about 1% of a home's value is going to be the yearly insurance cost. That might be outdated, especially considering about homeowners insurance countywide, it's about 0.75% when you look at the ACS numbers, the census numbers, but that doesn't include flood insurance. And it also is not going to include, I think, a lot of the increases in rates that may be happening as a result of this.
Well, and we talked about, again, I think a lot about families, and especially families with young kids that are in school aged, and we think about housing affordability. Part of the reason why we are seeing so many families move out of kind of the core central part of the city and move out to those outside spaces, it's because they can afford to buy houses out there where they couldn't do that here in the city. And so what is that going to mean for families making that decision if it's becoming more and more expensive to even move to those areas that felt accessible before?
Yep.
And so I think that's something that we'll have to keep thinking about too.
Yeah, and I think that was something highlighted, that Debolina highlighted on the map about we see the extremes, the super expensive or super affordable, less impacted, but those middle areas, and so that's going to really shift the locus in an important way. I was gonna follow up on that one. Just completely lost it.
I think one of the challenges for us to also keep in mind is that for some of us, we have the luxury of using flood maps to choose where we get to live. And that while Debolina's map helps us to demonstrate that for some of the lower cost areas, they're not necessarily coming into floodplains necessarily, that doesn't change the economic circumstances of people having to pick, having to live somewhere, and not necessarily being able to judge that with or without floodplains. And so I think potentially, again, going to some of Steve's points about like, we don't know some of what's in the future, like, do you see people that might be moving into areas that were out of the floodplains now differently therefore putting pressure on those housing markets, shoving those folks into some of these more vulnerable spaces now, and sort of propagating some of the inequality around the quality of housing that might be available to different people at socioeconomic levels.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point about this choice. So I thought it was also really powerful that, Debolina, you opened the presentation by talking about the changes, chronicling the changes to the FEMA flood maps by precincts. And so do you see political consequences of the updated maps that we should be paying attention to? And I know there are some political representatives here as well.
Is that a Debolina question?
It could be for Debolina, it could be for Steve or Dan.
Yeah, answer that political question, Deborah.
Yeah, I know. Well, we have this is not a political decision, but this is not a political issue. But I mean, Precinct 3 was a large share of the new homes added are in Commissioner Ramsey's precinct. And I'm glad that I sat next to his staff people and that they're here. When we introduced ourselves, I said, "You're from Precinct 3?" And it's like, "Well, I have some bad news for you. You're going to see later today." And like, yeah, it's particularly notable up there. And that is that northern tier. That is mud country. Yeah. Literally and figuratively, I guess, in this case.
I mean, nobody wants to pay more, right? Nobody's interested in just blanketly paying more in taxes, more in insurance. And I think as we're considering what these implications are for increased flood insurance on people's budgets, politically that likely will be, you'll have consequences in terms of people's tolerance for property tax increases, other fees or other localized taxes that might be attempting to resolve some of that could also though be received. Like if I get to pay $20 or more a month to mitigate flooding in some sort of way that helps to pull me out of a floodplain, I don't know what that project would be, I'm not an engineer, but just acknowledging like there could be actually savvy political moves at this point. So rather than sort of throwing your hands up and going like, oh, well, we're paying more, are there certain ways of going like, well, you can either pay $1,000 or more in flood insurance, and your home's no safer, by the way, because of that. We can just rebuild it, or we can be paying $100 more, $200 more to make our homes safer, our communities better. And so, again, you're gonna have to bring a lot of different sectors to the table to figure that out. Like you can't just simply like legislate your way to safer floodplains, but you could potentially build programs and policies and ways to address the issue as opposed to the cost as well.
And to the point about, not everyone is going to know to look at a map and understand what it means for their floodplain. What opportunity are there for different representatives, whether you're county or city or whatever municipality and space, for you to communicate that to the people who live in your boundaries in a way that they're going to understand what the implications are for them. And so it may not be like political repercussions, but what opportunities are there for you to serve the people who live in your communities by sharing helpful information with them?
And I love that framing of opportunities because that's something we've talked about. That was a question we received earlier about what about people can't afford to take on this additional insurance burden. And it's an opportunity for creative solutions. We've been looking into insurance pooling, other opportunities, things that have not been done before or have been done in other industries. How can we translate that here? And Houston is at the epicenter of the climate crisis, but in some ways, the solutions that we're able to develop are things that can be used in other places that it's coming for them as well. So I really like that framing of opportunities and how for us to think strategically and creatively in response to that. Yeah.
I think the last part on the political point is that you found in other jurisdictions in the United States that, and this has been mentioned already here prior, this is a regional problem. And so you found in some other cities that have consolidated local and county governments, not saying that's on the table here, that flooding and regional flood control is oftentimes one of the major pushes behind it, along with transportation. So I don't think, this does seem to be something that, water is predictable and water goes everywhere and water will affect everybody. And so I would not be entirely surprised. I have not flagged anything specifically in future legislative agendas, but if the Texas state government did not start to think about perhaps different regional districts or granting regional flood control districts more power and authority to perhaps extend across county lines, or just take on new institutional forms. I'll go back to the MUDs because I keep talking about that. That's exactly what happened there 100 years ago in response to the Galveston hurricane. It was seen as we have to create a new government to address these kind of regional flooding problems. So it could happen.
Great. Yeah, I wanted to open it to the floor, give people an opportunity. I see a question over here. You can get a mic, or you can just speak loudly in your camp counselor voice that I'm sure you have.
My name is Dave Smith. In 2016, a company was founded called First Street Foundation, and they rate flood, risk, wind. So in reality, isn't this flood stuff, these flood maps are already out and incorporated in the insurance market?
Yep. In short, yes, but I do know there's kind of some interesting research showing how much like flood insurance rates and FEMA flood risks have started to become like decoupled from each other. So in short, yes. However, this is still the big dog, right? The FEMA maps, because they're linked, I think, to mortgage policy and federal home financing policy, they carry this symbolic weight that even the very good First Street maps don't. Obviously, as we said already, we already know we flood. We already know if you live in a flood-prone property or not. But having it codified through these maps is still a big deal.
One other thing I'll add, a few years ago, and this was right after Harvey, a project that we worked on, it was a collaboration between Kinder Institute and HERC when we didn't live together like we do today, was helping have a better sense of whether the FEMA flood maps were actually telling us the picture of what was happening during Harvey. Because what we were hearing from our school district partners were, we don't know what students are impacted, we don't know what families are impacted, because if you looked at the FEMA maps, they weren't matching with the experiences of the families they were serving. And so we did this creative project where we took data from Twitter, and it was people who were typing on Twitter, come help me at this intersection. We need help at this address. We need help in this zip code. And so they took all this, like 1 million tweets, I think it was, something like that, to try to help understand what that map of impact really looked like. And we were able to overlay that after the fact when we had better maps of what actually happened and saw that that social media information helped us better understand the experiences of needs beyond what even the FEMA maps could do. So another thing for us to think about are what other creative ways can we use to better understand when people are impacted by things like this?
Yeah, and I think the First Street case is a really interesting one because it was integrated into Zillow and then it was removed. And so these are very political and contentious pieces of, well, I want this knowledge, we want information is, we think of as this objective good, but people, we know someone who's selling their house say, well, I don't want that advertised because that's going to devalue my property. And we also, people were talking earlier about the ability to contest the maps, to protest the maps. Who has the power to do that? The uneven parcel level distribution. We know the ponding and pooling effects that happen in these spaces. And so there's the First Street maps. We have, I think that was a really creative project of where people are asking for help. And so this is a piece of raw data in some ways. And so yes, this is not the first, but this codified map is also really impactful in terms of federally backed mortgages and other things that are institutionally backed that might impact financing in different ways. But all this information matters in to different actors and in different ways. So just how politically contentious this is, I think we've heard a lot about today. So that was a great point.
So Jeffrey Laking's Rippling Nature, building off what you're talking about, like Kinder Institute research, the maps that we went through, would you think about taking on like an analogy of a project that's in the works? So North Canal, South Canal, Heights, Navigation, East End, and then looking at that, looking at the social media, looking at the maps, looking at the social economics, looking at first responders and education, and just saying, hey, this project's on the books. It's been on the books. Here's what it's intended to do. Obviously, Heights was affected. Now it could move the effect down to Navigation and the East End, but then doing this study, but then going beyond just like a study like this, because we're talking about Houston, and then we're talking city, and then we're talking state and federal, but Houston's connected to sister cities. We're not the only city on a coastal floodplain, so can we take a project like that and then go to sister cities or other cities and say, Houston's a living sandbox, like, come work with us. This is all the tools and data and analysis and research that we're doing, and then get like the international community to weigh in. So from a micro, here are some projects, Heights, North Canal, South Canal, how it could affect Houston, to a macro, like let's look at it, because like climate flooding isn't going away. Like think 2 years ago, Brazil, the Midwest, Europe, and China all flooded at the same time. So this is not just a Houston problem.
I do know that there's been some, not within our institute, but people going to Japan and the Netherlands for city government? I do know that there has been some international collaboration on flood control measures, to your point there.
What I would say is at the Kinder Institute, at least, our first goal is to make sure folks in the Houston region have access to information to be improving lives of Houstonians. So that's our first goal. To the extent that the things we learn here can be applied other places, we are always happy to share it out. We've traveled around to give talks different places. We do virtual events like this so people from different places can tune in and have those sorts of conversations. But our first priority is making sure that we are ensuring folks in the Houston region have the information they need. So I don't know that we would go somewhere else and do that study, but to the extent other people are asking those questions and want to learn from us, I think we'd always be happy to share.
Hi, Amory Reed here with Commissioner Ramsey's office. I felt there was a need to respond. And this is a very important issue for Commissioner Ramsey. That's why I am here listening in on everything. I am not one of his engineers. We do have engineers on staff that would be better equipped to answer this question. But from what I know, is that Precinct 3 is slated to have a lot more development because there's really not a lot of development that can happen in Precincts 1 and 2. We don't have as much, Precinct 4 has some area as well, but everybody is moving to Precinct 3 because, that's where the good school districts are and whatnot. Also, what I know is when it comes to new development, there are regulation standards. You cannot, these developers, when they come in, they do have to come and get permitting through the county, and you cannot flood folks downstream of you. And what we heard from the earlier speakers too is that these FEMA maps, sometimes they don't have the projects that are recently completed. So that's why we have the flood control district going into making sure that they're working with FEMA, that it is updated information. And that's why, like they said before, it's gonna take some updating as well. Again, when the FEMA has their public comments, we'll be sure to share that so that residents know when they can go ahead and take a look at their areas and talk to FEMA. But that's just to answer any questions out there. And if anybody has any questions afterwards, please come see me. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Michael Locke. I graduated from here. I also teach economics at Lone Star. I'm interested in the connection between housing affordability and urban resilience. If a working class Houstonian's access to employment depends on a personal vehicle, and then one car breakdown can become a housing problem, an employment problem, and a debt problem all at once, are local affordability models accounting for that kind of cascading household risk?
We are working, or in a very pilot stage, on a cost of living calculator that takes in these things into account. I can say I grew up in Boston, so not affordable place, but I moved here most recently from Kansas City, Missouri, and when I was considering this job, I plugged it into cost of living calculator. What does it compare to Kansas City? It said it was identical. And now living here, I can tell you that is very much not the case. And I was like, where would I be paying the same amount in rent or mortgage? And it's in a place that would require me to have 2 cars, to transport. I have 2 small children, to school, to childcare. What is the cost of that childcare? So I think transportation is a really big concern in Houston. As we know, we don't have strong public transit options, and it is not as walkable as we would like it to be. But yes, so that is something that we are taking on in the Center for Housing and Neighborhoods, trying to address what are all of these other costs. And we know right now that transportation costs are getting even more exorbitant than they had been before. Same with food costs. Our Center for Community Health is doing a lot of work on food insecurity and childcare and education. So yes, we are aware of that, and similarly, Houston is at the epicenter of this crisis that is being experienced to some extent all over the country. So yeah, great question.
I think 2 points on that. One, to kind of piggyback on what you said about transportation. I know in like the research on universal basic income, when cities have had their pilot programs, it's across the board. The first thing people spend that chunk of money on is fixing their car. It's no matter what city. It's the first thing people see is like, I get a lump sum payment, it's going to my car. Secondly, there's this point that doing housing affordability research for a while, when I present to a room with a lot of economists in it, they'll often say, this isn't a rent issue, it's not a home price issue, it's a labor issue, right? It's a wage issue. And I think that, as Michelle and others have just mentioned, we have to think about affordability not just as something connected directly to housing costs. It's connected to stagnated wages, which is something that we've found in our recent State of Housing report too, and also the rising cost of other necessary goods. I know in a prior State of Housing, we actually did calculate that. We found that cost burden numbers go from like 50% cost burden for renters to about 60% when you account for the rising cost of all the other necessities that you need to live.
Yeah, and one more plug, we have our 2026 State of Housing report that'll be coming out June 10th. And so we talk 16th. Okay. But so it addresses some of these issues. And I think even bringing it back to today's conversation, when we are building infrastructure like roads for cars, how does that impact flood risk? And so all of these things are obviously integrated, and then the costs that are associated with that. So I think that's a really apt question. Yes, question.
Hi, it's Becky Edmondson from the Westbury Super Neighborhood, and we've been collecting all of our flooded property addresses since 2013. I loved your maps, Dr. Banerjee. Is that information available where we can drill down and look at the properties that have come in and out
Yes.
of the flood maps from around the city, or just in our neighborhood, or who would we see to do that?
So once we publish this, whatever I showed you, then you can interact with the maps. So like the information, some of the information that I already showed up, for example, if you look up your address, you can check your address, it will take you to that whatever neighborhood, and whatever data that we have attached that we currently have processed are single family, multifamily unit in that neighborhood that were in different floodplains that were there, that is going to be there, so and then moved out. So all of those informations will be attached. So if that's what you're looking for, yes.
It will be soon. Yeah, Dr. Banerjee has been working the last week, the powerhouse that she is. So she has it ready for today, but she is not comfortable making it public quite yet. So
we just need to do some like internal
They were
review
beautiful.
process
They were
and
beautiful
everything.
maps, yes.
I would encourage you, we don't have a QR code, but if you go to the Kinder Institute's website, sign up for updates. Yeah, you can sign up for updates. And we'll be sure that will definitely be there.
Thanks for doing that, Becky. I'm a Westbury resident. Oh,
Yeah, you got two Westburians up here on stage.
Yeah, you have two Westburyans, Becky.
Yeah, they both live in Westbury. Hello.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think if we're at the end, we can pass it off to our next panel. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you, Bill and Ed.
Test, test. Test, test. There we go. All right, we got one more quick panel. My colleague John Diamond, where's he? Here he is. And we're going to wrap this up here in about 30 minutes, okay? So what John and I do most of our time is looking at government finances for state and local government. John does more work at the federal level. And John, what I want to talk to you about is what the effect of this map is going to be, this map change is going to be on our local entities. It seems like to me it's going to cause some problems. Have you thought through this at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to have an impact across all of the sectors. And we've been hearing all morning that it's going to impact households through higher insurance cost, changes in demand, relocations, all of those factors. And we've also heard a little about the entity side. And so the cities and the county will be impacted. Special districts such as hospital districts will be impacted, and school districts will be impacted, and they'll all be impacted in a different way because the financing mechanisms for each entity are slightly different.
So I guess there's sort of two components to this. One is anything that they build is going to face the same challenges that the developers we're talking about here. If you're going to build a school, you've got to raise it up to a different level now. If you're going to build a lift station, a water plant, whatever, that's going to add a significant cost to infrastructure, which we're already struggling with in Houston.
Correct. It's going to increase the cost of building new stuff. But the real problem is that not everything is being built tomorrow. It was all built 30 years ago, or in the case of schools, 50 to 70 years ago, maybe 30, depending on when the school, kind of which phase it was built in. But those schools will have to be retrofitted for certain stuff, or we'll have to choose, are we going to drain that area, or what are we going to do when the school gets flooded with all the kids? Where do they go? There's a lot of decisions that you don't get to make up front. But some of the bigger issues are not how you build the schools. Yes, there's an increased cost in building a school, just like there's an increased cost in building a house in an area. You have to build it up higher. But what's the cost? I mean, so you have the spending side cost, but you have the revenue side cost as well. So what happens to the revenues of these entities under such a drastic change in the risk associated with flooding?
Well, you certainly would think that this would depress land values, right?
Yeah, and the economic studies are fairly clear on that. So if you look at the studies, basically dollar for dollar, if you take the present value of insurance payments over a 30-year period, that's about the same value that gets subtracted from the value of the asset after you impose this new risk. So basically it all gets subtracted out of the value. So if you have a house and you're going to make the present value of insurance payments over the life of the house are $30,000, then we're likely to see the price of the house fall by $30,000.
So historically in Harris County, the tax rolls have gone up about 5% a year. There's been a few years it's gone up a lot more than that. But we're beginning to see some real pressure on that. Last year, Harris County was up, I think, only 3%. Currently, it's up about 5%, but they've got thousands of protests that are going on. I was having lunch with a gentleman that works in the office building area, and he said downtown office buildings could drop by 70%. In the valuation coming up here. So we've already got the city of Houston, of course, their financial problems are well documented. HISD, well documented. Harris County, we're working on a new paper. This shows that Harris County is drifting into a structural deficit. And so they're going to be faced with higher infrastructure cost and potentially pressure on their tax rolls. So this is not good news for most local entities, I would think.
No, this is exactly the kind of news. Such a great expansion of the flood map is really bad news for them. So, and when you look at the economic studies, you see the big decreases in land value when the area of land that is included in the floodable land is increased. And so we're going to see that. Now, I do think it's you have to be a little careful because we do have a property tax cap in place. So to the extent if you're bumping up against the cap and you get lower land growth, that can just be offset by a change in the rate. Or in this case, it would be that the rate, without the growth, the rate may have had to be pushed down. And in this case, some of it will get eaten up by the non-existence of a rate change. And if the drops were large enough, you could actually get a larger increase than you expected.
I guess, several people made the point, which I think is a good one, which is, the risk hasn't really changed here. It's just our understanding the risk has changed. Correct. And so the truth is, from an economic standpoint, whatever cost there was associated with that risk really hasn't changed. But we're now going to price it differently because we know what it is, right? Is that a fair way to think about it?
I think that's true to an extent, but I think the part going back is we've been making decisions for the last decade on a mispriced sense of risk. So we've been mispricing the risk. Now we're going to correctly price it. But because we've been mispricing the risk, there is a cost to that. Mm-hmm. So structures we built thinking, well, this isn't a risk, and then we find out, oh, wait, that's in the 100-year floodplain now. Yeah. We've mispriced. We've built something where we shouldn't have built it, and we'll see that as the value of that asset declines.
Which, shows up in things like $1 billion loss in a Harvey or something like that, and having to, have the federal government basically bail us out of all that.
Well, and I think Harvey's is the antithesis of. We've spent a lot of time today talking about the cost of insurance. But we should never forget that the cost of going through a flood without insurance is much more costly than paying the insurance up front, at least on an individual basis. On a collective basis, that may not be true.
Also when I was listening to the guys that were in the development business here, they never said this explicitly, but I got the sense that, it sure is going to be a whole lot easier to develop in Montgomery County or Fort Bend County. And we've already seen the development move well that direction. I just wonder, you think this is likely to accelerate that centrifugal force out to the surrounding counties?
I think it's going to change it drastically. So it all depends how much of the area, it depends on where the changes in the map are taking place. What we've seen is a lot are out in the Cypress area. So I definitely think it could shift. There's been a large demand to move out into that area the last 10 years. I think you're going to see that slow down substantially if these new maps come into place and increase like we've seen today. But yes, if it raises the cost of living in the inner city because you get more flooding problems in the core of the city, then that's gonna entice people to move further out because the cost-benefit analysis has changed.
Well, I wonder even like in Cypress, I think our engineer's still out here, I see. So in Cypress, if it's now more expensive to develop there, doesn't it make sense just let's move across the county line to Montgomery County or Waller or something? And we're really already seeing that. And I assume this is just gonna accelerate. Is that a fair? Yeah, so he's nodding his head yes over there. And it makes economic sense, right? Yeah. You're trying to make money doing this.
So one thing, something near and dear to your heart that I did want to point out is, another entity that this could affect in a negative way, and I haven't looked at it, but if certain TERS zones have a substantial amount of their area included in a floodplain or in the new floodplain that weren't before, they could be particularly hard hit. That's a smaller.
They're not going to have any increment.
Yeah, they will have. It'll decrease their increment. Now, not a big problem if they haven't already accrued debt that is, meant to be paid off the existing increment. But for an entity that accrued a substantial amount of debt to then take a hit to its increment, that could be a real problem.
So for those of you that are not familiar, we're talking about the tax increment reinvestment zones, and the way that works is that whenever they were formed, the tax coming in is frozen at the city, and then they get whatever the increase is over that. So if all of a sudden they start losing taxable value, then that increment goes away or it doesn't increase. And we're seeing this right now in Uptown. Uptown actually had their increment go down last year because of the loss in office building values. And so this really could upend a lot of the economics of the TERSs, that's for sure. You know, let's think about the positives of this for a second, though. You know, we've got, you know, you and I did this study about the HISD schools, and I mean, it looks like we need to probably close 30 or 40 schools in HISD, and we're getting schools closed all over the region. I saw, you know, Fort Bend County, of all places, is closing 7 schools this year. Well, that's land that we could repurpose towards green space or detention or something like that. So aren't there really opportunities that we might be able to take at the same time in this?
The timing's not all bad. I mean, it is somewhat of an opportunity. So not only is the population of school children shrinking, but as we noted in our paper, the conditions of the buildings are also right at the end of their usefulness. And so you're not really tearing down an asset that's valuable. And so it is kind of the perfect time to restructure how you lay out the school system in the city of Houston, and then start building the schools where you really want them, in the areas that are less likely to flood, that will serve the students in the best possible way, you know, accounting for how you transport students to and from schools. Because the existing layout is relatively inefficient given the changes in the population composition, structure, and its future growth.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to stop and take a few questions now if y'all have got any on the finances part of this. I think just, you know, the bottom line is this is going to add more financial pressure to entities that are already under financial pressure is what my concern is. Yeah, William?
So, William Taggart. The thing that concerns me is we've talked about insurance in kind of this nebulous fashion, but the reality is that FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program is $22.5 billion in debt to the Treasury. And that's after $16 billion was forgiven in 2017 already. So we talk about insurance like it's some magic thing going to come in and save us, but I'm not so sure with the condition of that, plus the fact that by the time we vote in November, we're going to have $40 trillion of national debt.
Yeah, so I almost asked a question about the last panel because they were talking about, you know, pricing the risk. And the truth of it is federal flood insurance is really not risk associated. It's been subsidized for years, which is why we now have $22 billion. Of course, $22 billion on the federal budget is kind of a rounding error, but I do think that the price of it's going to continue to go up in the future. There's going to be more pressure on it. So I don't know, you know, how high that's going to go. But as the previous panel, the point they made is that this is going to make Harris County a lot less affordable. I mean, if you've got to buy flood insurance, and somebody up here said they didn't think you had to buy it if you already had a mortgage. I don't think
you do. No, you absolutely.
I don't think that's right because
the way it works is if you get put into a flood zone, you're required, if you have a federally backed mortgage, you then have to get flood insurance. And if you can't afford it and you don't, within 60 days, the person who owns the mortgage has to force it's called a forced space sell, in which they buy it for you and add it to your mortgage. And then if you can't make your mortgage payment, then you foreclose on the house. So it's an ironclad type of thing. It's not something you can avoid.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I prepared deeds of trust, but I thought I recalled that was the provision in there. So people are going to get hit with this if they've got a mortgage.
Yeah.
Back here in the back.
Federally backed mortgage.
I can't hear you.
Yes. Any mortgage backed by Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, any of the federally backed mortgages.
Yeah,
aren't there other mortgage types of mortgage?
There are. Yes, there
There's
are.
also, and there's also people who own their houses outright.
Yeah, and they
so
would
those
not,
people, no.
Yeah, they would not be required.
Well, I would say, I used to prepare a lot of deeds of trust for real estate transactions. I don't know of a lender any place who didn't have that provision in there that you had to have flood insurance if you were in the floodplain. So I think even outside the federal mortgages, I think a lot of people are going to get hit with this.
But we should say, so there is a study by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in 2022, which looked at the sensitivity of mortgage volumes to changes in flood maps. And they're very responsive. So as the maps increase, the volumes of mortgages drops off substantially. So it does have an impact. Even though she is right, it's just a slice. It's a large slice, though, of the mortgages that are federally backed and will have this increased cost.
Yeah. Back here. Oh, I'm sorry, here.
Yes, Jim Tucker, area resident. You did mention schools there briefly, and several weeks ago, Mr. King gave us a really nice talk on demographics and how let's prepare for shrinkage. Now, we just heard about the Northwest metropolitan area that's not shrinking, and they're anticipating more schools and that sort of thing. We have now worked through all the school building surge for us baby boomers when that bulge went through. And it sounds like another one. Economically, is there an impact on the shrinking and swelling of support services like schools that we can get some idea of what's ahead in that area? Thank you.
So, first of all, I'm going to give you all a little inside information here. On September the 9th, mark your calendars, we're going to have a day-long conference on depopulation, and we're going to have experts coming in from all over the world to talk about this phenomenon. But there's almost no place in the United States today, even in Texas, where we're building new school capacity. You might tear down an old school and replace it, but in Cy-Fair, I think they are closing 6 or 7 schools, something like that, which is the area that you're talking about. This is happening all over the country. In Texas last year, we closed 75 public school campuses. Now, public schools are in a sort of perfect storm because they've got fewer kids overall. They've got competition from charter schools. They've got a lot of people that are not here legally that are staying home and hiding out and not coming to school today. And then next year they're going to have vouchers to deal with. And so they are under a lot of pressure. But I was talking to a group of superintendents here lately and was talking to them about this demographic issue. And this man asked me, he says, well, I guess we shouldn't be building any schools. And I said, look, I can't tell you what the circumstances in your district is. But the truth of the matter is, the state of Texas, assuming we don't really bring in a whole bunch of new people through immigration, the state of Texas will never have more school-age children than it has today, ever. And it's a hard thing for us to get our brain around because it's just so contrary to everything we've known for the last, decades. I'll give you just a couple of numbers to think about. In Harris, so population growth is the sum of the natural growth, which is births minus deaths, domestic migration, and then international immigration, okay? Harris County, for the last 10 years, has had negative domestic migration. That is, more people have moved out of Harris County to someplace else in the United States than have moved into it. The cumulative total over the last 10 years is 300,000 people have moved out. Now, the reason you haven't noticed that is because at the same time, 2 or 3 times that number came in international immigration. But we're down to about 30,000 more births and deaths right now in Harris County. And like I said earlier, the CBO has said that they think that 2028 will be the last year in the United States that we ever have more births and deaths. And so I think we need to be thinking about those kinds of dynamics going forward. And I just think that's going to be more pressure on these local entities and their tax bases. So I think this is some we're going to have to really rethink a lot of our priorities and how we're doing things. Yes, sir, back in the back.
I'll add on is that this does happen to be a peak 18 year, so it's the peak number of 18-year-olds that we will have at least for the foreseeable future. We will never have more 18-year-olds than we have this year. It's declining every year after this. And then on the schools front, I do agree that we building new schools for growth is not needed, but building new schools to replace an aging infrastructure is needed. So our schools were mainly built in the 50s and 60s. There was another wave in the 90s. So you're looking at a bunch of buildings that are anywhere from 50 to 70 years old. Obviously, times are much different now than they are or were in the 1950s or even 1970s or even 1990s. And so the types of buildings we need have changed. And then we have all the competition that Bill mentioned. And so again, there needs to be a major restructuring of what school districts look like and the facilities that we build for them, given all of those factors.
Yeah, and John's got a great paper on the condition of the schools. It's up on our website if you want to take a look at that sometime. Back here in the back, I think.
Sure, thanks, Bill. Earlier you mentioned the centripetal force slinging people into the donut around Harris County, and yet you see places like Montgomery County just last year adopted their updated drainage criteria manual, really for the first time since 1988, meaningful change. So things are changing there too, but isn't that more of kind of a short-term perspective? Like maybe they're a decade, 2 decades behind where Harris County is. They're just having to deal with some of the same dynamics farther into the future than we are?
You're talking about with respect to flooding or population change, or?
Yes.
Okay. So
All of the above.
So I think they are catching up on the flood problems, which, they didn't have quite the same issues that we had. So our infrastructure was older here, so I think they are sort of catching up with that. The demographics is quite an interesting. I'm going to put out a paper. I just looked at the Census Bureau just dropped their numbers for the population change in all cities above 20,000 people in the United States here about a week or so ago. The cities over 1 million people contributed 0.2% to population growth this year. The biggest part of the growth was in cities from 25,000 to 250,000. This is about the 3rd or 4th year in a row now that's been the big group that's picked up population. Now, understand a lot of those cities that are 25 to 250,000 are really close to a big urban core. So you have places like Katy and Cy-Fair. These places are growing rapidly, but one of the reasons they're growing is they're part of a big metropolitan area. These are mostly not going out there on their own in the middle of nowhere. But just to give you some perspective on how dramatic this change has been, let me give you 2 or 3 statistics, and you're going to have a hard time believing these, but I promise you they're true. The population of the city of Houston inside Loop 610 today is about the same as it was in 1960. Okay? And the reason that doesn't seem intuitive to you is because most of us hang out here on the west side of town where we see big apartment buildings going up and all this stuff. You think, wow, look at all this apartment building going up. And so there must be thousands of people moving in there. But you rarely get to places like Sunnyside or Houston Trinity Gardens or Manchester, which were these big, robust minority neighborhoods that used to have a mom and a dad and 2 or 3 or 4 kids in a 1,600 square foot tract house. You go to those neighborhoods today and they're empty for the most part. That's why we have so many schools that need to be closed in HISD, because we built schools for those neighborhoods back in the 60s and the 70s. And I think we had, John, 40 or 50 schools that were under 50% enrolled in those neighborhoods. And if you go look at our chart on that, you'll see they're all on the eastern side, southern side of the city. I'll give you two more reference points. And by the way, those apartment buildings that you see going in, there's not a mom and dad and 2 or 3 kids. There's one guy, one lady, with her cat maybe. And, so there's 1 or 2 people living in those apartments compared to the 4 or 5 or 6 people that were living over in those subdivisions. That's why the population hasn't changed any. Give you 2 more quick points. The population of the Cy-Fair School District, not the enrollment, but the population of that district and the population of Katy ISD School District is about the same as the population of the city of Houston inside Loop 610. So think about that. This idea that somehow there's inner city, everybody's coming into work and all that. I'm involved out at the Texas Medical Center with some institutions out there. All of their expansion has been in the suburbs. Think about that.
And it's not isolated to Houston. In Dallas, this is happening in Frisco, McKinney, and Plano. And
City
the
of
city
Dallas
of Dallas is losing its population.
City of Dallas lost population last year. Yes, sir.
So I'm not trying to be too public choice brain here, but Milton Friedman's ghost is whispering in my ear right now. If accurate FEMA maps make homeowners angry, developers nervous, and municipal balance sheets look weaker, who in local government actually has the incentive to say, yeah, the risk is actually worse than we thought it was?
Well, I think so. I think that's what we've been saying here today, all day, right? Yeah. I mean, look. Go ahead.
And I think Friedman would agree that it's right to update the risk, because if you don't update the risk, you stand to lose more in infrastructure through disaster than if you invest appropriately. So while this is really hard from a financial standpoint, it's not an easy financial pill to swallow. It is the right thing to do in terms of making efficient investments.
We were kidding ourselves about what the risk was, right? And so now we're just acknowledging that this is the real risk, and by the way, it may actually be worse than what we've got here. We don't really know. I'm not sure if we balanced some new rain data against the improvements. And I need to find out this, because I really could never get a straight answer today about how much of the recent work, both public and private, has been taken into account. I know the HGAC guy over here, they've got 2024 LiDAR data. Well, I wonder, does that take into account all these big detention ponds we've been building everywhere, And so I don't know what it would look like if we had that updated data, but this can't be a real-time system, so we do it when we can. Yes, sir. William?
So I think there's something here going on where for a while we were ignorant of the risk. We were unaware of it. But the thing is, are we going to adopt the risk? Are we going to go into a denial and throw it to the side and live it and try to go back to that level of ignorance? Because that's the problem that we should worry about, because then we won't find out the reality until we get a big storm.
Yeah, I don't think FEMA is going to let us do that, because the federal government has a financial stake in the insurance system. So I don't think they're going to let us do that. I think we're going to have to deal with this reality.
But in 10 or 20 years, the risk will be different, and we'll have to do this all again.
Probably different already, yeah.
Probably different already.
Do we have a question back here?
Yeah, hi, my name is John Villamil. I'm an attorney transitioning to another law firm. Question is the weak zoning laws that Houston has, what is the impact on all of this? Having lived in Miami, where there are strong zoning laws, it's somewhat unusual, a city where you can build a commercial facility next to a residence and so on. I was wondering if there's any impact.
So the whole issue of zoning is way beyond the scope of what we were talking about today. But I will tell you, the Kinder people, I don't know if they're still here or not, but there's a real robust academic debate about the efficiency and the effectiveness of zoning. There's a lot of people that will argue that it actually retards redevelopment because it doesn't let you, respond to new. It also, by the way, is the single biggest source of corruption in every municipality in the United States. So I don't know whether zoning is the right answer or not. I will say this, with or without zoning, we have regulated this risk. When I was the mayor of Kemah, we actually, FEMA has a minimum standard that you have to meet to qualify for what they call their community rating system, which is to get the lowest rate on your flood insurance. And so at the time, I think it was it was a foot over the 100-year floodplain. We decided in FEMA to go ahead and make it 18 inches above it. The Harris County and the city of Houston here a few years ago, right after Harvey, regulated the 500-year floodplain for the first time, I believe. Is that correct? And then they increased the amount. So notwithstanding the fact that we don't have zoning, we have been regulating this particular risk. We were probably just a little behind the curve.
And I think the risk is regulated on a federal level, not a local level. Zoning is widely recognized as one of the factors that increases inaffordability of housing the most. And so I don't know if zoning, well, let me just say, I don't believe zoning is the solution.
Yeah, so the federal puts a minimum level, but you can go above that. And we've done that in the city and the county and in other places, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I worked at the flood control district throughout the 90s, and then we were adjusting to the new floodplain maps from '84, and those were in response, I think, to Allison. Like if the maps don't seem to reflect what happened in a storm, you know, you look at the debris lines, you look at who flooded, then you go back to the models. The models, you could talk about climate change, but the models are just mathematical, and we don't know what we don't know. So you get the data from Allison, and you add that to the models, and it comes out with a different answer. That's all I was going to tell you is like your question about the tension maps and all that. Yes, all that's included. They're doing their best with the data that they have on the ground.
So I like to tease my academic friends like John here that, you know, all models are wrong, some are useful. Yeah, that's kind of what this is. Part of the problem here is it takes so long to update these things. You know, we're always behind the eight ball. Anything else? Well, if not, I think we're going to adjourn our meeting day and let you guys get out before any floods hit this afternoon. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you.